Welcome to Plattfields, BMX Race Hub, day 2. It's looking pretty good out here, very warm already. Racing is going to start very soon. Practice literally just finished. The pens are filling up with the cruisers, the younger cruiser riders. So we are going live with racing in the next few minutes. Looking forward to today. Yesterday was really, really good. I know I say that a lot, I say it every week. It's just fantastic. Great event, great organisation here by Manchester BMX Club. And yeah, the track is absolutely mint. They were fixing it 5 minutes after racing finished last night, making it perfect for today. So without too much more time to wait, we're going live with racing in a few minutes' time.
The gate drops on race number 1 of round number 8 of the Lloyds Bank 2024 BMX National Series, heading into turn number 1. That looks like Hunter van der Malion around the outside, working his way into that one spot, but here comes Benedict Marco, working his way back through the pack. He's up to that second spot now, heading into turn number 2. Ocean King in there at about 4 at the moment, chasing down Arnold just in front of him as he head down that third straight. Malion, Marco, 1 and 2, Arnold in 3. Who's picking up that 5 spot? That is the 18 plate of Sam Dolan out of the Bruntwood Park National Race Team. Hunter van der Malion, though, going to take a moto number 1 win of the day. Next up, race number 2 on track. Looks like your European number 3 leading this one through. Frankie Griffin, Fluent Bicycle Motocross, Xavi Fox Cooper. In there in that 2 spot. Here comes Bram Heaver, Team Air and Andover, in and out of that final turn. He's in that 3 spot, heading down the final straight. Charlie Lebras and Percy Large, Tygo Race Team. In there in that 5 spot, Lebras going to pick up that 4 as they take it across the line. Oliver Arnold, Smiley's Flight Club, the European number 7, leads it out as there's a pile-up in turn 2. I think Bo Morris was one of the riders that hit the deck. Fast signatures on the floor as well. Harry Swales back up to their feet. Both of them going to finish their lap, but it's going to be Arnold down the final straights. Looking like we've got Jamie Tablanche in there in that 2 spot for MK Evolution. 13, 14-year-old cruisers. Robin Matter Alonso leads this one out for Peckham BMX Club. Eric McSwitty right there with him on his hot right-hand shoulder into turn number 3. That looks like Warren BMX Race Team and Fluent Bicycle Motocross going through as well. Got to be Jake Georgeson and Jack Wolford in 3 and 4 as they bring it down to the stripe. Decoys in there as well. That was Addison Milburn in 5. James Cotty Cottrell leads this one out. Little Cotty out front. Rab Racing looking to start the day off well in the best setup gazebo that I've seen so far this weekend, or this year, as a matter of fact. They're over on the first straight. I reckon some teams might be passing by later on, Rab, to get some tips for their Team 10 for the rounds of number 9 and 10 at Birmingham, but it's going to be Cotty taking that one across the line. Cooper McCrum in there for that 2 spots. Race 6 out on track. Jacob Warren, Daniel Borrachini, Alfie Andrews. It's his mum's birthday. I think it was yesterday, actually. Joanna. She was 21 yesterday. Happy birthday, Joanna, wherever you are. Urban Air Squad. I think I might have been them on the last turn cheering on then. But out front, it is all about Tate Kitson, Moto 1365. He's going to pick up his first Moto win of the day. Newton Hin leads out race number 7 out of turn number 1. Who's that in there with him, looking like it could be Hadley Harding? Yes, it is. Going 2 and 3 with Theo Cam out of MK Evolution. Looks like we have got the 275 in there as well. That is going to be Owen Miller out of Burnham BMX Club. He's in there in that 4 spots. Looking like Divide Brand UK going well in the 5. That is Cooper Westwood. Gate goes down on the 15 to 16-year-old cruisers. No Harry Pritchard in this one. I think he's broken his clavicle yesterday in racing. Let's hope that he's okay. There's a couple of riders go down on the first straight in his age group. One of them was Louis Kaimap. He's straight back up to his feet. Was catching up with Dad Chris earlier on. Yeah, brand new bike. Had to christen it at some point, Louis. He's back up to his feet though. Shake of the head, he's not happy with that one. Let's hope that he's all right and back for round number 2. The other fallen rider was DC Cycles, Caden Roberts. He's back up as well. Put your hands together for them 2 guys. The winner of that race was JTL Simpson Davies, and that looked like Bradley Davison in the 2 spots. Race 9 up on the gate. Barnes, Robbins, Hall, Albert, Friend, True, Graham and Harridine. Had another birthday shout out for yesterday. I do apologise, Lucan BMX Club. I totally forgot about it. John O'Reilly, Lucan BMX Club's chairman over in Ireland. It's his birthday yesterday, so a massive happy birthday to John. And if you've got any other birthday shout outs, make sure you get either me or Rich on social media. The more recognisable name is a BMX commentator. So if you're looking to give a birthday shout out to us on Instagram at BMX commentator, send them over to Rich and he crams them in anywhere he can. As we look at race number 9 on track, Colby Hoare out front going 1 and 2 with John O'Harradine. Doing it for the ladies in there in that 2 spot and MK Evolution. That is a SAS race team. Aidan True in there at about 3. He's under pressure though from Lewis Barnes. No Logo Racing Academies in there in that 4 spot as they bring it across the stripe. Thomas Duran leads out race number 10 through that 3rd straight. He's got Jake Hart right there with him on his outside into turn number 3. That looked like Zachary Tier going well in that top 3 spot as they head down the final straight. Mixed Picks race team in the mix as well. Looking like that could have been Oakley Hooper out of Decoy BMX Club. Moto 1365 out on track. Got to be Thomas Millar going 1 and 2 with Zach Chapman as they go in and out of turn 2. Who's in there in 3? Got to be Finton Coburn repping the Colombian jersey. Looks like one of the Bradford Bandits in there as well. Jack LaBrasse. He's picking up that top 4 spot. Chapman, though, chasing Millar down this final straight. Millar's going to hang on to the first Moto win of the day. Chapman with a solid 2nd place. On to the 30-39 crew. Jack Hudson leads it out. He was leading out the final yesterday as well. It got a bit busy in turn 2, though. That's Daniel Popel working his way around the outside. He's your new race leader. Got to be Jamie Webb in there in 3. The 9 plate in the mix as well. That is Agriz Aladzans out of Bournemouth. He's picking up that top 4 spot as they bring it down that final straight, but Popel, he's going to be your race winner. More 30-39 cruisers. Lillingston out front in this one. The original Tom Palmer moving his way up the inside. Didn't quite make it happen though. Came up short into turn 2. So Lillingston out front looking comfortable. It's Martin Smiley Brown in there in that 4 spot. Chilling his way through that 3rd straight. What else would Smiley be doing in the first moto of the day? Riding for Smiley's Flight Club and Squash and Pop Clothing. We've got no B73 this weekend. I've just realised.
He's gone on his holiday, Annie.
Yeah, he's Is it his 30th wedding anniversary?
Something like that, yeah.
So,
Manchester, Barley, which one are you going to pick?
Obviously Manchester.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What are you thinking, Dave? What are you doing?
Oh, come on, Dave. Where are you? No, happy anniversary, Dave, to you and your lovely wife. We hope you're enjoying your time out for your holiday. As Matthew Eaton heads down that final straight, BRE Racing, he's going to pick up the moto win in race number 14. 40 to 44 cruisers, Swales, Odling, Coltman, Walsh, McCoy and Mears. It is the King of Rimmers, Kingsley Mears, out front. Your national champion from last year, yesterday's winner. 3 wins on the bounce now. I think it could be a couple more than that, but took the double at Scotland. He'll be wanting to do the same this weekend as Army Cycling Union's Tom Odling takes the 2nd spot across the line. 45-49 cruisers, Jackson, Duff, Elkindy, Mead, Stark and Merrin. Kev Merrin in this one, and they're in about 3rd at the moment. It is Damien Mead though, leading it through. Stay strong, Clark and Kent, bringing it through that 3rd straight. Who's in there with him and looking like the 8X on the plate? That is Graham Stark, Team Air, Andover and Kebab House Racing Team. He's in there inside that top 2 spot. Who's picking up the 4? Another Kebab House jersey. I think that could have been Philip Duff on the 716. Bringing it across the stripe. Fraser Watson on track. Race 17. Your European number 7, BMX Widow Photography. Norbert Marco in there in that 2 spot, doing it for DC Cycles. Matt Barnard, your British champ, in the mix as well, inside the top 3. Who's in there in 4? Looking like we have got one of the Bradford crew, that is Big Nige Smith. He's going to take that top 4 spot with Simon Toogood in 5, 45-49, still on track. Race 18, that looks like it could be Dave Stokes. Evolved Bicycle Motocross, they had a great day yesterday, Evolved. They were flying all day, having a great weekend.
Yeah.
One of them showing us up here, you're right, mate. But that's going to be the 777 of Neil Harbour, taking this one into the final turn, in and out he goes. Sorted race gear, Stokes in there in 2, with Braintree BMX, Lee Pembroke in there in 3.
Right, 50-54 cruiser on track right now. Jamie McFarlane's in this one. Pete Butler out of sorted race gear in that 2. Kev Sykes out front. That's Julian Turnbar Allen in 3. Cotty going through in 4. That'll be, I think, Mr. Notman in 5. And we've also got Tim Drew and Craig Bryan in there as well, but they're all chasing Sykes to the line. Race 20. Porter, Hassel, Knight, Chalkos, Walsh, Elliott and Howell. Stevie Hassel aboard that Mongoose. Looking good, heading down that 3rd straight. Got Brett Knight chasing him. That's Tim Porter in 3. With the 017 getting involved, that is Dominic Elliott out of Brixton BMX Club. Working his way up into 3rd, Chalkos in 5. Chris Howell and Graham Walsh as well. Race 21, Rich Ellis, Duncan Coburn, Brett Archibald, Darren O'Brien, John Bentley, Gary Carver, and Ian Robbins out of Andover. And it is the Kevin Bacon of BMX, Darren O'Brien taking it to the line. Carver's going to roll in for the 3, with Benters in 4. Race 22, 55 plus cruiser, the McRock out front, Raymond Reed. The fastest man in steps. Keith Brown, Simon Watson, Brent Featherstone in there as well. Stevie Noble, the Christophe Levesque of the Northeast in the mix. But the McRock is going to take it to the line. And Featherstone in 2. Stupple, Charlesworth, Goff, Knowles, Keach and Shale. Big Mick out there in front. That'll be Billy Stupple. Doing it for BMX Beats. He's there in that 2nd spot. Bernie Shale in 3, Dave Knowles in 4. Charlesworth in 5. Good to see Stevie Keach back on track in 6. As the speeds ramp up with 17 to 29 cruiser. Daly, Sparrow, Mowat, Manzi, Putland, Large and Blythe. It is the 2 DC boys, 1 and 2 at the minute. Connor Blythe, Luca Manzi. Luca on the 9, Connor on the 7. They're going to cruise down towards the line. Jack Mowat's going to pick up that 3, I think, with Callum Daly right there next to him. Race 25. Jack Wiggins out in front. Connor Hedges chasing him down. Connor looking good in 2. Theo Pope in there as well, doing it for Moto 1365. Sam Perry Ogden in there in that 5th spot, chasing down Zach Green. And we've got Tyler Chadwick and Jack Needham in there too. Race 26. Alex Brooks, Rab Racing. Out front, Ned Penny's having a look round, see where the competition is. Matt McHugh right behind him. Along with Daniel Wilson, Niall Moss doing it for Fast Signatures. And who else we got in there? Jake Thompson out of Redditch. Race 27 heading down the hill. Davis Hayes, Brown, Henderson, Goodfellow, Rendell, Todd, Hill, O'Brien and George. Rocky out front. That'll be Luke Davis Hayes out of mid-lanks in 2. Elbow's been thrown for that 3rd spot. Kyle Hill holding on to it. Having the battle. Max Henderson, Goodfellow getting in on the inside in that final corner. Zach Rendell Todd in there as well. Wearing the Jump Club jersey. And Bradley George doing it for Urban Air. Race 28. Walker, Fletcher, Kate, Seaman, Esselmont, Wallbridge and Ben Weiss. Ben in there in 4. Arne Esselmont in there in that 3rd spot. Looks like Moto 1365, so Lewis Fletcher in and out the corner. Ash Walker doing it for CGR. Joshua Cates of Braintree in that 2nd spot. Esselmont in 3. Race 29. Cruiser ladies, 21 years old, all of them. Sharp, Pendleton, Batsford, Nichols, Burston, Albert, Chalice and Harding. SJN firing up the DeLorean, taking it back to 1986. In Walney, Pendleton in 3. Teresa Chalice in 4. That's Kim Batsford in there in 2. Cassie Harding in 5. Josephine Burston in 6. Tracy Sharp in 7. And Claire Albert in 8. More cruiser ladies. Michelle Stupple out front. Sav Carver in 2. Nikki Sitch in there in 3. Anisha Ziwa in 4. Kirsty Freer always smiling in 5. Got Fawn Clements, Lisa Tarlin and Grace Turner as well. It's going to be Stupple and Carver going 1 and 2. Nikki Sitch in there in 3. As we move on to race 31, 17 to 29. Female cruiser. We see the return of Josie McFall. Not like she ever went away. But she's in there in 1, in 2 even. Chasing down Hannah Drew from Pro Star. Amy Willett's in there in 3. That's Kira Lee in 4. If you haven't listened to her dad's interview on the BMX Commentator podcast, highly recommend you give it a listen. Hopefully I'll see John today for a catch-up. Just a little momentary pause while we get the track swept. Turn number 1. Mrs. Blevs doing a grand job down there with the brush. Should get Ross in to do that, really. Race 32, Trinity Cam, Lily Chaziwa, Chloe Tompkins in this one. Alice Taylor, Hannah Hedges, Olivia Firth and Elsa Rendell Todd out of Stay Strong, leading it in and out of turn number 1. That's Lily Chaziwa chasing her. Olivia's in 3, Taylor Lee Moen in 4. But it's Elsa, that's European 1. Taking it in and out of the final corner, going to cruise to the win, quite literally. Chaziwa, Firth and Moen, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Race 33, Isla Radcliffe in 2, battling away. Cody Harmer, Grace Burge, BB Alderton and Isla Young out of DC Cycles. Big battle going on for that 2 spot. Absolute Bicycle Motocross leading it out though. Cody Harmer into the turn, BB Alderton Isla Radcliffe and Isla Young in that order. Race 34, Cadman Carpenter, Alison Mc. Somebody's been very honest and just handed in some money, some actual physical cash to me. So if you've suddenly patted your pocket, realised you've lost an amount of cash, come and see us. We will do the honest thing and return it to its owner. I don't know you're going to prove that it's your cash and how much it is, but if you think I've lost an amount of cash and you can identify that amount of cash with us, then we could give it you back. Anyway,
we will be able to tell if you're guessing as well, by the way.
We know if you're guessing because we know how much money we've got. And we're not going to spend it on Haribo or anything else. Right, 6 and unders. Anyway, here we go. Where are we up to? We've missed one more, so sorry, guys. Charlie Thorne, Benji Ross Foster, Ionis Chalkos, Lewin Chimera, Shelby Yates. Good to see Shelby back on track. Benny's up to about 1 million YouTube subscribers now. He's our little social media icon. Henry Dodd's in there for mid-lanks as well. Whoop, whoop, Henry. Good lad. So that was race 36. Oh, Shelby's lost a pedal. Let's hope he's all right. He is. He's fine. So anyway, Moto 37, Lewis.
7-year-old girls out on track. Hattie McGoldrick, Tia Worthington, Abigail Henning, Isabella Bowler, Jagger Hines, Maggie Devine, Orla Jewis and Mabel Pine, all heading into and back out of that first corner. It is going to be a British champion, Mabel Pine, leading this one out. Who's in there with a sorted race gears? Maggie Devine picking up that 2 spot. Under pressure, though, from Orla Jewis as they go into turn number 2. That looks like Exeter in there as well. Sorry, no, that's Abigail Henning in there at about 4 at the moment. Who's picking up 5? That's Hattie McGoldrick. Evolved Bicycle Motocross bringing it on through the front 5, running away with it. Who's in 6? Got to be Tia Worthington with the USA representing in there as well. That's Jagger Hines, Adam Runnymede, and of course Isabella Bowler in there in 8. But your race winner is going to be your British champion, Mabel Pine. Second rack of the 7-year-old girls. 7 riders in this one. That is, I think that might be Matilda Hewitt out front. Or have I got that wrong? Heading into that, in and back out of that second corner, we've got Henry, Dixon, Wyatt, Moore, Rees, Hewitt, and Brentnell. It is the 184 leading this out. Of course, it's Matilda Hewitt. Can't believe I didn't recognise her. The 938 in there in that 2 spots. That is Flick Brentnell, Adam Nuneaton. So them 2 little ladies going 1 and 2. Battle on down this final straight. Who's picking it up as they come on round? Exeter's Susie Wyatt putting in a shift. She's going to go from 4 to 3 and pick up that 3rd spot on the line. Who's in there for 4? That was Millie Moore out of Mongoose Factory. 7-year-old boys on track then. Looking like we've got Exeter out front. Joseph Claydon, your British champ, bringing it into the final turn. Rapid Roman Birdfield's in there with him. Finley Thomas, GT Factory, in there in about 3 at the minute, but he's having the stick put on him down this final straight. That's Arlo Hatch doing it for Rusty Nut Racing and Burnham. Bringing it down to the stripe. Who's in there for that 4 spot? The 5, sorry, that's going to be Frankie Jones out of LCC Race Team. More 7-year-old action in race number 40. Hot Shot leading this one out. Rudy Pleasance-Ford bringing it into that final turn. That looks like Atlas Lewis Field going 2 and 3 with a sorted race gears. Oscar Rather Fast Rutherford in and out of that final turn. He's going to pick up those top 3 down the final straight. Logan Aceto, I think that is. Yes, it is. Moto 1365 in there in 4 7-year-old boys. 3rd rack of these guys. These are going semi-final racing later on today as they enter turn number 2. That looks like Albie Blight on the 700 plate in there in that 2 spot. Took a crash yesterday. but he's up there into that 2 spot at the moment. He's looking up the inside as well of the 3-3-4 into that final turn. Charlie Crossley, in and out they go. Crossley hangs onto it. Blythe then under pressure from the 2-8-4 of Finley Kerr out of Runnymede. But here comes a Blackpool rider, Oscar Granger, putting in a shift of his own, and I think he might have just gone from 4th to 2nd down that last straight. What a final straight that was from Oscar. Flying down that final straight as we move on to the 8-year-old girls. Your British champ, Phoebe Millar. Moto 1365 Racing, heading into that final turn. Maisie Dyson in 2 and 3 with Ella Grant. Sorry, I think that might be Lauren Snell in there in that 3 spot, doing it for mixed picks. No, sorry, that is Ella. Ella's in there in that 3 spot. Who's under pressure in the 4? Here comes the Gosport National Race Team. That was Megan Keller. I think she might have nicked the 4 spot on the line from Ellie Robertson out of the Centurions Massive. They've been a bit quiet so far this weekend, the Centurions. Let's see if they can perk up a bit. They're over on that last turn. That might be them shouting now, actually. As we move on to the 8-year-old boys. Down the final straight, Ethan the Great White putting in a shift. Who's that is pushing to the line? I think that could have been Callum Wood. Taking that moto win with Christian Garbachik rounding out them top 3 spots. Race 44, Perebny, Tucker, Me, Hatch, Zapanos and North. It is Antek Perebny a lead in this one through on the 034 plate. Birmingham NRT, Alistair North, Dominic Zapanos, 2 and 3. A couple of riders hit the deck in the next race. 4 of them getting swallowed up just before that first jump. As Elliot Hatch rounds out the top 4 in race 44. Oh, I think it was just 2 of them actually. Who were the fallen riders? Let's have a quick look. Yeah, Tommy Weston was one of the fallen riders, and the other one was that was Nathan Franklin. He's back up to his feet, finishing his lap. As the LCC rider, Oakley Hill, comes past us around that final turn. He's going to pick up this moto win by the looks of it. Seb Perry, Nuneaton's finest, in there in that 2 spot. Being chased down the final straight by Oscar Marco out of DC Cycles. The Centurions have Carter Kennedy in 4th. Put your hands together then, ladies and gents, for Tommy Weston and Nathan Franklin. More 8-year-olds out on track then. British champ alert. That's got to be Henry Sullivan. 99% sure he's not dropped a lap yet this year. He's been on fire all season long. And he's out front once again today in his first moto of the day for Crucial Racing. Them guys are over on the first straight and also in the traders area. Joined by Sorted Race Gear, Pure Bikes. That looks like DC Cycles are in there as well. So make sure you go and say hi to all of our traders. And spend some cash as well. It all comes back into the sport some way or another. So it's going to be Henry Sullivan picking up that moto win in race number 46, 47 into turn number 2. Couple of riders down on the first straight. One of them out of Brixton, that was Vernell Challenger. He's back up, he's on the floor actually. Looks like Jake Avis leading it out though, going at 1 and 2 with Leo Brits. One of the fallen riders back up to his feet. He's going to finish his lap. That was the 342 of Xavier Darley. The other fallen rider was Arthur Mason. He's walking away. I think he might have a mechanical issue, so he's not able to finish his lap. Just going to make sure that Vernal's all right over on the first straight. We're going to get the raffle drawn later on as well. I saw all of the Manchester BMX Club crew over in the container earlier. Vernal's back up to his feet. Put your hands together for him. So yeah, later on we're going to find out who wins that coveted gold ticket that gets you free automatic entry to all of the Racing Under the Roof rounds later on this winter. That'll be interesting. Have you got your tickets? Did you get your tickets? You have to bear with us, these mics are a little bit slow sometimes.
Yes, I've got my tickets.
He's got his tickets. He wants free entry. He don't want to be fast his fingers first.
I know.
He was getting bored of it last season. As the 9-year-old girls take to that second corner. Yesterday's winner, Betty Wills. Pretty sure she won herself a whole shot award as well.
She did.
The European number 4. She's going to lead this one out for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Heading into that final corner, looking like we've got Manchester's finest, Molly Tomlinson. She's in there in that 2 spot, being chased down by Rosie Geddes. Out of the Centurions Massive, rounding out the top 3 with Gosport's Cora Cross in 4. Race 49 on the track, more 9-year-old girls. Your world number 7, Holly Bishop, leads this one out, going 1 and 2 with Maya Konatage. Had the fortune of catching up with her dad yesterday, talking to me about her and her brother. The Danish, they've over here from Denmark, racing our national series. So well done to Maya and Daniel, putting in a great shift. Represented Denmark very well.
Right, the 3 young riders who just crashed on the first straight. I think in the 8-year-old boys or the 9-year-old boys. Who was in that?
8. It was the 8-year-old boys. It was Vernon Challenger.
One of them's lost a transponder cap. So those 3 riders who went down in that crash, one of you has lost a transponder cap. It's up here with us at commentary. If you check, if you've lost it, come and see us. You can have your transponder cap back.
9-year-old boys, we missed the last one. That was Charlie Dawson, I think, picking up the moto win. Derby BMX Club, though, leading out race number 51 in the very familiar figure of Seth Kacharik. Out of that final turn, he's going to wrap this one up down the final straight. That looks like we could have Joseph Dewis in there in that 2 spot for fast signatures with CGR's Ollie Bird in 3. Right, we are taking a look at Green Machine Tribe. Arthur Donaldson out front, looking good in race 52. Who's in there with him, picking up that 2 spot? That's Team Aaron Andover's Oakley Lewis Field. He's coming on through with Birmingham Bruntwood NRT. That's Leo Ingham in there in 3. Putting in a shift in these corners yesterday in one of his knockout rounds. He's working his way through in that 3rd spot at the moment. Who's in there in 4? Looking like we could have Jackson Chapman Davies. He's going to round out them top 4 spots as they bring it across the stripe. That looks like it could be Thomas Giles out of the northeast in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Jack Kitching. Oh, they're going elbow bashing in and out of that 2nd corner. Elbows as sharp as a pineapple in and out of that 2nd turn as he came out then. Don't ask, honestly, don't ask. Thomas Giles having a scrap down that final straight. Who's that with? Ethan Shaw, your British champ, going to go through in that 2 spots.
Sharp as a pineapple.
There was a reason behind it. There was a reason behind it.
Musings of a philosopher.
Oh, dearie me.
Dear me.
About as much waffle as a Belgian breakfast. Right, we are looking at Rexford.
Tell you what, you're on it this morning,
today.
Lewis.
Yeah, this is brilliant.
You are on it.
Rexford, race number 54. 9-year-old boys. I'm going to hand you over to Rich. Race 55.
Race 55. Oh, Hugo Ballantyne, Eric Kincaid out of Belfast BMX Club. I think 55 are gone. Those are the girls, female 10-year-olds. So busy waffling on about pineapples and Belgian breakfasts, we missed them also. Anyway, Maisie Egan out in front. Izzy Dolan's in there as well for the Brunty Massive. The 412. That belongs to Jamie Puddock out of Exeter. Isla Milne in there as well for Norwich, but it's Maisie Egan taking it to the line. Race 57, Grace Hudak doing it for Moto 1. Got Ada Walding in there as well. Or have we mixed it up? Have we gone back to the boys here? That's why we weren't behind. Because Mr. Ballantyne's in that one. Look, he's there in that 2nd spot. Eric Kincaid, Belfast City BMX Club. Love that jersey. He's in there in that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the minute. Brunty in there in 6, and the Centurions in 7. Now, we can move back to Grace Hudak, out in front in race 57. Ada Walding in there in 3. Doing it for Nuneaton, the Nunny Massive. The 6, that belongs to Mia Kiss. India Bennett in there on the 571, just passing us. Going into the final turn, we got Ophelia Shepherd and Erin Toogood as well. Race 58, Lucas Tuwalde in there in that 3 spot at the minute. We've got Rex Beasley in there. Had a good chat with Dad this morning. Always good to catch up with Scott, Finley Palmer, Teddy Jones. Doing it for the LCC National Race Team. Jumping into that final turn. 21 of Finley Palmer doing it for Team Mind. We've got Isaac Moore in there and Murray Watson taking the win. Race 59. Joshua Coates, Isaac Jones, Wilson Eaton, Clayton Southart, my mate Ronnie Wood, the Lang Shark. Hoping for a better day than yesterday. He's in there in 2. Harvey Simpson, Hugo Dayton out in front. And Oscar Hall doing it for Manchester. That is race 59, race 60 heading down the hill. There's Dayton and Wood. They sound like a comedy duo having a battle to the stripe. Race 60, Bradley, O'Connell, Hemphill, Henning, Snell, Duffy, Munro and Grandins. Connor, the Hitman Hemphill in 1, Finley Munro in 2. Rusty Nut Racing, Leo Bradley going through in 3. That's young Tom Henning in there in 4. Well done, Tom, pushing hard, mate. Good to see it. As we move on to race 61. No Benny Jackson in this one. He's decided to have the day off.
So he did his shoulder here last year.
So, yeah, no Benny Jackson. But we have got Joey Tompkins, Ronnie Walworth, Carlos Steinmetz, Edward Cordery, Sebastian Hewitt. Well done, boys. Race 62, Robertson, Gray, Harvey, Richies, Orland, Walsh and Anderson. Jacob Anderson doing it for Absolutes. Out in front, Oliver Richies in there in 2. I'm assuming Mum's still watching the live stream. Good morning, Mrs. Richies. How are you? Freddie Ray Orland in there in 3. Ted Harvey going through in 4. Jamie Robertson rounding out the top 5. Race 63, Paul Morris, Jack Swales, Otto Parr, Ollie Thorne, Kylan Gordon, Ernie Cotton de Cesaris and Preston Newmarch Powell. Preston in 1, that's Kylan Gordon in 2. The 42, that belongs to Ollie Thorne out of Mixed Picks BMX team. Who's going to pick up that 3? Looks like Otto Parr out of Team Mind. Just squeaking it on the line. Race 64. Seren Pritchard out in front. Where is Lainey Cording? She's in there in 3. Chasing down Poppy May Kirby. Eliza Powell in there in 4. There's a big battle going on for 5. Including Paige Cathcart Cunnison and Caitlin Bird. But it is Seren Pritchard taking the win as race 65, led by Grace Gerard out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Harvey Fawcett out of Hard Knocks took a big crash yesterday in the final. He's still being looked after in hospital at the moment. We wish him all the best. Get well soon, Harvey. Freya Harris, Evie Dyson, Penny Blackburn, Millie Ross, Sadie McSwitty and Ocean Headley. Race 66, Lucy Stevenson in there in 2. Chasing down Elizabeth Lola Poole, who's in there in 1. That looks like Lottie Mosley going through in 3. Cumbernaulds Holly Hume in 4. Lily Mae Gould in there in 5. With the 215 going through, that is Eliza Walsh out of the MK Evolution. Moving on. Race 67, Iris Hyder. Pure Bicycles. Battling away with Lauren Keller. Absolute's Elsie Blight in there in 3 with Olivia Webb in 4. Didn't quite pick up the rider in 5. I've got a feeling that might have been. Oh, I'm not sure. Elizabeth Graham, possibly. And Winnie Andrews was in there as well. Race 68, Louis Swales, Callum Goostrey, Billy Cheeseman, Leon Waits, Jasper Kimber, Harry Swales, Louis Cheffy, and Adrian Galitis. Adrian made his final yesterday, rode really well. He's out there in front. That's Louis Cheffy in there in 2. As we crack on, Marcus Mullen in that second position in Moto 69. That'll be Absolute's Archie Crocker-White out in front. Everly in there in 3. That looks like Gosport National Race Team's Jet Thompson going through in 4. Max Bojang doing it for Brixton and Moses, Dennis Hessel and Finley Shaw. Race 70. Jack Devine out in front. Got Jacob Aston in this one for Midlands as well. Pushing hard. Charlie Cotton, Noah Bagwell, Niall Kindy. Devine leading it into the corner. Theo Davis, Albert Aliedzans, and Thomas Allen. But it's going to be Devine taking it to the line. Moto 71. Simon Stefanovs, Ronnie Payne, Henry Sausage Legs Ballantyne. Don't worry, his parents do know about that nickname. Noah Ford, Itai Jamira, Emil Challenger and Huey Hall. all getting involved. The 16 is Huey Hall. As we move on to race 72, Joe Ruck battling away. Isaac Smith in there. Hakeem Brazier, Max Livingston, Dawson Scott and Harrison Doe. But it is Isaac the Sender Smith leading that moto into the final turn. Oh, Joe Ruck got it all wrong as they went towards the final corner. Isaac Smith taking it to the line. Tell you what, he's got some speed on him today. Anyone would think he had a young lady to impress. Do you know what I mean? But that's another story for another day. We won't throw him under the bus just yet. Right, Sam's probably laughing right now, going, I can't believe you said that, Rich. But there we go. And Sam's mum will be on the phone immediately going, what's he talking about? So, yeah, race 73. Bram Heaver, Leo Rowlands. Or have I missed that one? I might have missed it, actually. Archie Bell, yeah, race 74. What was that? Is that it? Yeah. There you go, sir. Thank you very much. Right, the money's been returned to its rightful owner.
And he didn't guess how much. He knew straight off the bat. It definitely is.
Right, I don't know where we're up to now. Race 70-something. Right, Ruby Warren, I think, out in front. Yeah, Moto 76. Allegra True in there as well. Amara Fife, Alika Robinson, Martha Cottam, and Esme Ward. That's Moto 76. Ruby's going to take the win in that one. Looks like Martha's going to pick up the 2. We had a couple of fallers. Allegra True was one of them. And Esme Ward. Let's hope the girls are okay. Right, I had a message through to say that Birmingham National parking and Friday practice sales close on the 4th of July at midday. So if you want to book parking or Friday practice for the Birmingham National, it closes Thursday the 4th of July at midday. Thank you very much. We had a little issue yesterday just because when he said on the 32. Those girls are okay. I think Esme is taking the brunt of it. Right, Moto 77 heading down the hill. Granger, Surtees, O'Connell, Tucker, Kiss and Cyrus heading into that first turn. Here we go. Dakota in there in 2, that's Naira O'Connell in 3. Millie Granger in there in about 5 at the minute as they go in and out of that second turn. Mia Kiss out in front, so Emma Kiss, sorry, out of Braintree. Dakota looking good in the 2. Who's got that 4 spot? That is the 11 of Nora Cyrus. We will be doing some stuff for BMX Race Hub later on, myself and Lewis. So Kiss takes it, Tucker in there in 2. Yeah, our usual inside line. Race 78. For someone who's sharp as a pineapple, you didn't catch on very quick then, did you, Lewis?
I wasn't, not as sharp as a pineapple, that's not me.
That's true.
As much
Race
waffle as a
78.
Belgian breakfast.
Lewis Bojang, Max Cooper, Oliver Arnold, Harry Donald, Ethan Rogers, Hayden Cartwright and Jack Perkins. Jack took a tumble yesterday, but he's looking good in this moto. He's in there in second behind Harry. Is it? Oh, Jack's not racing, is he not? Right, okay. That's fine. So it's going to be Harry and Ethan going 1 and 2. Oliver Arnold in there in 3. Race 79, Lewis.
12-year-old boys out on track. That looks like Charlie Wilcox on the inside, but the whole shot looking like that's going to go to the A plate into the turn. Thomas Honeywell out of Green Machine. Who's there with him? It's still Wilcox picking it up. Mark Torzidlow's in there at about 3 at the minute, but there's a couple of riders queuing up behind him into the turn. Max Vash trying to work his way around the outside, doing it the hard way, but he's just got was shoved wide, so he's in there at about 7 at the minute. That looks like the 20 of Josh Jepson now occupying that 4th spot. Here comes the other Green Machine rider, Oakley Holloway. He's in there in about 5 at the minute, heading down the final straight. Vass coming back at them though, looking like he might pick up a top 5 finish as they take it across the stripe. Hunter Mallion in this one on the inside into turn 2. That looks like the Ipswich rider Harley Steele in there in about 3 at the minute. Couple of riders round him though as he head towards turn number 3. That's the 12 plate in the mix. Got to be Sully Collis out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross in about 4 as he head down the final straight. Smiley Sprite Club though leading the race down the final straight. That's looking like it could be Charlie Craig picking it up across the line. Ethan Howell out on track. He's going 1 and 3 with one of his mates. That's Max McNulty in there in that 3 spot at the minute, doing it for Team Bunny. So Creation Cycles leading it from Hot Shot into that final turn. Ethan Crooks Martin in there in that 2 spot down the final straight. The front 3 riders getting a bit of a gap. Howell's going to take the moto win. Race 82, James Miller leads this one out for GT Factory. The new Tom Palmer in there in that 2 spot. He's got the Brunsey Massive in there with him. Henry Potts in there in that 3 spot. Peckham BMX going well in 4. That is Ben's T-Ball Kiss on the 30 plate, heading down the final straight, but it's all about Miller in race number 82 from start to finish. He's going to pick that one up. Right, 13-year-old girls, Isabella Rowe. This was one of the whole shot classes from yesterday. It got tight in the first corner for that whole shot award. Not sure who got it. But the national number 3 from last year, Isabella Rowe, out of Sorted Race Gear, leading out this one. Jalana Patel in there in that 2 spot, under a bit of pressure from Lexi Cairns. Allen's Factory Supercross, she's in there in that 3 spot, bringing it down to the line. Rin Gianolino in there in that 2 spot in the next moto. It is led out by Moto 1365. That is Katie Millar on the 2 plates. Looks like we've got Libby Copping in the mix as well in there in 3, under a bit of pressure from the 4 plate of Sedona Cleve. Repping Crew 19 is to bring it down to the final turn and in and out the go. Maddie the Baddie Dixon in there in 5 with Anastasia Muhar in at 6. 13-year-old boys on a track. Your world number 7 out front. Little Cotty leading this one through. Rab Racing. Newton Hindley in there in that 2 spot, the 35 in 3. That is Adam Stevenson out of Barnsbury. Looking like we've got a rider out of Peterborough. That is Caden Thompson. He's in there in that 4 spot, being put under pressure as they bring it down the final straight. Thompson just about going to hang on to that top 4 finish. GC Cycles out on track. Elvis Lawrence leads this one away into turn number 2. Looking like we've got Pro Star BMX in there as well. That's Freddie Parkinson racing up an age group. He's in there in 4 at the minute. Here comes the 11 of Shaw up the inside, trying to make it stick, and I think he might have made it happen. Isaac Shaw then moves his way from 3 to 2. Who's that in there in 3? Looking like that could be LVG National Race Team's Noah Buttery. Logan Young on track in that 2 spot in race number 87. Brody Geddes is in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Looking like that could be think that might have been Edward Miller maybe, on the 63. It is a 63. That's Riley Schimmel. So it's Schimmel picking up that 4 spot, but leading it down the final straight. That's going to be Edward Miller. So Miller's going to take your moto win with DC Cycles in there in that 2 spot with Young. Race 88 on track. Toby Lynch in this one. He's in about 5 at the minute. This one's absolutely stacked as he come out of turn 2. Tyres, Millington, Cranston, Richardson, Lynch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In and out of that final turn, but it's going to be Tyres picking up that moto win. Race 89 out on track. Rayford's on the inside of Notman into turn number 1. It's getting busy. This one's absolutely stacked. Here comes Daniel Collazage. He's in there in about 5 at the minute. On the outside as they head into turn number 2. Eames is in there in 4. Rayford, Notman, Richards, Eames. That's your top 4 as they exit turn number 2. Collazage, Alonso in there as well. That looks like wall work in the mix as they bring it into the final corner. In and out they go, the Titans in 8, heading down the final straight. It is going to be Rayford, Richards making his push down to the line. Eames is going to hang on to that top 4 finish. Richards, Notman in 2 and 3. Race 90 on track. Cooper Westwood in this one. Where's his dad? His dad's somewhere. He's always over there. That's where he is. I'm expecting a beer from you at Birmingham. Don't forget about that. It's going to be Smiley's Flight Club, though, going 1 and 2. Hamilton and Bailey. As we move on to race number 91, into that second corner, looking like absolutely this one out. Ned Guppy looking good at the minute. He's got Milo Weller in that 2 spot. He's having a cracking weekend, is Milo. Absolutely flying. As Crank BMX coaching, William Knowles. Congratulations, by the way, to their TM. Tyler Chadwick, he's heading to university later on this year, so well done to you. Hope you enjoy your beer tonight after a long weekend's work. As we look at race 92 on track. Thomas Westmore's in this one in that 2 spot, chasing down the 30 plate of Heath Osborne. In and out of that final turn, that looks like, I didn't quite pick up that plate. I think that might have been the 53 of Thomas Veruti out of Peckham in the 4 spots. Taking it down to the strike, 14-year-old girls. Amelia Reveley looking like she's up and okay after her crash yesterday. Riding for Mabo UK. Your European number 5, going 1 and 2 with the European number 4. That is Lottie Brown, yesterday's winner. These two having a good old scrap down the first straight yesterday. Ailey Watson was one of the other riders involved. She's in the lead in the next moto as they head into that first corner. Riding for BMX Widow Photography. Don't forget about our photographers as well. They all put in a massive shift during these national weekends, taking all of your fancy photos for you to post online. I'm pretty sure they all go up on Roots and Rain after the race weekend. Mr. Cope. No worries. So make sure you head over to Roots and Rain after the race weekend. They do offer photo deals as well, a lot of them. I know Suzanne of BMX Widow is one of them that definitely does that. I'm not sure about everyone else. But make sure you are keeping an eye out on what them guys do on Roots and Rain, and make sure to tag them in the photos that you use. They do put in a lot of work, as well our BMX Race Hub. If anyone is using any videos from BMX Race Hub, it would be massively appreciated if you gave them a tag on social media. Don't forget, a lot of these guys are putting in a lot of time and effort, giving up their weekends to be here, standing up here next to me and Rich, recording all weekend long. So thank you very much to the BMX Race Hub. It is a massive thing that we've got in the sport at the minute, all the photographers and obviously the live streaming. Don't forget to let your family members and your friends know back home to watch the racing on the BMX Race Hub. Looks like we lost a rider in that one. I am about 4 races behind, so give me a couple of minutes to get back into the groove. And of course, don't forget the only way to watch the Race Hub is via YouTube on their YouTube channel, the BMX Race Hub. And of course, there's always links flying around, but make sure they are a reputable link. Don't follow any links that don't look normal, or unless they're not shared by a friend. Right, next up, 14-year-olds, still out on track. Got to be Kai Bowen, yesterday's winner. He's been flying all season long. He's going to lead it out of turn number 1. Let's have a look. Where are we? Right, race number 97, this one is. That is Oliver James in there in that 2 spot, chasing him on through. MCR in the mix as well. That's Isaac Caulfield in about 5. His teammate in there in 3. That could be Ewan Beat. Yes, it is. Take Kitson in there as well. He's inside the top 4. Chasing Beat out of that final turn. Here comes Kitson. Has he got enough left in the tank as they bring it to the stripe? It's going to be Beat hanging on to that top 3 spots. Eric McSwitty out on track. Logan Widdowson. His dad's here today. He wasn't here yesterday, but he's watching on somewhere from the sidelines. I'm not sure where. I'll find him later on. Oh, he's there on the first turn. Mega moustache, that is. Looking scrumptious, Kirk. Okay, race 183. Oh, okay, right. Okay, I'm with you. Yeah, okay, Simon, no worries. That was Logan picking up that 2 spot on the line. Race number 99 out on track. Luke Wilcox leads this one out. Who's that in there with him? It is the 21 plate of Louis Avery heading into that final turn. Elijah Jamiro racing up an age group, putting in a shift. Picks up an 8 final in this age group, incumbent old. Looks like he's going to pick up a 2 spot on the line in that moto as well. Race 100 out on track. Heath Thomas, last year's national champion, going 1 and 2 with Rab Racing's Lucas Seeley, national number 5 from last year. Crank BMX coaching in the mix as well. That is Ocean Parr. Bringing it on through that 3rd straight. Looks like we've got the 20 plate of Freddie Franklin rusting up racing. Inside the top 4 is the exit, turn number 3. But it's all about Pro Star BMX. Up on this first turn. He's going to pick up that race win. Next up, race 101. Out on track, looking like Birmingham National Race Team. Leading this one through, Emmy Seawood. In there in that 2 spot, doing it for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching Team. But he's in there as well. That's Finley Cranage in 5, chasing down the rider in there in 4. Looking like that could be the 858 plate. Dylan Powell out of Nuneaton. He's in there in that 4 spot. Looking for a way round. Riley Binney as the exit, turn at number 3. Down the final straight. Your race winner, though, going to be Lucas Osborne. The other Birmingham NRT rider in this age group, Freddie Entwistle, their newest addition. Saw a couple of posts about him being on the team yesterday, so congratulations to Freddie. One of Birmingham's finest. He's bringing this one through the 3rd straight. Nice and smooth. The 15 plate in there with him. That is Eden Boone out of Norwich Flyers and Warren BMX Race Team, who's picking up the 3 spot. Got to be Harvey Tomlinson. Repping that Japanese jersey. He's going to pick that 3 spot up across the line. Next up, 15-year-old girls. This category is absolutely stacked. 3 motos of pure talent. The future is looking bright. As we go in and out of that final turn, Lexi Waits, Annalise Cavan-Cobb to Laurie and Carruthers. That's going to be your front 3 heading to the line. Ruby Moores leads out race 104. That looks like Sophie Elwood, yesterday's winner in that 2 spot, riding out of Crucial Racing. Who's picking up 3? That's got to be Divide Brand, Isla Radcliffe. In and out of turn number 2. The 4 spot occupied by Adele Veruti as they bring it back through the straight and in towards the turn. Looking like we have got Retro Racing in there as well. That is going to be Smiley Maloney on the 15 plate, but your race winner Ruby Moores. Sabina Ashman, she's absolutely flying at the minute. Picked up a podium yesterday, I believe. Heading into turn number 2 under a bit of pressure. There was to go in and out. Looks like the 2 plate of Megan Roy looked up the inside, didn't make it stick. So jumping Jess Marriott. I saw her jump in the triple in yesterday's morning practice. She's in there in that 2 spot at the minute. So absolutely flying Jess. Doing it for BMXHype.com. Rusting up Racing, they're going to pick up that moto win. 15-year-old boys out on track. That looks like Crucial Racing in the mix. Got to be Kemi Cook in there in 3. Chasing down MCR into that 2nd turn and back out again. That is looking like it could be Ollie Cottam, I think it is. As you head for the final turn, but the 11 plate, Ellie Featherstone's BMX coaching. Henry Rayner leads this one out down the final straight, so it's going to be Rayner taking it to the stripe with Cottam and Cook in 2 and 3. That looks like Eli Smith took a win at Cycle Park. He's going to pick up the lead into turn number 2. He's going to 1 and 2 with Mason Lang as he exit that 2nd corner. Team here and Andover in there as well. Kai Blaine on the 24 plate being chased down by the 16 of Joe Penson Vogue riding out of Crank BMX coaching out of the final corner. Rab Racing going to take this moto win with Smith out front. Absolute leading out the next moto. Got to be the 17 of Lucas Webster. He's going 1 and 2 with his teammate Finn Collis on the 21 plate. So it is them 2 guys out front in 1 and 3. And so the 15 of Nathan Baratta makes his move and goes from 3 to 2. He's not done yet either. He's going into the inside on that final turn. He's going to work his way past both absolute riders. So them 2 guys in 2 and 3, but here they come down the final straight. Have they got enough left for Baratta to the line? I think Webster might have just nicked it on the stripe. Race number 109, O'Reilly, Nunn, Dunn, Tia, Doherty, Everly and Russell. It is Everly leading this one out for Mabo UK on the 7 plates. He's chasing that national win. He's come very, very close very recently. He's leading this one out though. He's going to 1 or 2 with GT Factories. Caden Dunn down that final straight. Here comes Dunn though with a late charge to the line. I think Dunn might have just nicked that moto win with Zachary Tia rounding out them podium spots. Race 110, Louis Pinder in this one. Smiley's Flight Club. Looks like Fluent is out front though. Cody Coker. Yes, it is none other than Jack Bailey made an A final yesterday. Rusted up racing. He's in there in that 2 spots. Chasing into that final turn, the 19 plate George Chapman in there in 3, in and out of that final turn. The front 3 guys looking safe. John O'Harradine doing it for the ladies, and MK Evolution in there in 4. Race 111, Samson Townsend in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Birmingham NRT in and out of that second corner. Sean Brown, been very well travelled recently, went out to the Worlds, then headed to the Euro Champs in Verona. So racing really well, Sean. Congratulations to you. He's in there in that 1 spot, being chased down by Townsend in that 2 spots as they bring it down to the line. In and out of turn at number 1 for race 112, Charlie Granger. Looks like he's just had to pull over in that one. I think he's lost his chain. Yes, he has. As a Pro Start leaded out, 2X on the plate, Finn Hoff, Curtis Copeland. Then 2 guys out front looking very, very good down that final straight. That's how they're going to finish. One BMX race team in there as well with Ted Warwick out of Runnymede. Next up on track, Zach Chapman's on the inside. Jump Club though leading it towards the turn. Thomas Millar right there with him. Kendall Millar 1 and 2. In and out they go. Chapman's in there in 3. Looking like we've got Team Air in there as well. That's got to be Tommy Harrelton out of Andover. In and out of turn number 2. The front 3 looking safe, but they've got the 26 in there with them. That is Callum David out of Braintree. Rounding out the top 4 as they head into that final corner. It's all about Kendall though down the final straight. He's going to pick up this moto win with Millar in there behind him. European number 3 out on track, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Junior Dr. Smooth. James Clitheroe, smooth as you like, into that second turn. Got Josh Williams and Zach Twitchin right there with him. Going through in 2 and 3. Here comes Williams, he's not done yet. Looks up the inside, didn't make it happen though. The 45 in there in 4. That is Reese Toole out of MCR, headed down that final straight. Clitheroe going to take that moto win. Next up, on track, race 115. Oh, it's getting busy. Couple of riders hit the deck, 3 of them down. One of them was Donika O'Hagan. One rider's lost his plate. That was the Divide Brown rider. Oscar Peets, let's hope that he's all right. The other fallen rider wants a 204 of William Friend. Let's hope that he's okay. Put your hands together for O'Hagan and Friend, ladies and gents. Looks like Pete's going to get up to his feet as well. All in due course. Well done to them guys. Are all up and going to walk away. Race 116 up on the gate. Duran, McGrail, Stepanovs, Wilmot, Hamling, Jackson, Brook and Thompson. Gate goes down and the 16-year-olds are away. Thomas Durant out of lane number 1 heading for the turn. It looks like we've had Brook come across from the outside. He's just being shuffled back to 3 as Ryo Stepanovs takes over that 2 spot. He was smooth as you like in practice earlier on, and he's putting that into work here in this moto. Looks for a high-low on Durant on the exit of turn 2. Who's that in for? Looking like the 14 plate picking it up. Got to be Sam Hamling out of SAS Race Team. The front 4 charging away with this moto. All rider down on the 3rd straight. Duran under pressure from Stepanovs to the line. Duran going to hang on to it. Fallen rider was out of the Centurions, I think. Cameron McGrail, he's back up to his feet. Put your hands together for Cameron as Finn Phillips leads out the next moto, heading through the 3rd straight. He's got Fawcett in there with him. I'm pretty sure Jaden took a tumble yesterday, quite hard on that 2nd straight, so good to see him back on his bike, putting in a shift down that final straight. He's got Jaden Green in there in that 3 spot with him, being pushed all the way to the line as the Masters hit the track. John Livingston, Matt Bourne into turn number 1. Bourne, yesterday's winner. It was very, very tight on the line. I think it was 0.03 or 0.02 of a second. So 2/100ths of a second between Matt Bourne and Scott Beaumont in the final yesterday, so that was nice and tight. Some great Masters racing all day yesterday. Lillingston, your British champ, leads it out though. In and out of that final turn. Bourne throws in a high-low, textbook move. Going to work his way through. It is Lillingston picking up that win. More Masters out on track. Daniel White, Peckham BMX Club. Good to see him back on it this weekend. He's leading this one out. He's got David James, Scott Beaumont in there with him. Billy Irwin took a podium spot yesterday in the final. He's looking up the inside of Beaumont in that final turn. Didn't quite go for it, so Beaumont going to work his way from 3 to 2. James just being shuffled back from 2 to 4. Pushing Irwin down to the line though. It is Irwin picking up the 3 spots. 30 plus women. Von Clements out of Andover in this one. Annie Chiswa and Sav Carver out of MCR. Team Money's in there in that 2 spot. Chasing down Manchester's very own Savannah Carver aboard that lovely OS20 as they head down that 3rd straight. Rich will be happy with that one. Coach Annie in there in that 2 spots. If you want to know anything school games wise, Annie is the person to talk to. She knows absolutely every detail that there is possibly to know. She's going to go through in that 2 spot with Clements in 3. Vets. Can we please get cruisers into the pens, ladies and gents? We are missing cruisers, we're missing riders for the 2nd set of motos. As we lost Danny T in turn 2. So cruisers into the pens. Ben Martinez looking good out front. Jamie Webb putting Adam Boudet to the test down that final straight. I think he might have nicked that 2 spot as we look to the Grand Vets. No, this is still a Vets. Still Vets on track. Matt Barnard in there in that 3 spot. Fraser Watson looks up the inside of Zoltan Boudet, didn't make it stick, so it is Boudet, Watson, Barnard, 1, 2, 3. That looks like it could be Allison, I think. Yes, it is, in there inside that top 4 spot as you head into the final turn. Who's the LVG rider? Could be Ian Milne, I think. Sorry, Mark Steele's in there in that 4 spot. It's Allison in there in about 5 or 6 of the minute, heading down that final straight as Grand Vets go in and out of turn number 1. Darren Reedy leads this one out. Heading through that 2nd straight, GT Factory's finest. Who's that in there with him picking it up? We've got White, Bentley, Carver, Knowles and Archibald. Archibald is in that 2 spot. Carver in 3, White in 4, Knowles in 5. Daddy White on track. In there in that 4 spot, Peckham BMX. But it's Reedy taking that moto win. Grand Vets 2nd rank. Hilly, Allen leading it 1 and 2 as you head through the straight. Brett Knight's in there in 5 at the minute, one of the sponsors for yesterday's Whole Shot Awards. He's in and out of turn at number 2, and they're in that 5 spot, chasing down the 12 of Stephen Fortune, Divide Brand UK, but it's all about Hilly. Down the final straight, he's going to pick up that moto win. 3rd Racker Grand Vets, Fitzroy Bryce in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Craig Nelson, in and out of turn at number 1. Nelson leading it for Heartshot Racing. Bryce out of Birmingham in there in that 2 spot. Who's picking up the 3? The 017 of Dominic Elliott out of Brixton BMX. Look at the move from Chalkos. Look for a way round out of that. Sorry, that's not Chalkos. That's the 026 of Robert Clark. I do apologise, Robert. He's in there in that 5 spot looking for a way round. In and out of that final turn, but it is going to be Nelson picking up that moto win. 17, 18-year-olds out on track. Jake Adcock leads this one out. He's got Ben Fitzsimmons in there with him. Turns out the Bullets had a bit of a... they played BMX Bingo yesterday, and one of the things on their bingo card was for us to say Eddie the Hitman Cannons more than 5 times. And that was this weekend, and we managed to do it in day 1.
Have we? Right,
we did, yeah.
Okay,
so
that's fine.
That's crossed off for them.
Right, that's fine.
You're welcome, whoever was playing the bingo. Race 127 on track. 17, 18-year-olds. Ruben Smith, Harvey Milbank, that is, into turn number 2 in that 2 spots. Looking like Ben Weiss out on track in that 4. Good to see him putting the work in down the final straight, just in behind Sam Day out of Hotshot Racing. Charlie Bigger leading out the next motor. Then who's that in there with him? Got to be Brandon Mallon out of Belfast City BMX Club, looking like a Crew 19 jersey. In there in 3, who's that picking it up? Looks like that could be Liam Doyle on the 19 plate. Yes, it is. Looks like we lost the 11 on track. Oscar Matthew Cowlard. He's up on his bike, finishing his lap, but Bigger down the final straight, going to pick up that moto win.
Right, race 129. Sebastian Hamblin, Josh Sparrow, Luke Morris, Thomas Green, Kieran Benachrist in this one as well. Lewis Fletcher and George Gerard. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching took the win yesterday, out in front again today. Got Lewis Fletcher though chasing him into that final corner. George Gerard taking the win from Fletcher. MK Evolution coming through in 4. That was Luke Morris, race 130. More SAS race team, Keanu Schaefer-Cohen. In there in 1, Owen Putland, Gabriel Almeida. We've got Jaden Seawards of Hard Knocks in there as well. He's there in that 3. At the moment as they head towards the final corner. Kean Brown, Lamin Akaleli and Kendall Green also in the mix. Race 131. Reese Hoggett, Team Gnarly. Camille Sullivan, 1-2 down in the turn. Daniel Kay went down for divide. He started the carnage. Jack Watson, I think, followed him over the top. That was a heavy one. Oliver Cope out in front for Hard Knocks. He's going to take the win. Spencer Gibson in there as well, I think, for Concept Mabo. And Aaron Holloway for Crucial. Talking to Crucial, they're in our trade village along with Sorted. Crucial, Pure, DC Cycles, NX Teamwear are in there as well. So if you're looking at jerseys and the like, go and check out what NX Teamwear are doing. I think they're doing the South's British jerseys, which look remarkably similar to the Evolved one. Have you noticed? Not that they share my design genius or anything. Right next up, more motos for these big fellas. That looks like Connor Hudson into the turn first. I hope it is, because I've literally just thrown the sheet of paper away with this race on it. Well done, Rich. Ross Sharp in there in 2. Got S&M Jump Club in 3. That'll be Billy Luckhurst in 4. But it looks like Hudson's going to take it to the line. And then there's a 3-way battle for that second spot. As we move on to Moto 133, Tyrese Bradshaw. Connor Hedges going 1 and 2. In and out of that corner. Finton Doyle out of Manchester in the mix as well. Got the 4X, that's Kenny Phillips out of Sorted Race Gear. Those guys out front and clear. Ty Armstrong in there as well. Race 134. Oh, already getting heavy in the corner. Brett Dove, Finley Randall, Hayden Green, Callum Shard and Maple. George Higley, Fletcher Elliott and Kyle Hill. Kyle Hill in 4. I think that's Callum Shard Maple out in front. Possibly. Hayden Green was in there as well. Race 135. Hannah Drew, Ella Lamb. Lexi Carruthers, good to see Lexi back on track. Phoebe Gaynor, Remy Godfrey with the X on her plate, and Jamie Elwood as well. So Remy out in front, Hannah in there in 2. Lexi's having a good old battle for 3 with Phoebe Gaynor. Ella Lamb and Jamie Elwood going through as well. Race 136. Emily Green out front. Ellie Featherstone in 2. That'll be our kid, Caitlin Ellis in 3, just battling away with Lily Jaziwa. Yep. Right, okay, so you will be pleased to know, people, that the raffle has been drawn. The raffle has been drawn. The prizes are available under the blue Manchester gazebo next to the green cabin. The blue Manchester gazebo next to the cabin. There are 3 tickets where we've got duplicates, right? So There's loads apparently, but you have to check the kind of serial code on there as well. So like the Racing Under the Roof entry, yellow 42, but check the serial code on there as well. The FTB frame, yellow 136, or yellow box 136, check the code. And the Clint Boone artwork, which is amazing, can I just say. And if you don't know who Clint Boone is, if you remember the band The Inspiral Carpets, he was the lead singer, I think, of The Inspiral Carpets. He's done some special one-off artwork for this event. Green 185, but again, you have to check the codes. So if they ask you for your ticket and you think you've won, they will check the code on the ticket as well. And if it matches, then you've won. So don't be disappointed if you go with yellow 42 and don't get your Racing Under the Roof entry, because the code will be different. Thank you very much. Oh, that sounded like a heavy one in the last corner. Not sure who it was. I think that's Harrison Bell, who's currently on the floor. No, it's not. Hang on a minute. Jared Hill. It's Jared who's gone down in that final corner. Just apologise to Harrison Bell's dad for giving him the fright of his life. So Jared's all right.
Oh yeah. One move out team. So I put the order in, and then it turns up. Yeah. He's all right. He hasn't ruined his good looks.
Right, moving on, Superglass heading down the hill towards turn number 1. Cal Strickland. Quill and Isidore in and out of the turn. George Hunt's in there in 3. Harrison Bell going through in about 5 of them in. That is Taylor Hunt of Crucial BMX in there in 4. But it's still Quill and Isidore in and out of that final corner out in front. Callum Strickland in there in 2. Charlie Roy pushing hard as well. Quillen takes the win from Strickland and Hunt. Second rack of Superglass heading down the hill. Matt Hutt in the middle doing it for Concept. Mabo into the turn with Marnham. Hutt, Marnham, 1 and 2. That looks like Collis in there in 3, battling away. Jay Boville in the mix as well as they go in and out. Turn number 2. Boville's worked his way into 4 now. Bradley Russell in there in 3. Harry Tanner trying to make some moves from 5 as they go down the final straight. It's Hutt and Marnham. They're going to go 1 and 2. Is Bradley Russell going to hang on for the 3? Yes, he is. Championship women, Sienna Harvey and Freya the Slayer. Charles towards turn number 1. Elsa Rendell Todd in there in 3. Cody Harmer in the mix as well. Ava Brown doing it for Hard Knocks by coaching. Lucy Hutt as well as they go around turn number 2. Freya the Slayer on that 646 out in front. Sienna pushing her hard in 2. Elsa Rendell Todd, she's got skills, not out of it in there in 3. But it's going to be Chalice, Harvey, Rendell Todd, Brown. That's going to be 1, 2, 3 and 4. Cody Harmer in 5, Lucy Hutt in 6. As we move on, Bessie Bax, Taya Gaynor, Lucy Simpson, Akira Cook and Elizabeth Bound. Betsy picking up the whole shot, doing it for Stay Strong. In there in 1, Pro Start going through. That's going to be Lucy Simpson in there in 2. Taya Gaynor in 3, Maggie Bound in 4. Akira Cook out of Crucial in there in 5. For your national champion, junior women, Betsy Bax, taking it down towards the stripe. She's going to pick up the win. Taya Gaynor in there in 2. And there was a big old battle for 3. Right, Moto 1, done and dusted. We are going to move on to the second rack of motos. Not a rider from junior women from Japan, second rack of motos. Oh, there's all kinds of things I could say, Lewis, tell you. I haven't started throwing these song lyrics into the commentary yet. Might do a bit of that later on.
We were actually asked to sing happy birthday to someone, but I did say we're trying to keep it nice weather, so
we're not singing happy. I'm not singing happy birthday.
I've not got the voice for it.
Have you heard me sing? It's not a good thing.
He's not wrong. I'm not going to deny that.
Oh, I've heard Lewis is a bit of a karaoke monster after a couple of drinks.
Well, depends on if the sun's out or not. I can't deny that. It depends on what the song is as well.
Oh, here we go.
Depends on the song.
I've got you down as a bit of a crooner. Bit of Spandau Ballet or something.
I haven't got a clue what that is.
Oh,
I'm completely lost. I might know the song if I heard it, but other than that,
I can just see you in a double-breasted suit singing some 80s ballad.
Well,
with a fringe.
I can't respond. I'm not going to respond.
I'm just going to stay silent. That's what it is.
Yeah, I'll let you have that one.
Anyway, should we get on with it?
Yeah, let's do some racing.
9 to 12-year-old open. Oliver Arnold, Hunter Mallion, 1 and 2. Who else we got in there? We've got Billy Cheeseman, Matt Livingston, Adam Arnold, who's got a birthday. Happy birthday, Adam. Aaron Hickman, Cara Cross, Charlie LeBras. Moving on to moto number 146. Jamie Turblanche, Bram Heaver, Taylor Hoare. Tommy Barnard in there. Got Zavi Fox Cooper. Sam Dolan, Harry Swells and Asheen King. And it looks like Brumsey's Zavi Fox Cooper. Out there in front, his mate Sam Dolan won't be far behind. He's in there in 4. Fast signatures, Harry Swales. Looking for a way through. And that might have been Mr. Turblanche in there in 3. Race 147, Toby Duff, Percy Large. Benedict Marco, Bo Morris, Ollie Nelson. Frankie Griffin out in front, and Jack Swales as well. Jack's in there in 4. Percy Large doing it for Tygo in there in that 4th spot. Battling away with Bo Morris from Team Air out of Andover. 13 to 14-year-old cruisers. Robin Matten Alonso double biking. He's going to win the Ironman Award. We've got Caden Elkindi in there as well. Isaac Odling, George LeBras, Alfie Andrews, Mitchell Archer, and Cooper McCrum. Right, here we go. Alfie Sim picking up a whole shot in 13-14 cruisers. Addison Milburn, Lane Goddard in there as well. Owen Miller, Freddie Walwork doing it for the Hard Knocks Massive, and Hadley Harding. So Alfie out in front, doing it for the Evolved Bicycle Motocross crew. It's not over yet. Addison Milburn right on his back wheel. But it looks like Alfie's going to pick up a moto win. Well done, mate. Good job. Race 150, Newton Hindley, Isaac Caulfield, Max Surridge, Jacob Warren, Jake Georgeson, and Cooper Westwood. Isaac out in front on his home track. Newton in there in 2. That's going to be Jacob Warren in there in 3. The divide rider is Cooper Westwood. Got 2 riders actually from Warren BMX in Moto 150, Moto 151. Logan Young, DC Cycles in there in 3. Little Cotty in the mix. Scrapping away with Tate Kitson towards the final turn. Rider in there in 5. That is the 145, I think, of Theo Cam. Daniel Borrachini in there too, and Jack Walford. Race 152. Oakley Hooper, Bradley Davison. Bradford's Jack LeBras in there as well. Matt Russell, Jamie Haywood, Rodri Jones, William Friend, and Theo Robbins. Race 153. Thomas Doran out in front, and Louis Pinder in there as well. Doing it for Smiley's Flight Club. Ben Mosley, Colby Hall, William Alfie Harrison on his home track here in Manchester. Lewis Barnes out of Birmingham, all in that red kit. Giving it the Tiger Woods for Sunday. Good to see you, Lewis. Charlie Ruff in there as well. Moto 154. John O'Haradine, where is he? In there in 4th, as Lewis said. Doing it for all the ladies out there. Thomas Miller, Jake Hart, Harry Pritchard, Zachary Tia, Aidan True, and Jaden Tudor. Race 155, Stan Palmer, Finton Coburn, Elliot Albert, Caden Roberts, DC Cycles, Louis Kaibat on that brand new Stay Strong. He's already christened it. Oh, he's on the DK now. So clearly the new bike might be out of action. Angus Graham in there too. 30 to 39 cruisers. John Mays, Martin Brown, Tom Palmer. The original, the retro Tom Palmer. Dan Popel, Ryan Jones, and Chris Evans. Where is Chris Evans? I can't believe he's back there. In there in 5th. What are you doing, Chris? He gets the joke on that one. We were talking about it yesterday. Race 157. Ross Bradley, Chris Miller, Jack Hudson, Agris Aliedzans, I think it is actually. Nathan Abbots, John Lillingston, and Ash Richardson. Crew's finest export since the train station. What? What are you laughing at? Stop it. Anyway, 40 to 44 cruiser, Rich Stevenson in there in front. Where's Craig Cording? Craig Cording in there in 3. I've got a sneaking suspicion that Craig Cording is now rocking a mullet. So maybe that's making him 2 bike lengths faster. I've got absolutely no idea. As we move on to race 159. Talking of 80s throwbacks, Kingsley Mears out there in front. That'll be Matthew Eaton in there in 2, Chris Coleman, Matthew Walsh and Tom Odling. Freak Out, race 160, Simon Toogood, Scott Main, Anthony LeBras, Norbert Marco, Abdul El Kindi and Scott Jackson. That'll be Norbert out there in front. Mr. Toogood in there in that second position. Tony LeBras in 3, El Kindi in 4, and Scott Jackson in 5. Race 161, Mario De La Meda in there in 3rd, Dave Kane, Kev Merron out in front. Where's Big Nige in there in 2, Lee Pembroke and Philip Duff. So it's Merron and Smith leading it into the turn. Pembroke in there in 3. Dave Stokes. Oh, my Starbucks has just turned up. Thanks, Nathaniel. Yeah, I'll just finish this one. David Stokes. Oh, look at that. Making moves that are slicker than grease. I got news for you, crews. You've been sucking like a leech. If you know that song lyric, then we're already friends. Lewis clearly doesn't. Rubbish. Tell you what, DM me on Instagram if you know that song lyric. Let me know and I will give you a shout out. I'll run it by you again. Making moves that are slicker than grease. I got news for your crews. You've been sucking like a leech. If you know that song lyric, DM me on Instagram at BMX Commentator. If I get 5 DMs, I'll make Lewis sing it. Right. Anyway, moving on. Carry on, Lewis. Your go.
I've not... Ram Racing. That's Ram Racing on track. We're on the next page. Yeah, we are on the next page. Thank you very much, Nathaniel. Pointed out who they are. Thanks, mate. That is Mark Cottrell in 3. Your race leader. Looks like it could be Pete Butler. No, wrong race. I'm completely lost where we are now. Right, that was Brett Archibald out front taking the win there. I'm put off by the fact that I've been told I've got to sing a song that I don't know. Right, out on track, that's got to be Kevin Sykes. Yes, it is, on the 7 plate. Ipswich, leading this one through. Repping Great Britain in that jersey. In and out of turn number 3, John Benter's in there behind him. Alan's Factory Supercross. Team manager picking up a solid 2nd place in his 2nd moto of the day on the cruiser. 55 plus cruiser guys on track. Big Mick Goff, your national champ from last year, Crucial Racing. Yesterday's winner charging into turn number 2 out front. That looks like Brent Featherstone in there in that 2 spots. Billy Stupple in there in 3, Ice Spikes UK. Don't forget we've also got Manda Hemstock in the Ice Spikes gazebo behind us, giving sports massages. So if you want a sports massage, then head over to the Ice Spikes gazebo between the 1st and 3rd turns. Yeah, cash only, of course. Or not just for athletes, she takes PayPal as well. So if you've got no cash on you and you really feel like you need a sports massage, Amanda's the person to go and see this weekend. Right, that looks like 17, 29-year-old cruisers. Yes, it is. Ben Weiss in there in that 2 spot, chasing down DC Cycles, Conor Blythe out front. Bringing them on through this 3rd straight, that is Ice Spikes, Callum Daly in there in 3, Jump Club, Zach Rendell Todd, picking up that 4 spot as to come on round, but your race winner down this final straight, Ben Weiss, putting Blythe to the test, but it is going to be DC Cycles out front. On Esselmon leads out race number 167 into turn number 2. Rocky O'Brien looked on the inside in that Bolivian jersey, didn't make it happen though, so On extends his gap through that 3rd straight as smooth as you like, loves the 360. Or a knack or a can, whichever one it was that he was throwing at Scotland. He's going to pick up that moto win. Wow. That's Chris Miller's helmet. We've just had that sent in from Milton Keynes. Get well soon to Chris Ramman Miller, who absolutely stacked it by the looks of it in practice this morning. Yeah, make sure you do wear a helmet, kids, because if you're looking at the photo that we're looking at, okay, the look on your face after that, will be much better than what your face would look like after that crash, okay? So make sure that you are wearing helmets. It's really important, and we hope that Chris feels better soon after that one. Looked like it was rough. Get a beard down you, Chris. That'll make you feel better. As what looks like... Where are we? That's Matt McHugh, isn't it? Yes, it is. Matt McHugh on the line with Josh Cates. Ah, there we are. Race 172, Alex Brooks. Yesterday's winner was watching Alex through this third straight in his final yesterday. Was as chill as you like, as he is now. Maxwell Lawrence of Braintree, happy birthday to you, mate. He's 13 on Tuesday, so a massive happy birthday to Maxwell Lawrence. Keep getting them birthday shout-outs in, ladies and gents. We will try and get them in as and when possible. But that was Alex taking the win in race 172. 30-plus women's cruiser. Out on track, Hot Shot Racing, world number 2. SJN, Sarah J. Nichols. She's absolutely charging through that third straight at the moment into that final turn. Lee Pendleton in there behind her. Cassie Harding, Grace Turner in there as well. Claire Albert, Kirsty Freer, Juan Clements and Nicholas Itch. She's going to pick up that top 4 finish as Cassie Harding picks up 3. Race number 174, that looks like Gosport National Race Team. Michelle Stupple switched it up for a Sunday. She was in her ice bike kit yesterday. She's got Gosport National Race Team on the Sunday. That's got to be Kim Batsford on the 2 plate heading into that final turn. Savannah Carver in 3. That's Teresa Chalice in there in 4. Doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Braintree in 5 with Josephine Burston. 17:29 women on track for the cruiser category heading into turn number 1. National champ going 1 and 2 with the national number 2 from last year. That is Hannah Drew and Olivia Firth. Looking like we've got Taylor Lee Mohan in the mix inside the top 3 heading into turn number 2. Retro Racing's Amy Willets inside the top 4. Who's picking up that 5 spot? That is Kira Lee. A couple of shots from the final turn. They were going wild for Kira in her final yesterday when she took the win in the B final. So she's going through in that 5 spot out of that final turn. Firth looking for a push down this final straight on Drew. As they bring it down to the line, Drew going to hang on to that moto win. Race 176 hitting turn number 2. Elsa Rendell Todd aboard that Stay Strong frame, riding for Stay Strong Clark and Kent. European champion. Aboard the big wheels into that final turn. British champ Lily Chisworth, Team Mayo UK. In that 2 spot, chasing her down that final straight. That looks like Yetska Hemstock. Going to pick up that top 3 spot and round off the podium spots. 13, 16-year-old cruisers. Cody Harmon leads this one out. Absolute going 1 and 2 with Annalise Cabman-Carpenter. Anya Matt Alonso, though, getting busy in turn 2 with a scrumptious move, working her way from 3 to 2. Riding for Pekka BMX Club and Espana on her shoulder. So Annalise drops back to 3. And honestly, these are all requests as it happens. There's beers involved. There's beers involved.
And we had like some kind of word of the day competition.
Yeah, so I've had a few requests. Where are they? They're here somewhere. They're normally kicking them out over this side. I can't see them. We've had some requests from a few riders and a few parents.
Right, okay.
That's where the pineapple and the scrumptious came from.
Right, okay.
So if you do hear anything that's untoward, it is probably a request. It's not just... Yeah, I reckon that suits quite well, don't you think?
Yeah, we had it going on at Worlds as well, but I had to look on Urban Dictionary to make sure they were actually broadcastable.
Right, okay. Scrumptious is broadcastable. I didn't have to double check that one. I was pretty certain.
Yeah.
6 and unders on track. That's 2 beers now, Conrad, wherever you are. That's got to be Oliver Bridle leading this one out from Exeter. Charging through that 3rd straight. Look at that for a race lead. Henry Dodd in there behind him. Shelby Yates, the YouTube sensation. Birmingham National Race Team in there in 3. The 2.63 in there as well. That is Charlie State out of MK. Looking good in and out of that final turn. Jax Bradley and Charlie Thorne all in there as well. Thorne in there in that 4 spot, in that 5 spot, sorry. Looking like he's going to be Bradley in 6. Lou and Jamira, Crucial Racing's finest. Made the move up to Preston BMX Club, them guys have. He's leading this one out in race 180. Heading through the 3rd straight, that looks like it could be Benji Ross Foster in 2. Seth Goostrey in there for 3. The 4.86 in 4, that is Isaac Tomlinson out of Manchester, rounding out them top 4 spots. Looking like John Henry Weston in the mix as well in 5. And we've got Ionis Chilkos in there in 6. 7-year-old girls out on track, heading in the mix in this one. Out front, Hattie McGoldrick, Evolved Bicycle Motocross, charging through that second straight. She's got Matilda Hewitt, repping the Irish gang, in there in 3, looking for a way round in turn number 2. But it's McGoldrick hanging on to that 2-spot, chasing, heading down through the 3rd straight. Who's in there in 4, looking like the 480 of Susie Wyatt, rounding out them spots. 4, Exeter Eagles. Who's picking up the 5? That's the 461 of Sophia Rees. Millie Moore in there as well in 7, Jagger Hines in 8. Last straight action, it's all about Henning and McGoldrick out front. Then 2 little ladies going 1 and 2. Hewitt taking 3. Second rack of the 7-year-old girls enters turn number 2. Mabel Pine out of PCR and Exeter. Out front at the moment, that looks like it could be all a Jewis. Out of Fast Signatures race team, but check out Sorted Race Gear, working their way up the inside. Maggie Devine going from 3 to 2 in that final turn. Who's picking up that top 4 spot? Gotta be the 938 of Flick Brentnall. In and out of the final turn and down the last straight. The front 3 running away with that one. But Pine's gonna be a moto winner. Rudy Pleasance Ford, Hot Shot Race Team out front. Oscar rather fast, scrapping it out with Rapid Roman Burfield as he bring it through the 3rd straight. Who's in there in 4, looking like Blackpool's Oscar Granger. Under pressure from GT Factory, Finley Thomas in the mix in there in about 5 as he exits turn number 3. Who's in 6? Got to be Cosimo Serra as a couple of riders hit the deck in turn number 1. Atlas Lewisfield was one of them. Let's hope that he's all right. The other fallen rider was the 334. That's Charlie Crossley. Both riders up to their feet. Put your hands together for the 7-year-old boys, ladies and gents. Logan Aceto leading them away to the final turn. Who's in there with him? Looking like we've got... Oh, that's Arlo Payne, actually, out of Preston. Bringing out that 2-spot as they bring it across the line. I'll be Blight in 3. Right, race 185 hits the track heading down the 1st straight. These are your 7-year-old boys. That's your British champion Joseph Claydon leading this one out. Who's in there within the 349, picking it up as he going out of turn number 1. Exeter then 1 and 2. It's Claydon and Brooke at the moment. Who's in 3? That's the 284 plate of Finley Kerr. Out of Runnymede Rockets, picking up the 4 spot is Decoys. Ollie Underhill in and out of that 2nd corner. Your top 4 running away with it. Who's in 5? That is Rusted Up Races. Arlo Hatch with the Hard Knocks Bike Coaching's Lincoln Hargreaves in the mix as well. In there in 6, looking up the inside of Hatch into the final turn. Just had to pull on the rip corners. Hatch shut the door on him. In and out of that final corner. Hatch is going to go through in 5. Hargreaves in 6. But Exeter dominating that moto out front. 8-year-old girls on track. That's got to be your British champ Phoebe Millar. Moto 1365 race team out front, looking good. Mixed picks in there as well. That is the 889 of Ella Grant being chased down by Maisie Dyson out of Bradford Bandits on the 735 plate down the final straight. Gosport National Race Team in there as well. Going to pick up that top 4 spots. That was Megan Keller.
Right, moving on, 187 is your moto on track. Hatch, Sullivan, Darley, Sopanos, Gilbert, White and Kennedy. Big Henry Sullivan out there in front of the moment. Dominic Sopanos going through in 2. That's Ethan the Grey White in 3. With Birmingham National Race Team's Alexander Gilbert under pressure from Elliot Hatch. For that 4, will he hold it to the line? Oh, he was too close to call. Race 188, Holloway, Zakina, Tucker, Hill, Chambers, Weston, Jessup. Those are the guys on track at the minute. Oakley Hill doing it for the LCC race team. He's out there in front. That looks like the Nottingham rider Hunter Chambers going through in 2. As we move on to Moto 189. Marco Pritchard, Perebni, me, Mason, Perry and Blakeburn. Antek Perebni in that very familiar Birmingham National Race Team jersey. In there in 1, the 34 in 2. There's a big old battle going on between Oscar Marco and Joel Pritchard from the Hawks. Do you know what? That's the first Hawks club jersey I've seen this weekend. Scott Dick will be having an absolute fit down there on the South Coast. I love a club jersey. So, yeah, moving on. Race 190, Lewis Rothwell out of Preston Pirates. Again, in his club jersey, going from 4 to 3. Battling for the 2 against Joseph O'Brien. Looks like Jake Avis, our Milton Keynes, took the win in that one. We had a couple of fallers. Callum Wood being one of them. He's up and all right. And that might be young Seth Robinson coming through as well. On that 7.54, he's all right. As we move on to Moto 191, Nathan Franklin. Caleb Tewolde in this one. He's there in 4 at the minute. Just had the move put on him by Christian Garbachik. Out of Peterborough. Young man in 2 is Milton Keynes' Leo Britz. Decoy leading it out. That'll be Alistair North. And Burunti's Teddy Hayes in the mix too. Moto 192, Tomlinson, Wyatt, Wheeler, Powell, Kolodich, Cara Cross and Holly Webb. And it is the 804 of Maja Olivia Kolodich out in front. Teamers Holly Webb going through in 2, Cara Cross is in there in 4. And that's going to be the Manchester jersey of Molly Tomlinson crossing the line in 3. Moto number 193, the E4 and the W7. That is Betty Wills and Holly Bishop. Oh, Betty's dropped it in the corner. Let's hope she's okay. As Ruby Evans of Cornwall moves past. All right, Betty is up and walking away. Moto 194, another Evolve bike going into the corner. That's going to be Jack Kitchen. Battling with George Spencer out of Rusty Nut Racing. Fast Signatures, Joseph Jewis in there in 3. And I've got a feeling that was Oakley Lewis Field in there in 4. Race 195, still on with the 9-year-old boys. Seth Kacharik on the inside, the 3rd going into the turn. Jack Haynes out of LCC BMX just there behind him. Young man out in front is Ethan Short from Birmingham National Race Team. Being chased down by Charlie Dowsing. Charlie doing it for Crucial BMX. One of our traders out in the trade village. The 008, one better than 007. That is Arthur Donaldson. Got William Arnold and Oscar Ryder Bays in there too. Moto 196, Tobias Groves. Above that Mongoose, heading down towards turn number 1. Working his way into the turn. Leo Ingham, Alistair Kane in there as well. Hendrix Hines doing it for the USA. And Runnymede. Chester Crocock, Elliot Worley and Jake James as well. Jake's out of mixed picks. But it's Groves and Hines going to the turn. Chester Crocock in 3. Doing it for that new LVG National Race Team. There's race 197. Heads to the turn. Hugo Ballantyne out in front, being pursued by Belfast City BMX Club. Eric Kincaid in there in 2. Looking good there, Eric, in that jersey. Luca Chalk in there in 3. Dougie Johnson, Zachary Jones, Lucas Fowle, Jack Griggs also in the mix as well. But it's going to be Ballantyne and Kincaid going 1 and 2. Race 198, Jacob Russell, Rocco Westwood, Jack Belton. Jacob Dent, Jesse Rose, Benjamin Tanzer and Anarin Marklew. Jack Belton taking it to the line. Northeast BMX in there in 2, Jesse Rose. With Rocco Westwood picking up the 3. Moto 199. Thomas Giles, Northeast BMX out in front. Rex Ford in 2. That'll be Cumbernaulds Aston John Lee going through in 3 with a TNT duo of Oliver Hawker and George Kellum in there as well. And Jackson Chapman Davis. Race 200, Bonnie Dudley, Ophelia Shepherd, Trixie Trays. Trixie out in front. Erin Toogood. Izzy Underhill. India Bennett and Ada Walding. Surtees in there in 3. Walding in there in about 6. As Maisie Egan leads out moto number 201. Izzy Dolan's in there in about 5. Grace Hudak chasing Maisie down towards that final turn. The 6 and the 8 is Mia Kiss and Holly Richardson. They're battling for that 3rd spot at the minute. Izzy Dolan in 5 and Isla Milne going through as well with Jamie Puddock. Race 202. Freddie Ray Orland. Battling away. Lucas Tawalde though, the man out in front. That'll be Bo Morris in there in 3. Ernie Cotton de Cesaris is in there as well with Seth Ritchie, Clayton Southall and Stanley Duffy. Race 203. Kylan Gordon, Benjamin Gray. The Landshot, Ronnie Woods. Took a tumble yesterday. He's full of cuts and bruises, but otherwise he's all right. Going for the win. Is he going to get it? Oh, very close at the line. Steinmetz came through in 3 with Benjamin Gray in 4. Race 204. Finn Munro, Preston Newmarsh Powell. And Finley Palmer. That's going to be a 1, 2, 3. Ted Harvey in there in 4. Leo Bradley's going to rack up the 5. And I think Isaac Moore picked up the 6 with Harvey Simpson in 7. Race 205.
1, 2. Oh, we're there. Right, okay, 10-year-old boys. For the last couple of last few motos for these guys. For the second set, Murray Watson out front. He's going to go 1 and 2 with Oliver Richards as they bring it across the stripe. We are looking at GT Factories, Connor Hemhill heading into turn number 2 out front. That looks like Stay Strong CNK's Rex Beasley in there in about 3 at the minute. He's chasing down the rider in that second spot. That is the 714 plate of Finn Nude heading in and out of that final turn. No Benny Jackson in this one. Let's hope that he feels better for Birmingham in a few weeks' time. But it is going to be Hemhill and Nude 1 and 2 out front. Teddy Jones in this one for LCC BMX Race Team heading into that second corner. He's just in behind Joey Tompkins, your British champ, who is chasing down the 4 plate of Jacob Anderson. Absolute bicycle motocross heading into that final turn. The front 3 looking safe and clear. Who's in 4? The 952 picking it up. That is Jamie Robertson out of the Centurions. You guys awake yet? Not quite, no, they're still a bit quiet. They have to wait until at least 1 o'clock, don't they, to cheer up. Right, we are looking at the 11-year-old girls in and out of turn number 2. That is Lauren Keller. GT Factory out front. Here comes the inside move, though, from the European number 3. Iris Harder looks for it. Did she go for it? Looks like Keller shut the door on her in that turn. So it is going to be GT from Pure 1 and 2 as they bring it down to the stripe. Next up on track 1, BMX Race Team. That is Paige Cathcart Cunnison leading this one out. Took it to the final yesterday, and she's looking to do the same today. Heading through that 3rd straight. Who's in behind her? Looking like MK's Freya Harries heading towards that final corner. The 25 plate in there as well. That is Lottie Mosley out of Fast Signatures Race Team. The Centurions in the mix. That's Holly Hume on the 586. She's going to go through in that 4 spots. Race 210 on track.
I've just had Scott Dick on the blower. He's watching the live stream. He wants all the Hawks riders to attack, attack, attack. Can we G him up a little bit, he asked. I mean, certainly can, Scott, no problem at all. While he's sunning himself down there in, I don't know, wherever he lives now, Dorset. He's gone all posh and everything. Fern down, that is posh. Him and Margaret will be drinking tea out of china cups with the little finger sticking out. You watch. He used to be so streets as well. Anyway, carry on, Lewis.
That's race 2-1-1. Seren Pritchard in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Elizabeth Lola-Poole, who took the moto win in race 2-1-2. Race 2-1-2 on track. Fluent out front. Archie Bell, of course, on the template, leading this one by a country mile, heading into that final turn. Decoy in there as well. That is Harrison Doe on the 39 plate. Gosport National Race Teams, Billy Cheeseman going to round out them top 3 spots with Heaver in 4. Etai Jamira, Crucial Racing on track, your British champ, looking good. Took a second yesterday. He was in about 7th in this first turn, and then somehow he managed to get 2nd. It was a cracking lap from him. He's in there in that 1 spot, coming to 1 and 2 with Decoy. Lucas Belton. Going to hear Dad cheering him on as he heads down that final straight. MK in the mix as well. That is Oliver Taylor on the 23 plate. Next up on track, Marcus Mullen on the 4 plate for Allen's Factory. Going 1 and 2 with Harley Bowler on the 11 plate. Riding out of Creation Cycles. Fast signatures in there in 3. That's got to be Harry Swales picking it up as you head through the straight. Max Livingston in this one as well. 2 Gospel riders. One's riding for NRT. One's riding for Fast Signatures, bringing it down the final straight. Who's that in there in 4? I think that could have been Decoy. Rounding out them top 4 spots. Archie Croker White. Riding for Absolute in there in that 2 spot, chasing down James Bibby. Crashed out in his final yesterday. He's up right at the minute, showing us what he can do. The European number 4 leading this one out. He's going to 1 and 3 with his European number 4 friend from the age group below. That is Jack Devine. Pushing hard through that last straight. He's under pressure though from Joe Rook. That one was tight. I think Devine might have just hung on to it as we look at the number 2 plates. Leighton Harding leading out race 2-1-6. Zach Hamill's in this one. Scrapping it out with Ronnie Payne through that 3rd straight, who's in 4. Looking like it is the 25 plate of Alberts Alazans. Gnarly, Team Gnarly in there as well, Dawson Scott. He had his TM praying for him yesterday on social media, Reese Hoggart. Putting in some prayers for Dawson. It looks like he's working. Cracking lap from him. As we look to race 2-1-7, Emil Challenger in this one, in that 2 spot, under a bit of pressure from Cyclopark's Akim Brazia, who's picking up the 3 as they bring it on round. Leon Waite, good to see him back upright after his crash yesterday. He's in there at about 5 or 6 at the minute, having a good old battle. But your race leader is yesterday's race winner, Leo Rowlands. Concept Mabel UK taking the win. More 11-year-old action out on track. The move in turn number 2. Isaac the Tender Smith working his way from 2 to 1. He's your new race leader, going 1 and 2 with the 15 of Samuel Richards. That looks like Moto 1365. Adrian Galitis on the 5 plate. Going to round out them top 3 spots as they bring it down to the line. But Smith is going to take the Moto win. 12-year-old girls on track. Emily Eaton leads this one out. Got a 2nd yesterday. You British champion, Pro Star BMX. Going 1 and 2 with Dakota Tucker on the 4 plate, heading into that final turn. The 7 plate in there as well. That's Esme Ward out of Warren BMX Race Team, chasing Tucker down this final straight. Has she got enough left in the tank as they bring it down to the line? It's looking like Ward's going to nick the 2 spots. Tucker's going to have to settle for 3. 2nd rack of the 12-year-old girls, Ruby Warren. Yesterday's winner, absolutely cracking lap from her, that was. We believe it's her 1st national win. Riding for the Titans, so well done to Ruby. She's going 1 and 2 with the 6 of Emma Kiss out of Braintree. Then 2 ladies out front looking good in race 220, 221. More 12-year-old girls. Brooke Fast Fawcett, European number 2, out front. That looks like Nora Syrick. Dad's watching on from turn number 3. Getting some video footage of Nora. She comes in and out of that final turn. Riding for Team Mind and Bournemouth. Cracking lap from her. She's going to take that 2 spot in behind Brooke. 12-year-old boys on track, then Henry Potts on the inside. Look at the move around the outside though. Who's that picking it up? Looking like Mark Torzidlo's in the mix. In there at about 4 at the minute, it was Ralph Sowerby. He's got a new jersey on today. That's the confusion. He's leading this one out. Wilcox in there in 2, working his way up the inside. Potts in 3. Here comes Torzidlo. He's worked his way underneath. He's going to take the 3 spot. Looking to push Wilcox to the line for the 2. That one was tight. Potts in there for 4. Race 2-2-3 in and out of that 2nd corner. Ethan Howell leads it out for Team Creation Cycles. the young Tom Palmer in there in that 2 spot, being chased down by Max Vaz into that final corner. As Brixton BMX Club go through in the 4 spots. That was Lawrence Bojang. Ethan Rogers having a good old battle with Harry Donald into turn number 2. Donald, European number 3, BMXHype.com leading this one out. Going 1 and 2 with Mabo UK, that's Rogers. Max McNulty was just catching up with his dad. Had a good day yesterday. He's going to take that podium spot as they take it down to the stripe with a 12 plate of Sully Collis in 4. Race 225, GT Factory. Got to be James Miller out front. Who's that in there with him? Ethan Crooks Martin. Yes, it is. Out of Hot Shot Racing. Ipswich in the mix as well. That's Harley Steele. Sounds like someone's cheering Harley on from the final corner. And it's worked because he's pushing his way through. He's going to have to take that 3 spot. Not quite going to get close enough to that 2nd place as he crossed the line. Adam Arnold. Pretty sure it's his birthday today. Or it was yesterday. There's a birthday somewhere for Adam Arnold. Not quite sure when though. So happy birthday to Adam. He's in there in about 5 in a minute, heading towards the final corner. The 8 plate round the outside, Thomas Honeywell looks for a quality high-low out of that final turn. That is Joe Douglas leading out the moto. Honeywell's going to have to take that 2 spot as he go across the line. 13-year-old girls into that 2nd corner, looking like Katie Millar leading this one out. Jalala Patel and Libby Copping going through in 2 and 3. That looks like the 6 plate in there as well. The 9, of Isla Young. DC Cycles, Maddie the Baddy Dixon, Urban Air BMX Race Team. Got a birthday for Urban Air. Ben was just asking me to do Joanna another shout out. So happy birthday, Joanna. From all of us up here. I won't say your age. You did tell me to say it was much more than it was, Joanna. So you can scold him for that later on when you see Ben. But happy birthday to you on your 21st. As the 13-year-old boys hit the track. In race number 229, Todd Smith-Notman in that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader, James Cotty Cottrell, your world number 7. That looks like Thomas Westmore in there in about 4, chasing Richards down, who's in there in 3, heading into the final turn and back out again. It is going to be Cottrell, Notman, 1 and 2 as they bring it down to the stripe. As the next moto hits the track, Noah Buttery's had the move stuck on him in turn number 1. Nathaniel Eames on a charge, works his way from 3 to 2, chasing down your race leader. That is Harry Bailey out of Smiley's Flight Club. So it's Flight Club and Evolves going 1 and 2. LVG's in there in 3 with Buttery. Team Air in 4 with Newton Hindley. Here comes Millington up the inside of him. Didn't quite make his stick. It's going to be Bailey and Eames down the final straight. Buttery's going to round out the top 3 spots. Race 231, Leo Cranston on track. He's in there in that 2 spot. Oh, rider down in turn number 2. That was Cooper Westwood. Shh. Let's hope that he's all right. He's back up to his feet. He's a fighter, Cooper, so he'll be back on his cruiser and his 20-inch later on. Put your hands together for Cooper, ladies and gents. As we look at race 232 on track. Edward Miller leading this one through. Who's that in there with him looking like we could have Oliver Taylor? Yes, it is Taylor on the 669. He's under pressure there from Billy Harrison. Heading into that final corner. Who's going to pick it up? In and out they go. Harrison trying to find a way through. Can he find it down the last straight? Don't think he's quite going to get close enough. Taylor takes it to the line with Miller out front. Freddie Parkinson on track in race 233. He's in there, he's come on clipped actually, heading through that 2nd straight. Kobe Rayford, though, your European number 2, out on track, leading this one out. He's got Toby Lynch glued to his right-hand shoulder, heading into that final turn. Rayford, Lynch, 1 and 2. Osborne in there in 3, looking like he's being chased down by Dexter Beerup down the final straight. Beerup not quite going to get close enough. Osborne's going to hang on to the 3 as Rayford takes the moto across the line. Alison McFarlane, Thompson, Young, Colizage, Weller and Linscott. Daniel Colizage, Denmark's finest, got that completely wrong. He's leading this one out. Milo Weller in there with him. Chased him out of that final turn. Weller, Colizage, 2 and 1 down the final straight. Logan Young going to round out the top 3. Nate Hamilton on track in race 235. Smiley's Flight Club going 1 and 2 with Elvis Lawrence. Look at the move from Tyres in turn number 2. That was quality. Works his way underneath the 8 plate of what I believe is Ned Guppy. Yes, it is. Guppy out of absolute. He's going to take that 4th spot. Going to just lay off the gas down the final straight. Tyres isn't there yet, though. He's going to push his way through from 3 to 2. Hamilton, your race winner. Race 236.
236 is your moto on track. That looks like Freddie Richardson out in front. The 69 plate in there in that second position. Zach Childs out of Royston. Going well. Adam Stevenson in there in 3. Who's going to pick up that 4th spot of the line? Not quite sure who he was. As we move on to 237, 14-year-old girls. Daisy Knowles, Ava Wright, Etana Price. Lucy Gardner, well, that is Amelia Everly out in front. Macy Richardson in there as well. Ava Wright doing it for Concept Mabel UK in there in that second spot, battling away with Lily Hayes. Moving on, 14-year-old girls, race 238. That will be Absolute Bicycle Motocross's Lottie Brown. In and out of the turn. Ailey Watson in there in 2. That's Ruby Walford. Battling away with Grace Birch for that 3rd spot. Orla Cooper going through in about 5, I think. As we move on to the 14-year-old boys, Heath Thomas. Out front, Jamira in there in 2. And newly mounted on the Birmingham National Race Team is Freddie M. Whistle. Looking good in that jersey, mate. Moto 240, Jacob Warren, Rufus Cousineau on the Mongoose. Liam Wilson, William Chaplin, Lucas Tandy, Bradley James. Bradley in that second spot. William Chaplin in 3. But it's Cousineau and Bradley James to the line. Race 241, Lucas Seeley for Rab Racing. Got Eden Boone, not that far away. Ollie Kirby, Tate Kitson, Mason Groves, Theo Camp, and Max Surridge. But it's Seeley and Groves. 1 and 2. Eden Boone in 3. And that looked like Ollie Kirby picking up the 4. Ben Larkins leading now Moto 242. Alex Dunkley in that 3rd position, chasing down Luke the Nuke Wilcox. Halo Wheels. Rusty Nut Racing, Freddie Franklin. Looking good in 4. And who's going to pick up that 5? Got a feeling it might have been Northeast BMX's... No, well, never mind, missed it.
Well done, buddy. That was solid. Well done.
Right, race 243, Lucas Osborne. Not sure who that is in the Japan jersey, but it's Isaac Caulfield in there in 3. Might have been Harvey Tomlinson, actually. Good job I've got my spotter here. Telling me who's who. Race 244. Cooper McCrum in there in 2. Ooh, the 50 got it wrong. That was Dalton Spirit out of Preston. Ollie Turblanche doing it for MK Evolution. And Louis Avery in there as well for Decoy. Race 245, Kai Bowen. Almost blew himself up in the final on this 3rd straight yesterday. No such problems today. As he's followed by the 864 and the 840. That's going to be Ossian Parr and David Hopre Meha. Oliver Sim in there in about 5th for Midlanks. As we move on to Moto 246, Oliver James out of Fluent in there in that 2nd spot, chasing down Guppy. Got McSwitty in there in 3s under pressure from Emmy Seward. Emmy throws it in the final corner. Textbooks move to take away that 3rd spot. Chase Barnard pushing hard for that 4. But he had Lucas Smith right on his back wheel. Race 247. Lexi Waits, Allen'sBMX.com and Factory Supercross. Jumping Jess Marriott, doing it for BMXHype.com and the Mixos group. In there in 2. That'll be Anya Matter and Alonso in 3. And I've got a feeling it was Sophie Catterneston in there in about 4. Race 248, Charlotte Stanley doing it for the Brunty Massive, but it is Super Rubes, Ruby Moore's out in front, Sabina Ashman, Annalise Cadman Carpenter, BB Alderson, Peyton Collier in there in 5, with Bethany Coates in 6. Right, Sophie Elwood exited right, that's ruined her lap. Megan Roy out in front, Lorianne Carruthers in there in 2, Imogen Cockrell in 3, Alexis McCartney in 4. Retro Racing, that's going to be Smiley Maloney in there in 5, with Lucy Groundwater rocking that alternatively coloured Belfast City BMX jersey, but still awesome. Moto 250, 15-year-old boys, Jamie Hayward, Ollie Cotham's in there as well. Kasperi Reynolds doing it for Smiley's Flight Club. Alex Mackey also in the mix as well, in that LVG team jersey. And we had Malachi O'Reilly in there as well. 251, Noah Everly leading it through, moving on to Maybo next year. Matty Paulette, John O'Haradine. The 39, that belongs to Samson Townsend out of Bournemouth. Looking for a top 4 spot, I think he's going to get it. And Matty Paulette was in there for Birmingham. Race 252. Taking a quick look behind him as he comes out of the turn, that is Mason Lang. Nathan Baratta right there with him as well. And the template of Zachary Tia, Finlay Collis. Rounding out the top 4 with Kemi Cook in there in 5, Archie Lamb for Evolved Bicycle Motocross in 6.
Race 253, 15-year-olds, Angus Graham in this one. Although I don't think he is after his crash yesterday. Sean Brown in there in 3, having the move put on him from Caden Dunn out of that final turn, but it's going to be Cody Coker bringing it down to the stripe with Eli Smith right there behind him in 2. Race 254, Cox in this one in the mix. Doing it for Warren BMX Race Team, he's in there in 4 at the minute. Got Samuel Muhar in there in that 5 spot. He's come up this morning to race today. As to go in and out of that final corner. Team Air leading this one out. Down the final straight, looking like that is going to be Kai Blaine taking the win. Lucas Webster in there in about 3 with Jack Bailey and nicking the 2 spot on the line. Chapman, Nemo, De Jong, Strong, McCallum, K and Nunn all on track. Looking like the 19 plate leading this one through then. George Chapman out of Decoy. Going 1 and 2 with Lewis Collins, Nemo. Made a couple of finals. Couple of weeks coming on, so he's pushing on through in that 2 spot, bringing it to the line. 16-year-olds then out on track. Zach Twitchen in there in 4, chasing down the rider just in front as one rider hits the deck in turn 2. Looks like that could be Elliot Brook in there in 3. Thomas Millar in there in 2, and your race leader got to be Finn Hoff out of Pro Starts. The fallen rider was the 33 plate of Hayden Stoney, straight back up, finishing his lap, but Finn Hoff taking that moto to the line. Race 257, here's the track. JTL Simpson Davies on the inside. Who comes across? So it is BMX winner of photography's Josh Williams picking up the whole shot in and out of the first corner. Davies in there in that 2 spot. Who's picking up 3? That looked like the 40 plate, I think, and maybe of Alfie Thompson. No, sorry, he's in there in about 6, bringing it through that 3rd straight. Looking like the 41 in there in 4. That is Marku Reynolds chasing down the 838 of Dane Waddle. Waddle then picking up that 3 spot down the final straight. Williams going to take the moto win. Ollie Kendall, smooth as you like, into turn number 1 and back out again, doing it for Jump Club. He's got fast signatures in there behind him. That is Charlie Granger, Romeo Kapai in there on the inside, working his way through underneath Donica O'Hagan in that second corner, who's shuffled back to 4. So Jump Club going 1 and 3, heading into that final turn. Granger splitting up the Jump Club party out of that final corner. It's all about Kendall, smooth as you like, taking the win down to the stripe. Race 259 on track. Who's leading it out? Thomas Duran going 1 and 2 with Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. That is Jaden Fawcett heading into turn number 2. MCR in there in 3 and 4. Looking like that could be Zach Chapman and Reese Toole. Who's got the advantage? Got to be Chapman in there in 3. Toole in 4. No, sorry, Chapman in 4, Toole in 3, heading down the final straight, but it doesn't matter because Thomas Durant are going to pick up that win. Curtis Copeland in race 260, looking like Ryo Stepanovs, exits right, ends up at the back of the pack. Finn Phillips, Curtis Copeland, 1 and 2. Looks like Ellis Berry, I think that is. Yes, it is, of course, Ellis Berry in there in 3, 26 plate in 4, Callum David. Ryo Stepanovs back into the action, chasing down the rider just in front of him. That was TNT's William Friend. But Finn Phillips picking up that motor win. James Clitheroe, European number 3, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, leads this one through in race 261. Blackpool in there with him, that is Jaden Green heading into the final quarter, the 19 in 4, that is Max Burgess out of Preston, chasing down SAS Race Team Sam Hamley. Riders to the pens, please. We are missing cruiser riders in the pens. We need young and old cruiser riders heading to the pens as soon as possible, please. We are nearing the end of the second set of motos as John Livingston leads it into turn number 3, being chased down by Scott Boom Boom Beaumont. The 96 podcast. If you want to know all things national champs, get yourself over to his podcast wherever you might find them: YouTube, Spotify, Amazon, Apple, as well as the BMX Commentator podcast. The latest episode with the CH coaching performance. That is, of course, Connor Hedges, talking all things strength and conditioning, giving us a lowdown on how you could be better on your bike. Young, old, new, old to the sport, however it may look for you. Make sure you give that a listen for all of your coaching tips. As we move on to the 30-plus women. Just 2 ladies in this one, Savannah Carver, Annie Chiswa, Team Bunnies and Manchester. Coach Chizzy chasing down Savannah Carver as they bring it through the 3rd straight. They bought that GT OS 20. Thought you'd like that one. Looking like she's going to pick up another motor win to add to her collection for the weekend. Vets on track. Fraser Watson. BMX Widow Photography going 1 and 2 with Ben Martinez. Crucial Racing in 2 and 3. Looks like Danny T is back up after his crash in moto number 1. He's being chased down though by the 2 plate of Zoltan Boudet. Mongoose Factory heading in and out of that final corner. Boudet looking for a way round into a top 3 spot. Can he find it down the last straight? Taylor under pressure. Gonna hang on to it though. Boudet takes 4. Riders. Cool. Don't forget, cruiser riders heading to the pens, please. Thank you very much. Adam Boudet leads out race 266 in the vets class. Here comes Matt Barnard though. Stay strong, Clark and Ken. Works his way up the inside, as smooth as you like. Boudet look for a high-low. Barnard defended well. He's going to pick up this moto win. Matthew Eaton, BRE Racing in there in 3. Grand Vets on track. Hilly, Reedy. Once again this season. Hilly looking to pick up his, it's got to be about 4 million moto wins now. On the 0-1 plate, doing it for Pure Bikes, heading into the final turn. GT Factory in there in 2, with Mr. Reedy, Speedy Reedy. Fitzroy Bryce in 3, being chased down by Divide Brand in there in 4. That is, of course, Stephen Fortune going to round out them top 4 positions. Craig Nelson leads out race 268, doing it for Hot Shot Racing. Who's that in there with him? Looking like that could be Basil Hull, I think. No, sorry, Basil Hull's in there in 5. Bentley. Not on track for this one, the 818 is Neil Waddington in there in that 2 spot with a 15 in 3. That's Michael Baggs Out of Divide Brand, heading towards the line. Craig Nelson for the moto win. 1-2-4 on the plate. Brett Archibald out of the Titans leads it from Turnbar Tuesday. Jules Allen in there in that 2 spot. He's being chased down though. Here comes Carver on the inside. Knight scrapping it out with him. Elbow to elbow in and out of turn number 2. Knight gets the advantage as he works his way up the inside, chasing down the turn bar into the final corner. As smooth as you like, Jules Allen going to pick up that 2 spot, chasing down Brett Archibald to the line. 17, 18-year-olds out on track. Eddie Cannons leading this one out for the Bullets, heading into turn number 2. SAS race team in there behind him. That is Sebastian Hamling. Ben Weiss in there inside the top 3. Who's picking up 4? Jaden Seawoods works his way underneath. Sam Day into the final turn. So he's going to round out your top 4 spots down the final straight. All about Eddie Cannons out front though, picking up that moto win.
Radio, 17, 18-year-olds. This one's got Mr. Grieg in there, Thomas Grieg, I think. I'll catch up in a minute anyway. Let's have a look. Right, our next one, this is moto number 272. In this one, Brandon Mallon doing it for Belfast City BMX Club, pushing hard. He's inside the top 4 right now. Ryder in there in that 2nd spot on the 17, followed by the 38. That's going to be Che Young and Joshua Case going 2 and 3. In and out of the turn, the other Braintree rider, Harvey Milbank, inside the top 5. Race 273, Joshua Simpson Jacobs. George Gerard out in front, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Ben Fitzsimmons in there as well in that 2nd position. Akalele, Schaefer Cohen, Masoud Cowlard and Alex Stokes out of Evolved Bicycle Motocross in and out of the final corner. Fitzsimmons putting the move on Gerard as they go to the stripe. Is he going to get him at the line? I honestly don't know. Ethan Chandler, Charlie Bigger, Owen Putland, Kendall Grieg, Sam Smith, Luke Morris and Jake Adcock. It is Charlie Bigger out in front on his home track. That looks like Adcock in there into Luke Morris going through in 3. Doing it for the MK Evolution, Ethan Chandler out of Blackpool, he's in there in 4. Race 275, Ty Armstrong doing it for the Jump Club, he's back there in about 7 at the moment. Ash Walker, Connor Hudson out in front, Luke Davis-Hayes in there in 3. The single digit, that is Callum Chard Maple on the 1. The 789. That belongs to Fletcher Elliott out of Brixton. As we move on to moto 276, Tyrese Bradshaw leading out. Oliver Cope from Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Concept Babel, Spencer Gibson diving underneath, taking that 2 away. The 24 is George Higley, still in that high battle with Reese Hoggart. He's in there in 4, Kenny Phillips in 5. Moto 277, Aaron Holloway, Aidan Green, Finton Doyle, Kyle Hill, Jack Ellis, Ross Sharp and Camille Suleiman. Ross in there in 2, Camille in 4. Still in Catchy was leading it out. Holloway in there in 3. I've got a feeling it was Hayden Green who took the win. Moto 278, Josh Wallace, Billy Luckhurst. Those guys going 2 and 1. Billy out in front. George Warner in the mix as well. The 12 plate is Connor Hedges. CH Coaching and Performance in there in that 3rd spot. Reese Hoggart making a late charge for 6th. As we move on, 17 to 29-year-olds. These are the young ladies. No Emily Clinch in this one as she's out injured. Get well soon, Emily. Ellie Featherstone. Lily Chiziwa. And Mika Pritchard going through as well. And that was Lexi Carruthers, I think, rounding out the top 4. Moto 280, Simpson, Elwood, Linscott, Ellis, Lamb, Hepburn and Gerard. Harkins, Caitlin Ellis out there in front. Megan Gerard in there in 2, Hepburn in 3. That's going to be Jamie Elwood in there in about 4th spot. As Rosie O'Brien, who took the win in this age group yesterday. First national win ever. Well done, Rosie. In there in that third spot. Remy Godfrey out of Stay Strong, leading it through. Ellen Parr in that second position. Annabelle Charlton in the mix also. Race 282. Jamie Hyam, Amy Willets, Phoebe Gaynor, Megan Kirby, Hannah Drew, Olivia Firth and Esme Brooke. Megan Kirby out front, Hannah Drew in 2, Olivia Firth battling with Esme for that 3. That looks like Phoebe Gaynor rounding out the top 5 with Amy Willets in 6. Jamie Hyam in 7. Megan Duhigg in there in about third spot at the minute. Emily Green out in front. Hannah Baker in there in 2. That'll be Imogen Gibson. Rounding out the top 4. Alice Taylor going through as well. No Alaya Akalele in this one. As we start with the junior open guys, Ned Penny, Liberté Edwards, Jimmy Criddle out in front, Gabe Simpson in there in 2. There's a big battle for the 3 going on in the minute. Ned Penny trying to get involved. He's been pushed high up the turn. Goes from 4th to 6th. Criddle still leading it through. Criddle, Simpson, Monforte. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3. Flynn Trellincott in there in 4 and Liberté Edwards in 5. Here come the first rack of Superclass. Bradley Russell on the inside, heading towards the turn, looking like he's going to pick up a whole shot. Harrison Collis, Harrison Bell in there as well. That looks like Collis in there in 4. George Hunt, where is he? In there in 2, pushing hard, trying to get underneath Russell. Elbows flying in the corner, shuts the door, coming down the straight towards the final turn. Casey Markley in there in 4. Bell's got it all to do in about 6 of the minute as they head towards the line. George Hunt, Bradley Russell, 1 and 2. Whoop, whoop, whoop. As we move on to more Superclass, Callum Strickland on the inside. Matt Hunt, where is he? On the outside, slightly coming in and out of that corner. Being pushed high, back there in 5 now. Quill and Isidore out in front. Isidore, Strickland, Tanner. That's Jay Boville in there in that 4th spot, rocking the Mabel colours. Josh Marnham under pressure now from Hunt for 5. Isidore's going to take it at the line. Oh, we'd like to say you got 2. Right, championship women. Lucy Hutt, Ava Brown, Elsa Rendell Todd, Elizabeth Bound and Sienna Harvey. It's Todd and Harvey. 1 and 2, Ava Brown. Looking good on a return to BMX. She's having fun again. Literally lives around the corner from this track while studying at Manchester Met. She's in there in 3. Elsa's going to take it. Sienna Harvey. Maggie Bound for 4. Lucy Hutt in 5. Last moto for round number 2. Simpson, Chalice, Cook, Bax, Harmer and Gaynor. Frey the Slayer doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross out in front. Betsy Bax chasing it down. Lucy Simpson in there in 3. Cody Harbour in 4. Taya Gaynor in 5. Akira Cook in 6. But Frey the Slayer in and out of the turn. Betsy's not giving up yet. She's chasing her down the straight. It's going to go Chalice, Beck, Simpson. That's going to be a 1, 2 and 3. Would like to say who got the 4. Round 2 of motos is done. We are going to move on to round 3.
Round number 3 of the motos are ready to go. We will be going straight into quarters, ladies and gents. Hope that's right. Is that right, Des? Yeah, wicked. We're going straight into quarters after motos. So you need to be keeping an eye out on scores, please, ladies and gents. Straight into quarters after motos. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers heading into turn number 1. Hunter van der Malion leads this one out. Xavier Fox Cooper dives underneath. They're elbow to elbow coming back through the straight, but Malion gets the advantage. He's going to lead it into turn number 2. Cooper in there with him. Who's that picking up 3? Got to be Billy Cheeseman doing it for Gosport National Race Team. Looking like fast signatures in the mix as well. That is Jack Swales in there at about 5 at the moment. Percy Large in there in 4. Doing it for the Tiger Race Team crew. That'll be watching on down the last straight somewhere. Can't see him at the minute. Cracking lap from Percy. He's going to pick up that top 4 finish. Race 290 on track. Benedict Marco's on the inside. Who's that elbow to elbow with him? Looking like it could be Harry Swales. Fast signatures. Yes, it is in there in that 2 spot. Adam Arnold in there in 3. Running out of Braintree. Bram Heaver in the mix as well, looking for a high low on Arnold out of that final turn, chasing him down the final straight. Looking like Arnold's going to hang on to that top 3 finish as they take it across the line. Ozin King in the mix in the next moto. In there in 4. Your race leader, lead. Don't know what happened there. Race leader, Frankie Griffin, European number 3. Followed by the European number 7, that is Oliver Arnold out of the Smiley's Flight Club, chasing down the Fluent crew out front. Jimmy Tablanche in there in 3 for MK Evolution. 13-14 cruisers, Alfie Sim in this one. He's in there in that 3 spot, chasing down Jack Walford as they enter that second corner. So it is Evolved out in there in 3, Fluent in 2, and Team Air out front. That is, of course, Newton Hinley on the 3 plate, doing it for Team Air and Andover out of that final turn. The front 3 looking safe and clear. It is going to be Sim rounding out them podium spots. More 13-14 cruisers. Theo Cam on track in there in that 4 spot, but your race leader got to be Logan Young out front. DC Cycles under pressure as they enter turn number 2. In and out they go. That could be Warren BMX Race Team, I think it is. No, it's Hot Shot, sorry, picking it up as they come on round. That is very possibly Caden Elkindi. Not sure who that was in second, but it was GT Factory in 3. Rab Racing, James Cottrell on track. World number 7 on his 20-inch. National champion on his cruiser. Taking the big wheels out front. In his 3rd moto on his cruiser. In and out it goes. Alfie Andrews in there in 3. Having an absolute corker of a lap for Urban Air BMX. His mum's birthday today, so happy birthday, Joanne. Wherever you may be. 21 years of age, Joanne is. So happy birthday, Joanne. MCR led out, in and out of that final turn. Got to be Eric McSwitty, hasn't it? Yes, it is. Mr. McSwitty taking it across the line with Tate Kidson and Cooper McCrum in there behind him. Next up on track, race 296, heading into turn number 2. No Angus Graham in this one. All rider down. I think that was JT or Simpson Davies. Let's hope that he's all right. Out on track though, mixed picks chasing down your race leader. That is Zachary Tia. Tia then leading this one out. Who's that in there behind him? Oakley Hooper. A decoy SAS Race Team going to run out in the top 3 spots with Aidan True. Put your hands together for it. Jay, he's back up to his feet. And finishing his lap. Riding for Jump Club. More 15-16 cruiser action heading into turn number 1. Thomas Duran leads this one out. Zach Chapman in there behind him doing it for MCR. So it is CGR and Manchester going 1 and 2 heading into that second corner. Jake Hart, yes, we made a final yesterday for Tiger Race Team. He's in there in 3, being chased down by the rider in 4 on the 923 plate into that final corner. That is Elliot Albert out of Cornwall as the next moto hits the track. 2 fast signatures riders in this one. One of them's got to be Stan Palmer, and you're going to find him out front leading this one out, looking like LeBras is on the outside into turn number 2. He's in there in about 3 at the minute. Couple of riders looked up the inside of him but didn't make it happen, so he's hanging on to that podium position. John O'Haradine in the mix doing it for MK Evolution, and the ladies, he's going in and out of that final turn. Looking good down the final straight. LeBras not going to get close enough for that 2 spots. Millar, Coburn 1 and 2 in Moto 299. Lewis Barnes in this one as well, chasing down Roger Jones as he enter turn number 3. BMXHype.com occupying that 3 spot. That is, of course, Louis Kai Matt bringing it on through on the 20 plates. Back out of that final turn, Millar, Coburn, Map, Jones, Barnes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The 6th spot gonna be Theo Robbins out of Team Air. 30-39 cruisers. That looks like Jack Hudson leading this one out. Agris Alexander's in there behind him. Here comes JB Webb. Looks up the inside. Didn't make it happen though. Carved that second turn though. And he's looking for a way back. Alexander's heading towards the final turn. It is going to be Martin Smiley Brown in there in 4. As cool and calm as you like. Chilling his way to a top 4 finish as Hudson takes the moto win. John Lillingston getting the elbow in turn number 1 from Daniel Popel, so it's your British champ and national champ. 1 and 2 from last year. Tom Palmer in there in 3, looking for a way round the outside. It's elbow bashing as they come back through the straight. Palmer works his way round, then does it the hard way and goes from 3 to 2. Popel, Palmer, Lillingston in that. Looking to pick up that 4th spot as they bring it down the final straights. Not quite sure who it was. The King of Rimmers, Kingsley Mears, leads out the 40 to 44 crew. I think this could very possibly be one of our whole shot awards for the day as well. Mr. Mears then out of the final turn, going to take his 3rd moto win of the day. 3 from 3 for him. Right the way down to the line with Stephen Hassel in there behind him. Mr. McCoy out on track then in the 40-44 cruisers, doing it for Tygo and the Head Angle YouTube crew. Heading into that second turn, BRE Racing though leads it out. Matthew Eaton out front looking good. Pro start in there in that 2 spot. That's going to be Craig Cordin. He's being chased down though by the 11 plate, looking for a way around the outside. That is Matt Swales out of Gosport, NRT and Army Cycling Union, chasing Cordin down, but it's going to be a 3 spot for him. Matt Barnard on track, 45, 49-year-old cruisers. Matt Barnard, stay strong, Clark and Kent. 1 and 2 with the 8X plates. There's the Kebab House Racing jersey. Graham Stark, Mr. Stark himself, Mr. Kebab House Race Team, taking a 2 spot on the line. Nigel Smith nicking the 2 on the line. Norbert Marco Fraser Watson in race number 305. Going 1 and 2. Yesterday's 1 and 2, but the other way around. DC Cycles and BMX Widow out there in the minute. Kev Merrin in there in 3, doing it for Moto 1 365 race team with what looks like Dave Stokes. Yes, it is for Evolved Bicycle Motocross in 4. Next up, more 45, 49 cruisers. That is Stay Strong C&K. Damien Mean leading it into turn number 2. He's got Neil Harbour right there with him, doing it for Sorted Race Gear, looking for a way round in and out of that second corner. Who's there in 3? Simon Toogood, DJ Toogood, as I like to call him. BMX racer at weekends. Super Deeper DJ at weekends as well. Only in the evenings though. We'll leave the national stuff to you, Casey. Athens Factory on track, leading this one out. Got to be John Bentley on the 4 plate. Is it Turn Bar Tuesday? Yes, it is, of course. Stylish as you like into that final turn for Jules Allen. He's being chased down this final straight though. Brett Knight is one of the chasers. I think that could be Richard Ellis. Yes, it is in the mix as well. He's going to take that 3 spot tight on the line with Knight, who takes 4. Here comes Kevin Sykes leading out the next moto. Couple of riders queuing up behind him though. One of them looks like it could be Agris Alexander's. On the 124, no, that's Brett Archibald, sorry. Brett Archibald in there in 3. Chasing down Pete Butler in 2. So Sykes, Butler, Alexander's 1, 2, 3. Chalkos in 4. 5 on the plate, leaning out of turn at number 1, sorry. That has got to be Keith. Stephen Hassel, sorry, riding out of Mongoose Factory. Daz O'Brien back racing after his crash yesterday. And looking good into that final corner. Look at that for a high low. Didn't quite make it happen though. Quality defensive riding from Hassel down that final straight. He's going to pick up that moto win. Billy Stupple in and out of turn number 1 for Ice Bites, going 1 and 2 with Bernie Shale. That looks like Keith Brown in there in 3, doing it for Team Mine. Heading into that final quarter, second corner, sorry, keep getting confused over these corners. It's Stupple though, out front, charging away with it. Shale's not letting him go that easy, heading for the final turn. Here comes Stephen Noble looking for a way round on the 9 plate. Barnesbury massive in there as well. Who was that? It looks like that could have been Simon Watson looking for a way round. Noble down to the line. Who's going to get the 4? As they go over the stripe, I think it could have been Watson. Big Mick Goff goes 1 and 2 with Brent Featherstone heading into that second corner. The McRocks in there in 3, doing it for Radio Race Team. And the Centurions in and out of that second turn. Reed chasing down the race leaders. Jonathan Charlesworth in this one as well. Looks like GT Factory are in the mix on the 11 plate. That is Steve Peach in and out of that final turn. And down to the line for Gnarly, who takes the... for Goff, who takes the win. Ned Penny leading out the 17-29-year-old cruisers in race number 3-1-2 for Absolute, going 1 and 2 with Arnes from Connor Blythe in there in 3. That looks like the 25 plate of Wiggins. Mowat, sorry, in there in 4. That's going to be your top 4 across the line. Daniel Wilson leading out the next motor for BMX Widow Photography. His teammates in the middle of the pack in about 4 or 5, scrapping away with Luke Davis Hayes, who's worked his way underneath to go from 5 to 3 in 1 straight. So he occupies that 3 spot. Got Luca Manzi in there behind him in 4 as they head into that final turn. Josh Cates in there in that 2 spot. So it's Wilson, Cates, Hayes, 1, 2, 3, Manzi, McHugh, 4 and 5. That's how they're going to take it across the stripe. CH Coaching Performance and Pro Start leading out the next moto. Connor Hedges out front, looking good. He's got Fletcher in there behind him. Zach Green's in there in the 3 spot, doing it for Radio. No Big Brother today. It was busy last night, weren't he, Dina? He was busy partying. How we all wish we was there with him. Right, it's going to be Zach then in that top 3 spot, with Ben Weiss in 4. Alex Brooks leads out the next moto, your national champ, into turn number 2. Rab Racing and Moto 1 going 1 and 2 at the moment. That looks like it could be very possibly Theo Pope in there in that 2 spot, looking for a way round the outside. Can he find it? Just receives an elbow from Brooks in that final turn. Looking at the 9 plate down the final straight, chasing him on through. That could very well be Niall Moss out of Fast Signatures. Rocky O'Brien and Mr. O'Brien then leading out race number 3-1-6 in the 17-29 cruisers. This will be their motos done and dusted for the day. Archie Large, Tiger Race Team in there in 3. Kyle Hill's in there in 5. Nice and relaxed, chilling his way down the final straight. Looks like Wiggins is going to take that 2 spot. 30 plus women on track. This is the most competitive age group you'll see on track today. Heading towards turn number 2, got to be Sarah J. Nichols going 1 and 2 with Kim Batsford, who's there in 3. Lee Pendleton with Nikki Sitch in there in 4. Coach Chizzy's in the mix as well in 5 with her teammate in there behind her. That looks like Tracy Sharp. Yes, it is Sharp picking it up as they come into the final turn. Lisa Tarlin in this one as well, as is Swan Clements in and out of that final corner. It's all about your world number 2, SJN, taking the moto win. Michelle Stupple, Savannah Carver and Cassie Harding 1, 2, 3 as the exit turn number 1 in the 30 plus women's cruiser. That looks like Teresa Chalice doing it on the template, and for Absolute Bicycle Motocross in there in 4. Josephine Burston is in 5. Look at Grace Turner making moves on Kirsty Freya in that second corner. Can she make it happen? Freya's going to hang on to it. Albert's in this one as well, heading towards the final turn. But your national champ Stupple going to take that moto win. 17, 29-year-old women on track on the cruisers. It's got to be your British champ leading it out from the national number 2. So it is going to be Mabo UK, followed by 2 sorted race gear ladies heading for turn number 2. Chisua, Firth, McFall in that order. Who's picking up to 4? Looking like that could be Amy Williams doing it for Retro Racing. Jump Club's in there as well. Heading towards that final turn. That is Sammy Prince on the 14 plate, rounding out the top 5. Heading down to the line, though, it's going to be Chiswa taking that moto win. More 17, 29-year-old women's cruiser. Elsa Rendell-Todd leading this one out, your European champion. Looking like we're going to have a swap of duties for the race hub. Zach's getting the lowdown from his mum on how to man the camera. It's mint how many positions change up here. Right, Elsa Reynolds Todd taking the moto, winning that one. 13, 16-year-old girls cruiser. Out on track, Annalise Cameron-Carpenter, Cody Harmer, Anya Master Alonso, 1, 2, 3, who's picking up the 4 spots. Isla Young with Erin J. Jackson in 5, but it is going to be Annalise in and out of that final turn out front. Halo Wheels Race Team Massive over there near the Star Hill. Looks nice and chilling near 10. Seen a couple of pictures of them guys this weekend as the last moto of the cruisers for the weekend hits the track in and out of turn at number 3. Turn number 2, just adding corners for no reason. Alexis McCartney jumping through that 3rd straight, smooth as you like. Going 1 and 2 with BB Alderton out of that final corner, looking like Divide Branzala, Radcliffe and Grace Birch, Carmel Allison in there in 4. 6 and unders on track. The Pocket Rockets heading into turn number 1. Oliver Bridle, Lou and Jamira looked up the inside, didn't quite make it stick. Bridle, Jamira, 1 and 2. Seth Goostree, that was.
Easy for you to say.
Give it a go 3 times, got there in the end. Henry Dodd in there in that 4 spot, being chased down by Mixed Picks Race Team as you bring it towards the final turn. That's Charlie Thorne with the Brunsey Massive in there as well. John Henry Weston in there in 6. In and out of the final corner and down the last straight. Bridle's absolutely charged away with that one. He's going to take the win. Check out Goostree's late charge. Going to go from 3 to 2 as the second rack of the 6 and unders hits the track. Looking like Benji Ross Foster on the inside. He's going to take it into turn number 2. Who's that there with him? Looking like that could very well be Isaac Tomlinson out of Manchester on the 486. Shelby Yates, YouTube sensation of Birmingham NRT. Looking up the inside as well. The 263's in the mix. That is Charlie State in there in 4, chasing Yates down the final straight, and he's made his move. Chalkos slips his pedal. He's battling it out with Jax Bradley down the final straight, but your race winner, Benji Ross Foster.
All right, moving on to Moto 325. These are your 7-year-old girls. We've got Mabel Pine out in front. Where is Hattie McGoldrick back there in 5 for the Evolved Bicycle Motocross crew. Maggie Devine in there in 2. Abigail Henning in 3, the 184. That belongs to Matilda Hewitt. She's there in that 4th spot. Hattie still looking good in 5. Who's got the 6? That's going to be either Isabella Henry or Matilda Hewitt, I think. Jagger Hines in there too. As we move on to Moto 326, Orla Jewis, Isabella Bowler, Sophia Rees, Kylie Dixon, Flick Brentall, Millie Moore, Susie Wyatt, and my little mate Tia Worthington. Fast signatures, Orla Jewis out in 1. The 938 and the 461. That is Flick Brentall and Sophia Rees. They're going 2 and 3. Millie's on the Mongoose. She's in there in about 4. And Tia Worthington going through as well. Race 327, the 7-year-old boys. Joseph Claydon in there in 1. Oscar rather fast. Going through in 2 as Big Link, Snack Boy, pushing hard. Cosimo Serra's in there. Albie Blight, Arlo Payne, Arlo Hatch. In and out the turn, looks like Arlo Payne might be the man in front. Payne in 1, rather fast in 2. Claydon in there in 3, Blight in 4. All these little rippers in the 7-year-old age group. Race 328, Rudy Pleasance Ford. Doing it for Hot Shot in there in 1, Atlas Lewis Fields. Won't be that far away, he's there inside the top 4. That's Roman Birdfield in 2. 284 is Finley Kerr. Battling with Oakley for that 3rd spot. And Ollie Underhill in there as well. Race 329, Toby Brook, Logan Acito. Frankie Jones doing it for the LCC squad. Pushing hard. Charlie Crossley, Finley Thomas and Oscar Granger. Oh, Charlie Crossley. He's dropped it again in the final corner. He's up, he's all right. He's had 3 motos and 2 crashes. If anyone's earned himself a McDonald's on the way home, it's Charlie. Get a Big Mac down you, mate, you'll be right. Race 330. Layla Dixon, Ellie Robertson, Ella Graham, Maisie Dyson in there in 2. Lauren Snell going through in 3. That's the Gospel National Race Team. Megan Keller on the 174. Madison Stubble. In there on that 826, Layla Dixon on the 918. Moto 331. Antek Perebny. Nathan Franklin, Oakley Hill, Lewis Rothwell. In there in about 6th spot. Leo Brits and Hunter Chambers. Oakley's there in about 3rd, doing it for LCC. Gilbert in 2, Perebny leading it out. Hunter Chambers rounding out the top 4 with Leo Brits in 5. Race 32, Christian Garbachik. In there in that 3rd spot. Felix Sakuna doing it for Bristol. Pushing hard. Arthur Mason, Ethan White, Emerson Tucker. In there in that 4th spot, my little her hero. And Henry Sullivan taking the win. Race 333. Callum Wood, Carter Kennedy, Jensen Jessup, Joel Pritchard, Jensen Me, and Xavier Darley. Scott Dick will be delighted that there's a Hawks Club jersey battling for the lead. High-lowing down the final straight. Callum Wood in there as well. Wood and Pritchard to the line. Who's going to get it? Jensen Jessup in there in 3. Oh, whoa. Carter Kennedy was in the mix as well. Also 334, Tommy Weston. For Brunty, Charlie Blake Bernard of the MK crew. Battling away with the Birmingham rider, I think it is. Caleb Tawaldi in there in 3. Doing it for the Peckham Massive. But out in front at the moment, it is Elliot Hatch. Elliot doing it for Rusty Nut Racing and Burnham. Vernell Challenger on the 674. He was out of Brixton as we move on to race 335. Alistair North out of Decoy. Been having a good day as Alistair's been riding well. Dominic Zapanos into the turn. Seth Robinson in 2. That'll be Jake Avis. In 3, Alistair in 4. Oscar Holloway going through as well, with Teddy Hayes and Seb Perry. Moto 336. Holly Webb, teamer. Being pursued by Eliza Powell and the Cumbernauld rider Rosie Geddes. Manchester in there in 4. That's going to be Molly Tomlinson. Roxy Rowlands looking good in 5. And Ruby Evans out of Cornwall as well. Moto 337. Got a feeling that's Holly Bishop out there in front. Yes, it is. Olivia Colich in 2. Cara Cross going through in 3. Charlie Hargreaves, pretty in pink, in 4. Got Beth Worley, Millie Wheeler, Robin Wyatt in the mix as well. Race 338, Luca Chalk. Where's Luca? In there in about 4th at the minute. Got Aston John Lee to deal with, who's out in front. The 411 is Jane James out of Mixed Picks BMX team. George Kellum for TNT in 5. Race 339. Ethan Shaw. Rex Ford going 1 and 2. Hendrix Hines in 3. That'll be Tobias Groves in 5. Joseph Jewis in the 4. Eric Kincaid in there in 6. Doing it for Belfast City BMX Club. And we missed Anna in Markaloo. Race 340. Jack Kitchen. Elliot Worley. Oliver Hawker, Jack Haynes. Jack Haynes in there in 2. Oliver Hawker picking up the 4. Looks like the 161 of Elliot Worley had a problem. He's rolling himself across the line. 3-4-1, Jesse Rose, Jack Belton, Arthur Donaldson, Hugo Ballantyne. Hugo in there in about 5th. He's ridden well today, it's Hugo. Pushed hard, Jesse Rose in there in 3. Alistair Kane doing it for the Brunty Massive. Giving it the beans down the final straight. Race 342. Chester Grocott, Jacob Dem, William Arnold, Jackson, Chapman Davis. Seb Stain, Seth Kacharik. Seth out in front, Dougie Johnson out of Manchester. Giving it his all. That'll be Chester Grocott in there in, what, 3rd? Seb Staines out of Derby, going through in 4th. Well, they were all chasing Seth Kacharik to the line. Race 343. George Spencer, Harry Duffield, Charlie Dowsing. Dowsing out in front, Northeast BMX chasing him down. That's going to be Thomas Giles, Leo Ingham, Jack Griggs. As race 344 goes round the turn, Trixie Trey's doing it for Fluence. She's got Ada Walding in there in about 5th spot. Maisie Surtees in 4. Bonnie Dudley doing it for Team Creation. She's now worked her way into that 4th spot. And the young lady in 2 on that A plate. That's going to be Holly Richardson out of CGR. Erin Toogood doing it for Derby as well. And the Norwich rider is Isla Milne. Race 345, Bennett, Underhill, Dolan, Kiss, Hudak, Puddock, Egan and Shepherd. Maisie Egan, Grace Hudak going 1 and 2. Ophelia Shepherd on that 2A1. It's the 6 of Izzy Dolan in there in 3. The 4-1-2, that belongs to Jamie Puddock out of Exeter. As Maisie and Grace go across the line. With Izzy in there in 3. Race 346, Cordery, Snell, Henning, Orland, Newmarsh, Powell, Eden, Beasley and Tawalde. Rex Beasley not having it all his own way in this one. Preston Newmarsh, Powell, Tawalde and Cordery. That's going to be a 1-2-3, Freddie Ray Orlands. In there in 4 is Ronnie Wood. Flies past in that 2nd position. Race 347, he's got Murray Watson to chase down, which is no easy task. Leo Bradley in there in 3. Joey Tompkins doing it for BMXHype.com, working his way into that 3rd spot. Is Wood going to pick up Watson down that final straight? I don't think he is. Race at 348, Walwork, Anderson, Monroe, Steinmetz, Moore, Jones, DeSaris and Gray. Jacob Anderson and Finley Monroe going 1 and 2. Ronnie Walworth pushing hard for the Hard Knocks crew, battling away with Benjamin Gray. Arlo Steinmetz in there in 3. Isaac Jones rounding out the top 5. Race 349, Lewis.
More 10-year-olds on track into that 2nd corner. Looking like Green Machine went on the inside out of the Richards, but didn't quite make it happen. So Seb Hewitt has taken advantage for Creation Cycles and worked his way into a top 2 spot. Who's that in front though? Got to be Teddy Jones, LCC Race Team. In and out of that final corner. He's going to pick up this motor weight down the final straight. Under pressure from Hewitt though, but he will hang on across the line. Walsh, Hall, Swales, O'Connell, Morris, Harvey, Jackson and Nude. Finn Nude in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Blackpool BMX Club out front. That is Ted Harvey. On the 48 plate, Harvey, Nude out there looking good. Bone Morris in there inside the top 3. Rider for Team A and Andover. There was 4 attempts there. Oh. By the time I started waking up. Right, race 351 on track. Connor Hemphill leading this one out. GT Factory looking good as always, headed towards that final corner. That is Divide Brand UK in there as well. Of course, Hugo Dayton picking it up as they go in and out of that final turn. Right around of the northeast in the mix as well. down the final straight. That's going to be Carlin Gordon rounding out the top 3. Next up on track, the 11-year-old girls. Iris Hyder leads this one out. Who's that in there with her? Looking like that could be Lainey Corning out of Pro Start BMX. Yes, it is. Paige Cathcart Cunnison in the mix as well. She's inside the top 3. Here comes Harris though round the outside. Can she make it stick? It's getting a little bit sketchy as they come into the turn. One rider threw it under though. That was the 18 plate of Lucy Stevenson out of Barnsbury. Look at her and Harris drag racing down the final straight. Who's going to get it? I think Harris might have nicked it back off her across the line. Race 353 on track. Lauren Keller is chasing down Elizabeth Lola Paul, who leads it into the final corner on the 7 plate. Sorted Race Gear and GT out front. That's how they're going to stay down the final straight at the moment. Here comes Keller though. Late charge. Can she catch Paul to the line? That one's going to be tight as they cross the finish. More 11-year-old girls action heading into turn number 2. Looks like that could be Sarah Pritchard in there in that 2 spot. Chasing down your race leader, of course, Elsie Blight on the template, doing it for absolute hard knocks in there as well. Got to be Grace Gerard in there in 3. Crank BMX coaching occupying that 2 spot with Pritchard heading down the final straight. Here comes Gerard chasing Pritchard down to the line. Who's going to get the 2 spot? That one's going to be close. That one's one for the transponders of terror. Race 355 heading into turn number 2. 11-year-old girls. That looks like it could be MCR's Martha Cotton. Sorry, no, Sadie McSwitty leading it out on the 14 plate, going 1 and 2 with the 13 out of Retro Racing. That is looking like Penny Blackburn in and out of that final turn they go. Who's picking up the 3? That is looking like Team Mind. That is Caitlin Beard. Moving on to the 11-year-old boys, Ford, Bojang, Alexandre, Cheeseman, Waterhouse, Livingston, Charles and Dennis in and out of turn 2 and through the 3rd straight. Who's leading it out of the 25 plate out front? Albert Alexandre heading in and out of that final corner. Who's picking up 3 and 4? Looking up, we've got Rex Ford picking it up as they come down the final straight. Who's that in there in 4? That could very well have been Logan Waterhouse out of Decoy. Moto 1365 leads it out. That's Adrian Galitis battling it out elbow to elbow with Leo Rowlands heading for the final corner. Rowlands has worked his way around the outside after a perfect high-low in turn number 2. Jack Devine's done the same in turn number 3 and gone from 3 to 2. Galitis shuffles back to 3. That's how they're going to take it across the line. Leighton Harding, your national number 2 from last year, on track leading it out from Isaac Smith in there in 2, so it's GT and Rab out front of the minute. Alan's Factory in there as well. That's got to be Finn Munro on the 4 plate, looking like Brixton BMX Club in the mix as well. That is looking like a meal challenger heading in and out of that final corner, but it's all about Harding, Smith and Munro out front, looking like that's how they're going to take it across the line. Late charge from Munro. Not sure if they got close enough for that 2 spots. European number 4 on the bike, got to be James Bibby out front. Harley Bowler in the middle of the pack in this one, and about 5 at the moment. He's chasing down a couple of riders in front of him. That looks like it could be MK picking up that 4 spot on the 24 plate. That's Noah Bagwell in and out of the final corner. Ronnie Payne's in there in 3, looking like the 445 of Archie Croker White in there in 2. Atai Jamira's on track, going elbow to elbow, battling it out with Zach Everly heading for turn number 2. So it's Crucial and Mabo out front, in and out of the corner. Who's that picking up the 4? Got to be Akin Brazia chasing down the MK Evolution rider. That is looking like it could be Oliver Taylor. Yes, it is Taylor in and out of that final corner. Everly doing all he can to catch Jamira as they take it down to the line, but it's going to be Jamira taking the moto win. Race 361 on track. Belton, that is on the inside, working his way into that 2 spot. He's now being chased down by Team Minded to bring it back through the straight. That is Louis Sheffy. It's Lucas Belton then picking up that 2 spot. Who's out front? Gotta be Green Machine Samuel Richards. Richards then leading it down the final straight into the line. Belton and Sheffy in that order. Archie Bell leading out the next moto, doing it for Fluent. Bicycle motocross in and out of the corner. Stay Strong C&K in there as well. That's got to be Joe Rook on the 7 plate. Who's that in 3? The 2-1-2 plate as they come on round. Charlie Cotton out of Knowsley BMX. Look at the Gosport NRT rider though, looking for a way round. That is Jet Thompson inside the top 4, being chased down to the line. Thompson's going to hang on to that top 4 finish. Esme Ward on track in that 2 spot in race number 363 in the 12-year-old girls. That looks like Nia O'Connell in there in that 3 spot. They're all in there behind the British champion Amelie Eaton, as smooth as you like through that 3rd straight, jumping her way through the 116 in there as well. That is Millie Granger out of Fast Signatures. Look at the last turn action, looking like he could be hand over diving underneath. Can she make it stick? Coming back at them down the final straight. Who's going to get that 4th spot? I think that could have been Georgia Surtees. Ruby Warren leads out the next moto as they come out of turn number 2. That looks like Emma Kiss in there with her, headed towards the final corner. European number 2, Brooke Fast Fawcett in there in 3. Just a little slight over manual on the entry into turn number 3, but managed to stay upright. She's nice and comfortable inside that top 3 spot. Warren pushed for the line for that 1, but I think she's going to hang on to it. What race are we on? Race 365, Anushka Jones, that is in that 2 spot, chasing down your race leader out of the Titans. That was Holly Diver picking up that moto win. Harry Donald, European number 3, BMXHype.com leading this one out. Who's in there with him? Got to be Ethan Crooks. Martin doing all he can to close that gap. But your European number 3 looks solid out front. Donald, Martin in that order down the final straight. Looks like Honeywell's going to round out the top 3 with Max Vass in 4. Ethan Howell on track. Who's that in there with him? The 246 working their way underneath. I think there could be Harley Steele. Who's that in there behind him, chasing him on through? Got to be Josh Jepson inside the top 3 at the moment as they bring it on round. The 9 plate of Arnold in there as well. He's in 5 as it stands. Who's that in 4? Could be Ben's T-Ball Kiss. Out of Peckham BMX. Yes, it is under pressure from Arnold down the final straight. Howell going to take that moto win though. Max McNulty looking more and more comfortable as the day goes along. Riding out of Team Bunnies. He's in and out of turn number 2 in front. Who's in there with him? Got to be Charlie Wilcox out of Team Mine. That looks like Rustin at Racing in there as well. That is Gilmore Green heading into that final corner. Looking on, we've got Hayden Cartwright in there as well. Riding out of MK Evolution in there in 4. He's under pressure though as they bring it down to the stripe. Who's that pushing him to the line? I think that could have very well been James Joseph Roy. Pipe. 16 on the plate. Out front, Tom Palmer, the young one, in and out of that final turn. Heading down the final straight, Ralph Sowerby in there in that 2 spot. Who's going to pick up 3? That looked like Brixton's Lawrence Bojang. Look at this for an elbow-to-elbow scrap as they bring it through the 2nd straight. Ethan Rogers on the inside. He's got James Miller glued to his shoulder, though, as the exit turn number 2. Mark towards Idlow's having a battle with Collis as they bring it back through the straight. Sully's hanging on to it at the moment. Mark's not done yet, though. He looks up the inside. Joe Douglas is in there in 5 at the minute, having the move put on him in that final corner. Looks like Charlie Griggs, I think that is, just works his way from 6 to 5, and he's going to take that top 5 spot across the line. Moving on to the 13-year-old girls, Keynes, Muhar, Millar, Cleve, Young and Patel. Jalala Patel's in there in about 4 at the minute, chasing down Sidonia Cleve, who occupies that 3 spot. Who's in 2? Got to be Lexi Keynes with your race leader. That is, of course, Katie Millar, Moto 1 365 race team. Out of that final turn, she's going to pick up this moto win. Keynes still under pressure from Cleve, but she's going to hang on to that 2 spots. Sorted race gear on track. Isabella Rowe, your national number 3 from last year, being chased down by Rin Giannolino out of Team Bunny. She's got Libby Copping in there in 3, but the front 2 ladies running away with it into the final turn. Oh, it got tight. Giannolino put her nose in front, didn't quite make it happen as Rowe shut the door into that corner. Isabella Rowe takes the moto win. Put your hands together for Rin Giannolino, ladies and gents. We are moving on to the 13-year-old boys. Noah Buttery being chased down by Thomas Westmore into that final corner. But the guy out front is Elvis Lawrence out of DC Cycles. So it's going to be Lawrence and Buttery taking it across the line. Race 374 on track, heading towards the first corner. That looks like the 6 plate on the inside. Ned Guppy out front looking good for Absolute. He's got Heath Osborne in there behind him, doing it for Birmingham NRT. That looks like Newton Hindley in there in about 4 at the minute. Ronnie Richards in there in 3. Who's in 5? That's got to be Decoy as they come on round. Alfie Underhill picking it up as they head on through. Cooper Westwood's in there in 6 out of the final turn. Guppy, Osborne, Richards, 1, 2, 3. That's how they're going to finish. Dexter Beerup leads out the next moto in the 13-year-old boys. Leo Cranston is there as well, looking for a way through the pack, and I think he might have found it into that 2 spot. Looking like that could be Miller, I think, as well. No, sorry, Zach Childs in there in 3, working his way up the inside of the 68 plate. That is Dylan Slatter in and out of that final turn. Beerup, Cranston down the last straight. Here comes Cranston with a late charge. Who's going to get it? I think Cranston might have just nicked it. Tyres, Rollison, Weller, Cottrell, Lynch, Miller and Alonso. Where is Robin Matten? Alonso is in there in 4 at the minute, chasing down the wheel number 7 in 3. Toby Lynch is in 2, but it's Harry Tyres out front, smooth as you like. Lynch chasing him down the final straight. Has he got enough left in the tank to close the gap? I don't think he has. Going to be Cottrell in 3. European number 2 on track, Kobe Rayford. Check this kid out, in and out of turn number 2. He's going 1 and 2 with Ben Millington. Freddie Parkinson in there in 3. Who's that in 4? Looking like the 669 as they come on through. That is Oliver Taylor and a Blackpool BMX Club heading in and out of that final turn. He's going to have to settle for a top 4 spot. Millington under pressure from Parkinson, but Parkinson's going to have to take the 3. Harry Bailey leading out the next moto for Smiley's Flight Club. Got Daniel Collisage out of the Danes. In there in that 2 spot, who's picking up 3? Logan Young, by the looks of things. That is a 23 plate in there as well. That is Maxwell Lawrence. It's his birthday, I believe, on Thursday, or it was his birthday on Thursday. Happy birthday, Max. He's going to take that top 4 finish across the line. Todd Smith-Notman on track. Got Isaac Shaw right there with him, in and out of turn number 2. Freddie Richardson's in there in that 3 spot. Who's in 4? Looks like there's a battle on. Billy Harrison's involved, and he's working his way around the outside, heading in and out of that final corner. It's going to be Notman, Osborne. Oh, one rider. That's going to be Billy Harrison, who exits right into the barriers. Next moto up on track. Here comes Nathaniel Eames up the inside, works his way into a top 2 spot. Geddes isn't done yet, and Hamilton leads out the moto. It is looking good for Hamilton at the moment. Eames, Geddes into the final turn. He's getting tight. No one's giving an inch. It's going to be Geddes round the outside. Down the last straight. Who's going to get the 3 as they bring it down to the stripe? Looking like Eames is going to take the 4. 14-year-old girls out on track. Then Ailey Watson in there in that 2 spot, chasing down Green Machine out front. That is Grace Burge on the 3 plate. Lottie Brown moved her way through from 3 to 2, so it is going to be Burge, Brown, Watson in that order. Brown round the outside, though, does it the whole way. The European number 4 works her way to lead the moto and take it right the way down to the line. Amelia Everly came under pressure in turn number 1 for Mabo UK from the 14 out of Peterborough. That was Lottie McFarlane, so them 2 ladies going 1 and 2 at the moment. That looks like it could be Concept Mabo in there as well. That is Ava Wright. Where's Orla Cooper? She's in there in 5, looking for a way around the 4 plate of Ruby Walford in that final corner. Walford hanging on to the 4 down the final straight. Cooper looking for a late charge. I don't think she's going to get close enough. She'll have to settle for 5. 14-year-old boys on track. Groves in this one. He's out front at the moment. That looks like the 11 plate in there behind him. Sorry, the 12 of Alex Dunkley. Ellie Featherstone BMX coaching, picking it up. The 19 out of MCR in there as well. That's Eric McSwitty's teammate Ewan Beats in there in 4, heading down the final straight. It's all about Mason Groves in race number 383. As at 384 exits turn number 1, Luke Wilcox going 1 and 2 with the Mongoose Factory rider working his way up the inside. That is Rufus Cosinu. Oh, he's hit the deck though in turn number 2. Looked to the inside, didn't make it happen, so the 8 plate in there in 2 now. Lucas Osborne, Birmingham National Race Team, but Halo Wheels going to take that moto win with Luke Wilcox. Next moto on track, Ben Larkins leads it out. Eden Boone is right there behind him. Who's in 3 is Team Bunnies, Logan Widdowson. Dad's watching on from turn number 1 with that lovely moustache, Kirk, I must say. As they go in and out of turn number 2 and back through the 3rd straight, it is all about Pure Bikes out front. Ben Larkins running away with it. Last year's national number 2, he wants to change it to a 1, and he's going to take that win in the moto down to the line. Chase Barnard on track in there in that 3 spot at the minute. The couple of riders battling out front. Looks like it could be Lucas Seeley and Freddie Entwistle. It's Entwistle leading it from Seeley as they head back through the straight. Here comes Seeley looking up the inside. Entwistle closes the door and makes it stick. Barnard in there in 3, being chased out of the final turn by the rider out of decoys to bring it down the last straight. Looking like that could have been Thomas McGovern. Didn't quite get close enough. Race 387 on track, 14-year-old boys. It's the 6th plate leading this one out. Amos Guppy for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Who's that in there with him? Looking like that could be a Crank BMX coach and bringing it on round. That is Ocean Paw. Green Machine Tribe in there as well. That's Ollie Kirby on the 24 plate with the 32 of Cooper McCrum in there behind him inside the top 4, but it's going to be Guppy picking up that moto win. More 14-year-old boys on track. Kaipo in your world number 5. Smooth. Oh, it got busy in turn number 1. Bradley James threw it under. It came out in that 2 spot. Jamira and Tomlinson elbow to elbow into the corner. Here comes Jamira back underneath. Look at the high-low then from Freddie Franklin. He's worked his way from 5 to 3. What a high-low that was. Bowen, James. In and out they go. Franklin's in there in 3. Jamira under pressure from Tomlinson. He's going to get the 4. Tomlinson for 5. Heath Thomas leads out the next moto in race number 389. He's got Tate Kitson right there behind him in that 2 spot. MEC Woods in 3. Looks like that could be Oliver Sim out of the mid-lanks in there in 4. Repping his club jersey heading back through the straight, but it is Pro Stock BMX out front. Heath Thomas, he's going to pick up this moto win down the final straight. Oliver James on track in race 390 into turn number 1. Riding for Fluent Bicycle Motocross the 238 in there with him. That is Lucas Tandy out of Birmingham BMX Club, but the mover came in the corner. Looks like that could be Louis Avery. Yes, it is Avery who's worked his way into a top 2 spot. Theo Cam's in the mix as well. In there in about 5. The rider in there in 4 is the 28 plate of Henry Radcliffe out of decoy, but it's out front with Oliver James and Louis Avery down at the final straights. Race 391 on track. Looking like that could be Megan Roy out front. Annalise Cadman-Carpenter, Adele Veruti in that order as they go through the 3rd straights. DC Cycles in there as well on the 13 plate. That is BB Alderton and Alexis McCartney in there in 5, but it's going to be Megan Roy picking up that moto win.
392, 15-year-old girls. Lexi Wayne leading it out. That looks like Sophie Elwood in there in 2. Jumping Jess Marriott doing it for the BMXHype.com/Mixoff Massive. In what? 2nd. That's Imogen Cockrell in 4. Caniston in 5. Or is it Peyton Collier? I think it's Peyton Collier. Sorry, Peyton. Right team, wrong rider. As we move on to 393. Super Rubes, Ruby Moores. Battling with Sabina Ashman. Sabina in 1, Ruby in 2. That's like Lorianne Carruthers in 3. With the 11 plate going through in 4, that will be Sophie Caniston. I got the right team, right rider this time. Smiley Maloney in the mix as well with Anya Mattern-Alonso and Betty Brewer. 394, Archie Lamb, Evolved Bicycle Motocross. But it is Noah Everly out in front. Eli Smith in there in 2. That's going to be Finley Collis in there in 3, doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Joe Nunn going through, and Kasperi Reynolds as well. And Oliver Muha. Race 395, Alex Mackey, Cody Coker, William Doherty, Jack de Jong, Henry Rayner, Jack Strong, and Nathan Barata. It is the A plates of Cody Coker leading it through. Nathan Barata, I think, in that 3rd spot. Doing it for Scott Dick down to the Hawks. As we move on to race 396, Mason Lang, Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Out there in front, the 39 and the 14. That's going to be Samson Townsend and Ollie Copping. Ollie looking good in that third spot. Kid's got skills to burn. And Thomas K out of Manchester rounding out the top 4. Moto number 397. 19 of George Chapman. 495, Matty Paulech in this one. Got Cameron Cox, Thomas Shaw, Kemi Cook in there as well. Sean Brown leads out 398, followed by 24 in the 10. Kai Blaine, Zachary Tia. They're going to go 2 and 3. Milton Keynes, John O'Harrigan doing it for the ladies in 4. Bradley Davison out of running mid, rounding out the top 5. 399. Still on with the 15-year-olds. Joe Penton Volk in this one. Jack Bailey, Lucas Webster. Webster out in front. Bailey in there in 2. Caden Dunn in 3. The Crank BMX rider. Not sure who that might be. The Scott McCallum rolls through as well with William Alfie Harrison. Race 400s. Reynolds' friend Kendall. Ollie Kendall out front. Reese Toole on his home track in there in 2. Jack Clark out of Ipswich going through inside the top 3. And TNT have got William Friend in there as well. Race 401, Finn Phillips riding up an age group behind James Clitheroe, who's riding up 2. So these guys are absolutely on it. Callum Heath in there as well. But it's going to be Clitheroe, Phillips, Doran, 1, 2 and 3. Danica O'Hagan in there as well for the Irish connection. And I've got a feeling that Thomas Miller rolled through in about 3rd or 4th. 402, Tommy Hamilton, Ted Warwick, Hayden Stone, Rayo Stefanovs, Aidan True, Sam Hamblin, and Dane Raymond Wardell out of Barnsbury. Moving on, Moto 403. Jaden Forsey out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Brother Harvey still in hospital at the moment, just being looked at after his crash yesterday. We hope he's all right. Get well soon, Harvey. The 7 plate belongs to Zach Twitchin. Good to see Jack out there. Charlie Granger going through in 3rd with Alfie Thompson out of Peterborough inside the top 4. Race 404, Elliot Brook. Rab Racing in there in 2, chasing down Josh Williams. BMX Widow Photography. Jalen Green out of Blackpool in 3. Zach Chapman out of Manchester in 4. Got a feeling that's Max Burgess in there in 5 with Ellis Berry in 6. Race 405, Finley Hoff. Pro Start Mounted, being chased down by Curtis Copeland. Birmingham National Race Team, JTL Simpson Davis. On that 6 plate, he's in there in 3. Niall O'Connell in there as well, Callum David, Romeo Kapai, and Malachi Price. Moto 406, Mr. 96 podcast. Scott Beaumont, other podcasts are available. Matic Petrick in there, Billy Irwin, Matthew Bourne, Dale Scott, and Martin Smiley Brown. Race 407. Darren Thompson, David James, Dan White. Good to see Dan back on the bike again. In there in about, 5th spot at the minute. Chris Granger, Ryan Jones, John Lillingston. Lillingston out there in 1. Dan White in, 4th spot. Chris Granger just right there next to him, battling for the 3. Race 408. Fawn Clements, Savannah Carver, and Annie Chiziwa. Coach Chizzy in 2. Savs in there in 1 on the OS20. Whoop whoop. Love some OS20 action. Our rubbish bag has given up the ghost. We've loaded it with that much crap it fell off the railing. Anyway, meantime, looks like our veteran guys are on the track. But we'll move on. Let's take a look who we've got. Danny T, Matt Barnard in this one. Out front, it is Zoltan Bude doing it for the Mongoose Factory team. Danny T in there in 2, Barnard in 3. Sebastian Fowle on the 595 doing it for Bexhill. George Salmon out of Teamer and Ian Milne as well. Race 411, Elliot Clark, Kerry George, Carver, Bentley and Fortune. Gary out there in 1. That'll be Stephen Fortune in 2. I'm not quite sure what's happened to Bentley. He's been off the boil this weekend, has John. Don't know what's going on. I'm sure he'll tell me later. Especially as he's had the team boss in the house this week. Alan Woods was here yesterday. As we watch Craig Nelson, who's never off the boil, battling away with Brett Archibald. Julian Turnbar. Come on, Julian, don't disappoint me. There we go. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Basil Hull, Fitzroy Bryce, and Patrick Graham in Moto 412, 413. More Grand Vets. Hilly out in front. Reedy in there in 2. It's like the Pro Class 1996 all over again. That'll be Neil Waddington in there in 3. Neil Waddington pretends he's hardcore. He's actually low-key fast, is Neil. You got to keep a sneaky eye on him. Big Daddy White in there in 4. Mike Baggs going through. 414 Ishimoto. 17-18 boys. George Gerrard. Scrapping away with the 8X. That's Alfie Holloway. Jake Adcock out in front. Alexander Stokes. Strong fall from Alex Stokes. There we go, Alex. Smash that one, mate. Well done. Also 415. Tom Greek, Charlie Bigger, Lamin Akalele. Eddie the Hitman Cannons. You blow your legs off. In there in about 2. Whoa! What are you laughing at, Lewis? Do you not like my selection of regional accents? Listen. I don't do it for the love. I do it for the premium parking. That's what I do it for. Anyway, enough of that. 417 is your moto on track. Arne Esselmont. Luke Morris in there in about 5 of the minute. Looks like Hotshot chasing him down, though. That's going to be Sam Day. Sam in that 4th spot. 3rd, 2nd spot even. All right, come on. We're getting towards the end of the motos now. Race 418, Ruben Smith. In and out of the turn. Kieran Pennichrist in there as well. Doing it for Peckham. He's in there in 3, chasing down the SAS race team rider. That's going to be Sebastian Hamblin. He's in there in 2. Ethan Chandler doing it for Blackpool, pushing hard. Alongside Che Young out of the Hawks. But it's going to be Ruben Smith taking it to the line. 1929, Ash Walker, Jack Ellis, Reese Hoggart. Hoggart in there in 3. Luke Davis Hayes in 4. Finley Randall doing it for Redditch in there in about, 6. And we've got Spencer Gibson and Brett Dove in the mix as well. Dove in 2. Whoa, carnage in the final corner. Hoggy, Hayes, and another one. Calm down, gents. It's Moto 3. Everybody picking themselves up. Because you don't want Callum Shard Maple steaming over you in that final turn as Tyrese Bradshaw leads it in. Tyrese in 1, Callum in 2. I think that'll be Wallace in 4. And Connor Hudson rounding out the top 3. We are going quarter-final racing straight after the motos. Quarter-final racing straight after the motos. I know a lot of the quarters are already up on scores. Make sure you check them out. Right, we are going to wait just as this... And, yeah, all looking good at the moment. Can I just say, Manchester Club, you've done a phenomenal job with the track and the facility this weekend. Hats off to you guys. So Manchester BMX Club and the volunteers, helpers, everything else, thank you. And to the Bog Busters Massive, keeping the toilets sorted, thank you very much. My brews arrived, thank you to the tea lady. She's done an awesome job. And right on cue, here comes a brand new bin bag. Talk about rock and roll. Hey, there's nobody got a handle on refuse disposal like Manchester BMX Club. All trash, no crash. In and out of the turn, Ross Sharp, Holloway, Phillips, that's you 1, 2, 3. Fletcher Elliott doing it for Brixton, Moto 420, 2. Dan Kay, Sean Tobin, led out by Oliver Cope, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. In and out of the turn, Billy Lucas chasing him down. That'll be Hayden Green in there in 3. Rocking that 4-5-2 play. Sean Tobin in there in 4, Dan Kay in 5, Higley battling away for that 6. As we move on to 17-29 female. Arcade, Caitlin Ellis in there in 2, Hannah Baker leading it out, Imogen Gibson in 3. Ellen Parr inside the top 4. Alexa Oyolola doing it for Gospel, pushing hard as well. As we go in and out of the final turn, it's Baker, Ellis, Gibson, Parr, Gaynor. That is your top 5. We continue with 17-29 ladies. Emily Green, Megan Gerrard, Tilly McCrum, Rosie O'Brien, Megan Kirby, and Alexi Carruthers. Alexi in there in 4. Chasing down Megan Gerrard. As Emily Green crosses the line out in front, Lily Chiziwa leads out Moto 425, Esme Brooke in there in 3. Mika Pritchard in 4. That's Annabelle Charlton going well in 5. Mum will be watching on the live stream at home. The 27, that is Jamie Elwoods. And Taylor coming through as well, Alice Taylor out of Cardiff BMX Club. Race 426, Ellie Featherstone from Ellie Featherstone Bike Coaching out in 1. Megan Juhig in 2, Jamie Owens in 3. The 2-on-3, that belongs to Lacey Bird out of Team Mind with Ella Lamb and Jamie Hyam. Moving on. We have got the 11X of Remy Godfrey, Olivia Firth, Amy Willets, that's your 1, 2, 3, Alicia Lynn Scott in 4, Molly Simpson in 5, Jimmy Criddle battling away with Danny Jake Monforte and Gabe Simpson 1, 2, and 3. These are the Junior Open guys, always going on in the corner. Louis Tay Edwards in there in 5, Flynn looking for a move in that final turn. Jimmy Criddle holding on to it. Criddle, Monforte, Simpson. 1, 2, 3, Fringe Relicore in 4. Moving on to Superglass. Boville, Tanner, Bell, Hung, Collis, Isidore, and Strickland. Quill and Isidore, oh, it all got a bit tasty in the corner. Jay Boville had to take evasive action. He's been swooped by Harrison Bell. Quill and Isidore leading it out. Strickland in there in 2. Harry Tanner in 4. Jay Boville in 5. Taylor Hunt in 6. That's going to be Collis in there in 7. But it's Isidore Strickland 1 and 2. Who's going to get the 3? Tanner's going to get it from Bell. More Superclass action coming down the hill. George Hunt, Matthew Hutt, Joss Marnham, Markley, Russell and Roy into the turn. It's Matt Hutt picking up the whole shot. Bradley Russell just holding on in that burn. Marnham's trying to work his way through. Hutt on the outside. Markley in there in 5. Roy in 6. Still got Concept Maybo holding on to it. It's getting busy down the straight. Matt Hutt, George Hoods. 1 and 2. Joss Marnham is going to pick up the 3. Bradley Russell back in 5. Penultimate moto before we go quarter-final racing. These are the championship women. We are looking at Elsa Rendell, Todd and Betsy Bax going 1 and 2. Maggie Bown in 3. Ava Brown in 4. Cody Harmer battling away with Lucy Simpson for that 5. But it's still out in front. Elsa Rendell Todd. When she's not riding freestyle competition, she's racing BMX. And doing a great job of both taking the win. Betsy Bax, Maggie Bown. 1, 2, 3, Ava Brown in 4. Last moto before we go to the quarterfinals. It is Freya the Slayer, Sienna Harvey, 1 and 2. Say again, Lucy Hutt and Akira Cook. You're 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Still Freya the Slayer. Absolute bicycle motocross. In and out the final turn. She's going to pick up a moto win. Sienna Harvey for Crucial. In there in 2. Tay Again, Lucy Hutt and Akira Cook. Okay, motos are done, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to go quarterfinal racing ASAP. Quarterfinal racing as soon as humanly possible. To 29-year-olds, Brooks, Wilson, Penny, Weiss, Mauer in this one as well as they head towards the first turn. Penny with the whole shot, Alex Brooks just sitting in there in 2. Dan Wilson in 3. That looks like Zach Rendell, Todd in there in 4 at the moment. Ben Weiss in 5. Got a bit of work to do at the moment if he wants to make it in. Penny, Brooks, Wilson. That is your 1, 2 and 3. Who's going to get the 4? Zach Rendell, Todd or Ben Weiss as they come down the final straight. Pumping for the line. Who's going to get it at the stripe? Front 3 are clear. Oh, wouldn't like to say.
Connor Hedges closed the door in turn number 1 in the second quarter-final of the day, and he's got Theo Pope and Rocky O'Brien right there behind him in 2 and 3. Who's going to pick up 4 as they come on in and out of the corner? Looking like Connor Blythe at the moment. He's in a qualifying spot. Here comes the 2.93 of Joe Wallbridge throwing it underneath of the corner. Henderson gets involved as well and throws in a high low of his own in the turn. Blythe coming back at him down the final straight. Wallbridge, Blythe to the line. I think Blythe might have nicked it.
Right, Esselmon Case, Luke Davis Hayes, that's your 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Now Moss is in there in 4, doing it for the Fast Signature squad. Who's the rider in 5, looking for a way around as they come towards the final corner. It's Green, I think on the 6X. Is he going to be able to make it happen? Doesn't look like it. Moss is in there in 4, Luke Davis Hayes in 3, Esselmon taking the win.
Final quarter-final for the 29-year-old cruisers into the first corner, and it looks like the 3X is going to lead them out. That is Lewis Fletcher going 1 and 2 with Luca Manzi heading for the second corner. Looking like Retro Racer are involved as well. That's Jack Wiggins picking up the 3 spot. Who's got the 4? Here comes Matt McHugh muscling his way into a qualifying spot. Battling it out with the 2.57 of Dylan Seaman. Seaman throws in a highlight, but it's going to be McHugh taking that final qualifying spot down the final straight and into the semis.
We are changing age groups, moving on to the 8-year-olds now. The quarterfinals, Henry Sullivan, Callum Wood in this one. Sullivan takes to the sky. Wood's in there as well with Caleb Tawaldi. That is your 1, 2, 3. Who's got the 4? Marco's battling away with Seth Robinson. And don't count out the 2.16 of Charlie Blakeburn out of the Milton Keynes crew. He's shopping for a position as well as they go in and out of that second turn and enter the third straight. Henry Sullivan in control, Caleb Tawalde, Callum Wood. 4th place at the minute is belonging to Marco. Under pressure though from Blakeburn. Marco and Blakeburn down the final straight. Marco looking like he's going to hang on to it, make it through in 4.
Antek Perepni's on the inside into turn number 1, but he's got the Brunty Massive right there with him. That's got to be Alexander Gilbert on the 2.61 as he exit the first corner. Looks like Alistair North threw in a high low and he came out in that second spot. He's now elbow to elbow with Gilbert into the corner. Gilbert takes the advantage. Hatch throws it under as well and gets involved in the top 4 action. The top 4 trying to separate a bit of a gap between themselves and the rider in 5. That is the 2.74 of Joseph O'Brien in and out of that final corner. Perepni, Hatch with a pedal manual. He's going to take it through to the semis. Who's going to get 3 and 4? It's going to be Gilbert and North.
Third quarter final for the 8-year-olds. The 4.49 of Jake Avis out in front. Worries Oakley Hill. He's in there in 3 of the Bonnet and the Bristol rider. That is Felix Sakina, who's in that final qualifying spot right now. So he's holding on to it. Under pressure though as they come down the street. The Milton Keynes boys are looking good in 1 and 2. Oh, the move's been made on Sakina by the 3.14 of Seb Perry. Perry's in that 4th spot. Emerson Tucker's in there in 6. Perry's going to hang on for the 4 and make it through.
Joel Pritchard was on the inside in turn number 1. Hunter Chambers is going right round the outside the difficult way, and he's worked his way into 4 and 5, and he's scrapping away with Zapanos of Pritchard into the turn. Chambers didn't quite make it stick. Zapanos threw his elbows out and got in front in 4. So it's Ethan the Great White and Christian Garbachik 1 and 2 into the final corner. Joel Pritchard going 3 and 4 with Dominic Zapanos in and out they go. The front 4 are looking safe and clear. White, Garbachik, Pritchard, Zapanos all through.
Jack Belton leads out quarterfinal number 1 for the 9-year-olds. That's Jesse Rose in there in 2, and I can see the American jersey of Hendrik Hines getting involved as well as they go in and out. Oh! 1 and 2 have gone. Belton and Rose hit the deck. That's left it wide open. Hendrix Hines in there in 3. And look at the 047 of Aston John Lee. His mum will be going absolutely wild at the side of the track. Ollie Burns in there in 4. Hines is going to take it. Hines, Lee going through. Ollie Burn as well. And I've got a feeling it was Jacob Dent. Oh dear me, Jack Belton rolling round on the floor in that second turn. Even Phil looks perturbed.
Quarter-final number 10, here's the track. These are your 9-year-olds heading for turn number 1. It's looking like your British champion's the first one to show. Ethan Shaw's going to pick up the whole shot into the turn. The 118 of Seth Kacharik's in there with him. Rocco Westwood out of Divide Brands picking up the 3. Who's in there in 4? Looking like Hugo Ballantyne heading for the second corner. Look at the inside though, who's trying to work it under, and it's getting stuck in. Looks like it could have been Grocock. Yes, it was. Getting busy in the turn. TNT in there as well. That's Oliver Hawker. The front 3 are looking safe and clear. Has Chester Grocock got enough left for Ballantyne? It's going to be Shaw, Kacharik, Westwood, Ballantyne. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Quarter-final 3 for the 9-year-olds. It's getting busy already. The 411 of Jake James has just worked his way into that 4th spot, but he's got fast signatures. Joseph Jewis right to the side of him. He's held on to that spot, but he's under serious pressure. They are queuing up behind him like Greg's on a Friday afternoon, and he's dousing into the corner. Dousing Ford, the 3-1-2. That belongs to Oakley Lewisfield. Oh, Jewis has blown his corner. That means that Jake James is going through in 4 for mixed picks.
About 5 riders were neck and neck. It's all Jack Haynes comes off worse on the exit of turn number 1. Everyone else manages to stay upright in this 9-year-old quarter-final. In and out of turn number 2, Jack Kitching leads it out. Here comes Thomas Giles, who has worked his way across. Giles and Kitching elbow to elbow. The 6-7-3, oh, in the final turn. They got busy. Tobias Groves is in there in 3, who's in 4, looking like Rustin and Racing, hanging on to it down the final straight. That's going to be George Spencer picking up that final qualifying spots.
Quarter-final number 1 for the 10-year-olds. Jacob Anderson out in front. Lucas Tewolde's in the mix as well. He's there in 4 for the minute, working his way into 3. Where is Freddie Ray Orland? He's back there in 5, so he's really going to have to push hard the LCC rider as they come towards the final corner. BMXHype.com, Tompkins in there in 2. Look at the battle. Oh, underneath, he tried to put the move on. That was the 40 belonging to Clayton Southall. Couldn't make it stick.
Murray Watson and Teddy Jones go 1 and 2 in this quarter-final for the 10-year-olds. Heading out of that first corner, looking like Richards is in the mix inside the top 3. Who's that in 4? Arlo Steinmetz is in a qualifying position at the moment. He's got Edward Cordery in there behind him in 5 as Cordery got enough left for Steinmetz as they bring it through the 3rd straight, heading towards the final turn. In they go, Watson, Jones, Richards in that order. Cordery looks at the high-low, didn't make it happen. Steinmetz has a quick check to see where Cordery is. Last straight, who's going to get it? Cordery in there in 5. Steinmetz keeping it straight. He's going to take it through.
Right, we're looking at quarter-final number 3 for the 10-year-olds. The Land Shark Ronnie Wood is in there in 5. He needs to be in the top 4. Moves are going to have to be made. Connor Hemphill's leading it out. Divide have got a rider in there in 2. That's going to be Hugo D. Here comes Ronnie Wood into the final corner, making his move. He's under pressure from the right. Oh! They both gone. Leaned on one another, down they went. That summed it right up for the rider from Team Minds.
Another quarter-final on track. These 10-year-olds, Preston Umosh Pals leading this one out. Just watch how you go into the final quarter, guys. This is going to...
All right, we are looking after Ronnie. There was a battle going on in the turn.
They got all busy in quarter-final number 16.
Elbow to elbow, got themselves locked together. That put him on the floor.
Put your hands together for Ronnie Wood, ladies and gents.
He'll be back doing land shark things on Monday morning. Gets up, has a swim, bites stuff. That's what sharks do. If somebody can just give us a nudge on the situation with a rerun for the race after, then I can let everybody know. It will be rerun, okay? So, 16, quarterfinal 16 will be rerun. That is Preston Newmarsh Powell, Finley Monroe, Finn Nude, Sebastian Hewitt, Otto Paul, Leo Bradley, Rex Beasley and Isaac Moore. Quarterfinal 16 in the 10s. Newmarsh, Powell, Monroe, Nude, Hewitt, Parr, Bradley, Beasley and Moore. You guys are going to have a rerun of your quarterfinal. We're just waiting to get sorted before we go to quarterfinal 17. Right, quarterfinal number 17, in and out of the turn. James Bibby, Jack Devine going 1 and 2. That looks like Rich is in there as well. That's going to be the rider from a Green Machine Tribe as they go in and out of that second turn. Zach Hamill's in there for Retro Racing as well as they come down the third straight towards the final corner. Bibby going through. It's the 11 of Harley Bowler, I think, who's in that final qualifying spot. He's got a little bit of time and room. Is he going to be able to hold it to the line? He's under pressure as they come to the stripe. Bowler holds it, goes through in 4.
Quarterfinal number 18 hits the track. These 11-year-olds heading for turn number 1. Bell's on the inside, but he's got the 2-plate of Leighton Harding shutting the door into the turn. Harding, Bell, 1 and 2. Zach Everly's thrown it under and he's come out in that top 4 spot. Here comes Rook, go back up his inside, heading for turn number 2. Everly, Rook into the corner. Everly's going to get the advantage, but he came up short underneath the 4 of Marcus Mullen. Mullen hangs on to 3 then. Rook's not done yet either. And looking for a way round Everly for the final corner. Here comes Rook, and I think he's found a way. Harding, Bell, Mullen, Rook, 1, 2, 3, 4, looking like that's how they're going to take it across the line.
Quarterfinal 19, this is the third one for the 11-year-olds. Leo Rowlands in the middle of the pack, took the win in round number 7 yesterday as they head towards the first turn. Archie Crocker-White in there as well. The 9 coming through, that belongs to Ronnie Payne, doing it for the Jump Club in there in that third spot and picking himself up off the floor from that third moto is Lucas Belton. Belton in third position. I could have the right family and the wrong brother. Never mind. Anyway, El Kindi in there in 5. Belton looking good in the 4. Rowlands is going to take it. Rowlands, Crocker-White, Payne and Belton.
More 11-year-old quarterfinal action coming your way, ladies and gents. Tajamir has been shut down the hill, and he's in there in about 5, but he's working his way through. He's now worked his way to 2 in the first corner. That shuffles Galitis back to foot 3, heading through the straight then. Isaac Smith leads it. Smith, Jamira, Galitis in that order. Who's picking up the 4 spot? Looking like Akin Brazia is on the bubble at the moment. Who's in there in 5? Looking for a way round. That could be what looks like Albert's Alexands into the final turn. Alexands has worked his way underneath Brazia. Brazia looks back under, didn't make his stick, so it's going to be Jamira, Smith, Galitis, Alexands, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Quarterfinal 21, these are your 12-year-old boys. We have changed age group. Harry Donald leading it down towards the turn. Max McNulty in there as well. Sowerby's in the mix, diving underneath as they come out. He's the 30 plate of Ben's Tibor Kiss out of Peckham. He's there in that final qualifying spot right now. He's got company right next to him. Oh, McNulty's blown a pedal. His lap is over. Donald out front, gone. Who's got that 4 spot? Ben's Tibor Kiss still battling away with the 55 into the turn. Oh, he's held him off. Is the Stanley Farmer going to be able to bring it back? It's going to be close to the line. Farmer's making a charge. Too close to call.
Quarterfinal number 22 is a go. Ethan Howells in this one out of lane number 3. Charging for turn number 1. He's going to power his way to the lead. Howell leads it out. The 8 plates in there with him. That's Thomas Honeywell. Look at the elbows being thrown in the corner. It's going to be Josh Jepson taking advantage. He's now in there in 3. Who's in 4? Here comes Charlie Wilcox around the outside. Didn't quite make it stick. So it's Arnold and Wilcox going at it down the straight. Who's going to get it? Arnold's on the inside of Jepson. Here he comes underneath in the corner. Wilcox goes for from 5 to 3 with a perfect high-low. Arnold Jepson, it's going to be Arnold hanging on to that final qualifying spot after a cracking move in turn number 3.
Quarterfinal 23 more 12-year-olds. This is the third of the quarterfinals. James Miller, Ethan Crooks, Martin 1 and 2 into the corner. The Brunty Massive have got Henry Potts in there as well. He's in there in that third spot at the moment with the 54 of Lawrence Bojang. In that fourth, under pressure though from the 246 of Harley Steele. Steele and Bojang battling for the final qualifying spot. Steele's taking it away. He's literally stealed it from him as they go into the final corner. Bojang's going to have a go, can't make it stick. Steele in 4, Potts in 3. Miller and Crooks Martin going through as well.
Final quarter-final for the 12-year-olds is to go Ethan Rogers out of lane 3 for Mabo UK, headed for turn number 1. It looks like he's got Tom Palmer on the inside into the corner. Here comes Joe Douglas around the outside. The 12 plate of Sully Collis threw it under in the turn, and he's now in there in a qualifying spot. Palmer, Rogers into turn number 2. Who's going to get it? They're elbow to elbow. Oh! Collis slides out, swallows towards eye level with him. Rogers leads it. Palmer in 2. That looks like the 18 plate working its way in. Got to be cheered. Charlie Griggs under pressure, in and out of the final turn. Going to be Joe Douglas picking up the final qualifying spot. That's going to be your top 4 through to the semis. Put your hands together for Sully Collis, ladies and gents.
Right, quarter-final number 25. We are starting out with the 13-year-olds as they head down towards turn number 1. Todd Smith, Norman Colby Rayford, 1 and 2. Guppies in there in 3. Diving underneath is Logan Young. Here comes Daniel Colich as well as they head towards the second turn. In and out we go. Todd Smith, Norman Colby Rayford, Daniel Colich. Newton Hindley in there as well. Hindley's got the 4. Logan Young in there in 5. That looks like the way they're going to finish. Logan Young on the outside looking in.
Second 13-year-old quarter-final hits the track. This one's looking busy, headed towards the turn. Cottrell's on the inside, Lynch is in the middle. Richards is in there as well. It's Hamilton, Cottrell 1 and 2. Who's in there in 3 and 4? Osborne's in there on the inside. Richards in 4. Lynch is in there in the 3 spot. In and out they go. Eames is in there in about 6 of the minute, chasing them down. Hamilton, Cottrell, Lynch, Richards. Osborne's in there in 5. Looking for a way round Richards in the final turn. Eames looks on the inside himself, but it's going to be Hamilton down the final straight. Cottrell, Lynch, Richards in that order.
No, it's fine. Quarter-final number 27. In and out we go. Harry Bailey's in this one. He's in there in 2, chasing down the 11 player of Isaac Shaw. Shaw in there in 1. That's Freddie Richardson going through in 3. Here comes Noah Buttery on the inside. He's looking for a position as well. He's in there in that 4th spot. Leo Cranston's trying to get in the mix as well. So this one's going to be tough. Robbie Batten Alonso is also searching in and out the turn. Cranston's in there. Who's going to get him down the final straight? Look at Batten Alonso. He's charging for the final spot. The line. Oh,
close. 14-year-old quarter-final. 13-year-old quarter-final number 4 on track. Noah Buttery leads it out. Elvis Lawrence is in there. Edward Miller's getting stuck in, and he's bashing elbows with a couple of riders on the exit of turn 1. He's shuffled back to about 3. That looked like Millington searching up the inside. 1 rider's down in the turn. That could be Brody Geddes, I think it is. Miller's back to 4. Then Tyres has worked his way up to 3. Look at that for a scrap out front. Buttery's got riders swallowing him up round them. Heading down the final straight. Tyres, Buttery, Lawrence. Oh, Millington hits the deck. Searching for a top 4 spots.
He was trying to sneak up on Edward Miller.
Put your hands together for Ben Millington, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet. Put your hands together for Brody Geddes, ladies and gents. Quarter.
It's all right, quarterfinal number 29. Kai Bowman, Lucas Seeley, 1 and 2. That looks like we've got Freddie Entwistle in there in 4. Just a quick mention, guys, after the quarterfinals, can we have all the 10-year-old boys to the basketball court behind the finish line? After the quarterfinals, all the 10-year-old boys to the basketball court behind the finish line, please. Freddie Entwistle making it through in 4th spot.
Quarter-final number 30, here's the track. Ben Larkins out of lane number 1. Elijah Jamira's in the middle of the pack. He's elbow to elbow with James in and out of the turn. One rider hits the deck. I think that could have been Avery. He's back up to his feet straight away. It is Larkins, James, Jamira, Tomlinson in that order. In and out of turn number 2. We've got 2 MCR guys in there. That's going to be McSwitty and B looking for... Oh, Jamira's exited left. Not sure what happened. It's going to be Larkins, James, Tomlinson. Who's going to get that final qualifying spot? I think that could be McSwitty. Put your hands together for Louis Avery and Elijah Jamira, ladies and gents.
Quarterfinal number 3 for the 14-year-old boys. Heath Thomas on the inside. Lucas Osborne in there as well. Osborne working his way into a top 4 spot as they come out of the turn, the 25. That is Mason Groves in there in 2. Getting involved is Logan Widdowson as well. Where is he? He's just about held on to that 4th spot. They're going to chase him down this 3rd straight into the final corner. Heath Thomas looking good right now. The 15 of Eden Boone is going to make some moves down this final straight. Widdowson, Boone for the final qualifying spot. Widdowson holding on, Boone on the back of him. Widdowson gets it.
Quarterfinal number 32, the 14-year-old Arago, Luke Wilcox chasing down the 6. Out front, that is Amos Guppy heading into turn number 2. Who's in there in 3? Look at that high-low in the turn. Looking like that could be Bradley James. Yes, it is James in a qualifying spot. The 864 in there as well. That's Ojun Parr in and out of the final turn. He's got loads of time and room down the final straight. It is going to be Guppy, Wilcox, James, Parr in that order.
Right, this is your rerun of quarterfinal number 16. Finn Monroe, Preston Newmarsh Powell going 1 and 2. Let's have a look. Beasley in there as well. He's looking for a top 4 right now, and he's in there battling away with the 7-1-4 of Finn Nude as they go into the turn. Beasley still holding on to it under a lot of pressure though. They've got them all over the back of him, including Leo Bradley as they go down towards the final corner. He's given up that position. He's back there in 5. It's going to go Munro, Newmarsh, Powell, Sebastian Hewitt, Finn Nude, all going through.
The first 15-year-old quarterfinal is led away by Cody Coker out of that first corner. Looking like Henry Rayner chasing him on through that second straight, the 21 in there as well. That is Finn Collis right around the outside. He's worked his way in and looking like we have got the rider out of team here in Andover. That's Kai Blaine. He's on an absolute flying day. He's got Joe Pence and Vogue in there behind him. Blaine, Vogue down the final straight. Blaine's going to hang on to it and take that final qualifying spot to the line.
Second quarterfinal for the 15-year-olds into the turn. Eli Smith, Noah Everly, 1, 2 and 3. Oh my word, Ollie Copping carved that corner like a Christmas turkey. He's worked his way into a top 3 spot. In and out we go, heading down the straight. Zachary Tia in there in 4 at the moment, coming under pressure from Caden Dunlow in that final corner. It's Smith, Everly, Copping. Who's going to get the 4? They're on the back of Copping for the 3. It's going to be tight on the line.
Quarterfinal 35 hits the first corner, and that looks like Samson Townsend throwing it under. He's worked his way into a top 3 spot. Jack Bailey's in there with him inside a qualifying position into turn number 2. And Mason Lang leads it out there for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. He's going 1 and 2 with Absolute bringing it on round. That's the 17 of Lucas Webster heading into that final corner. Lang, Webster, Bailey, Townsend's under pressure, looking like he's got Bradley Davison right there behind him in 5. Who's going to get it? Davison with a late charge. Townsend, Davison. Townsend's going to hang on.
Quarterfinal number 36. Nathan Barata went through that first turn in second spot. He's chasing down Sean Brown of the Birmingham National Race Team into that corner. Cameron Cox is there, I think, in that 4th spot at the moment as they head down towards the final corner. The 19 of George Chapman's in there in 3. Here comes Lewis Collins Nimmo for that 4th spot, passing Cameron Cox. It's going to go Brown, Barata going through, Collins Nimmo through in 4.
Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, very well represented in quarterfinal number 37. It's clear the road, force it out front at the moment, heading into that second corner. It's getting busy. Ellis Berry's thrown it under. He's worked his way into 4. He's now having an elbow battle with the rider out of Peckham. That is Malachi Price. He's worked his way into a qualifying spot. Hamling's in there as well. Sam Hamling's in there in 3. Who's going to get the 4? Looking like it is going to be Malachi Price hanging on.
Finley Hoff, Thomas Doran leading out quarter-final number 2 for the 16-year-olds in towards the second turn. JT Simpson Davis in there in 3. Where is Zach Chapman on his home track of Manchester? Back there in 5 at the minute. Chasing down the 9 of Rayo Stefanos into the final turn. Stefanos is after JT Simpson Davis. Doran's going to go through. Finley Hoff's going to go through. Zach Chapman out in 5.
Quarter-final number 39 hits the track. Mongoose Factory's on the inside, but it's going to be Ollie Kendall leading it into the turn. Kendall's out front. It's going to be Phillips in there with him. Who's in there in 3? Got to be Millar. That is Zach Twitchen in there in 4. It looks like Millar just worked his way across the front of Twitchen to hang on to that top 3 spot. The front 4 are now facing a bit of pressure from the Irish rider on the 404. That is Danica O'Hagan. But Twitchen looking comfortable in there. Down the final straight. Kendall, Phillips, Millar, Twitchen. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right, Josh Williams had an absolute shocker on the inside. He's back there in 7 going into the turn. Curtis Copeland. Williams trying to get him on. Oh, down he goes. Takes one of the other riders with him. Desperate moves being made in that turn. Meanwhile, out in front, Curtis Copeland battling away with the 30 plate of Ted Warwick, who's got 4 at the minute. Looks like Jack Clark out of Ipswich has got it in that final turn. He's going to get the 4 spot. Jump Club for the 5. That's going to be Romeo Kapai. Your fallers with Daniel Henry out of Birmingham and Josh Williams, BMX Widow Photography.
17 to 18-year-old semi-final number 1 hits the track. Eddie the Hitman Cannons is on the inside looking for a whole shot. Who's there with him? We've got to be Charlie Bigger working his way in. Bigger leads it. Cannons in there behind it. Green Machine. Check these guys out. Scott Monroe Higgs and Alfie Holloway are both in qualifying. Oh! One of them hits the deck. I think that could have been Scott Monroe Higgs. He's swallowed about 3 riders with him. So the qualifying spot now looks like it has been handed to the rider out of Belfast. That's Brandon Mallon. Mallon's going to take that final qualifying spot as they take it down to the line. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, for Kieran Betterchrist, Scott Monroe Higgs, and Lamin Akareli.
17 and 8-year-olds, second quarter final heading down towards that first turn. Ruben Smith is going to pick up the whole shot. Ben Fitzsimmons in there in 2. Sam Day going through in 4 for the Hot Shot Factory team. Ramacardo's are back watching in Arizona. It's worth through in his sleep schedule 4. That's Kiana Shaver-Cofen in there in 3. There's a big gap now to 5. Ben Bice is involved in that one. It's not going to matter. They're not going to catch the front 4.
George Gerard got out of the gate well in quarter-final number 43. On Esselmon throwing elbows in that first corner. Josh Case has worked his way underneath the law and got into that top 3 spot. Heading into turn number 2. Who's the Team Mine rider on the inside? Team Mine's Oscar Matthew Carlow. Crashed earlier on, but he's in a qualifying spot in this quarter-final. Here comes Luke Morris around the outside of him, looking for a way in. The SAS race team riders involved as well. That's going to be Sebastian Hamlin. Carlow, he's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot, I think, on the line.
Fletcher Adcock and Seaward 1, 2, 3 into the turn. There's a lot of movement in there. Che Young's trying to work his way in as well. He's up into that 3rd spot. So Jaden Seaward high in the turn. He's had the swoop put on him though by the rider on the 19. That's going to be Liam Doyle. Seaward still holding it on, trying to get underneath. Che Young, he's made it happen. Seaward in 3. Gonna go through. Liam Doyle, I think, picking up the 4.
First quarter-final for the 17 to 29-year-old girls. Here's turn number 1. Emily Green leads it out, repping crew 19. She's got Caitlin Ellis in there behind her. That looks like Tilly McCrum in there in 3. Who's in 4? Looking like that could be Imogen Gibson. Out of concept, Maybo in and out of turn number 2. Rab Racing's in the mix. That's Megan Gerard chasing Gibson down this 3rd straight. Has she got enough left heading into the final turn? Gibson under some pressure now from Gerard. In and out they go. Who's going to get it? Green, Ellis, McCrum, 1, 2, 3. Who's going to get that final spot? It's tied to the line. That one was close.
Right, Lily Shaziwa and Megan Juhi going 1 and 2 into the turn. Remy Godfrey's in there as well. Rosie O'Brien looking for a way through. The 6X of Ella Lamb getting involved as well. These are the 17 to 29-year-old females. Second quarter final, Shaziwa and Juhi. Godfrey, 1, 2 and 3. Yesterday's winner, Rosie O'Brien, in there in 4. Looks like she might have enough in the tank to hold off Emma Lamb and make the semi-final.
Penultimate quarter-final of the weekend. Ellie Featherstone leads it into the first corner and back out again. Who's the 21 played in there behind her? That is Hannah Baker. Mabo UK in there as well. That is, of course, Esme Brooke picking up a qualifying spot. In and out of the turn they go. Who's here in 4? That looks like it could very well be the 861 bringing it on round. That is Ellen Parr out of Crank BMX coaches. She's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot. Featherstone, Baker, Brooke, Parr, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Last of the quarterfinals, 17 to 29-year-old females. Megan Kirby, Hannah Drew, 1, 2 out of the turn. The 5X getting involved is Mika Pritchard out of DC Cycles. Olivia Firth in 5 now on the outside, looking in, chasing down Phoebe Gain around turn number 2. Kirby still leading it out. She's looking good with Drew. Pritchard, the battles for the 4. Has Olivia Firth got anything left as she tries to go around her in the final turn? It's Firth and Gaynor. Gaynor's going to hold on to it. Phoebe Gaynor's making it in. Olivia Firth out in 5. Amy Willetts in 6. 2:40 p.m. You have got 30 minutes to your semi-finals, people. 30 minutes. Go and get yourselves a sport service, some carbo chips, or a hydro brew. Get yourselves into the retail trainers. Sorted, crucial, pure bikes, excellent for DC Cycles. All your contributions go directly back into the BMX economy.
up on the gate for the first semi-final of the afternoon. Semi-final number 1 hits the track. The 9 to 12-year-old cruisers are a go. Griffin out of fluid bicycle motocross leads it out. Benedict Marcos on the inside is going to tuck his way into that 2 spot. Xavi Fox Cooper's dived under and works his way into 3. Who's in 4? Billy Cheeseman's looking favourite at the moment, but here comes Bo Morris around the outside. Look at the Brunty Massive getting involved as well. That could be Sam Dolan, I think it is. He's now in a qualifying spot. Here comes Morris though, chasing him back down towards the final turn, but it's going to be the 18 of Dolan. Griffin, Cooper, Marco, Dolan, 1, 2, 3, 4. That is your first semi-final, and how they're going to finish. Second semi for the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Arnold and Arnold are out front at the moment. It's Oliver and Adam taking it into turn number 2. That looks like Hunter van der Malian in there in 3, repping the Dutch jersey. Who's picking up the 4 spot? Looking like that could be MK Evolution. That is Jamie Terblanche. Here comes Bram Heaver, though. He's in there in 5, doing it for Team here in Andover. In and out of that final corner. They're going wild on the final turn for Bram. Here he goes. He's turning on the turbocharge. Heaver down to the stripe with Terblanche. Who's going to get it? That one was close. 15, 16, 13, 14-year-old cruisers, first semi-final for these guys. James Cotty Cottrell leads it out. Who's in there with him, looking like the 8-plate of McSwitty, headed towards the final corner. McCrum and Young in qualifying spots as well. Here comes a 5-0-1 of Jacob Ward. High-low on Young out of the final turn. Young's got in too much in the tank. He's going to take that final qualifying spot.
13, 14-year-old semi-final number 2. Let's have a look who's in it. Newton Hindley, Tate Kitson, Robin Mattern, Alonso. Alfie Sim out of Evolved Bicycle Motocross. In there in about 6 at the moment. But it looks like it's going to be Kitson, Caulfield, Mattern, Alonso and Hindley. That is going to be a 1, 2, 3 and 4.
15 to 16-year-old cruisers are a go. Thomas Millar leads out Zachary Tier through that second straight. That's going to be Jake Hart in a qualifying spot as well. Check out the mixed picks rider swooping his way from 5 to 4. Oakley Hooper overtakes into a qualifying spot then, but Jay Teal Simpson Davies isn't done yet. Looks on the inside of Hooper and makes it happen. Davies has Hooper got enough left for him down the final straight. Labrassy's pushing through as well. Davies is going to hang on.
Right, it's getting busy. Who's got the 5 at the minute? Louis Kaimap, so he's on the verge of qualifying, but he needs to make up another position. In true Stanley Palmer in there as well. Kaimap in 5. Thomas Doran leading it out. Zach Chapman in 2. Palmer in 3. Looks like the 6 of Vincent Goldburn. He's going to pick up the 4. Louis Kaimap out in 5.
45, 49-year-old cruisers on track. This is one of your whole shot awards for later on. Norbert Marco leads it out from your British champ, that is Matt Barnard. DJ Two Goods in the mix in there in 3. Who's picking up the 4? Got to be Graham Stark, repping the Kebab House race team in there at the moment. Who's picking up the 5? Looking like that could be Lee Pembroke out of Braintree BMX Club. He's under pressure from Big Night Smith, heading into the final turn. Marco Barnard out front, looking good. They're safer through to the final. Two Goods going to take it through in 3, and so is Stark.
Second semi for the 45 to 49 cruisers. Looks like Fraser Watson's going to lead it into the turn. Where is Dave Stokes of Evolved Bicycle Motocross in there in 5 at the minute, battling away with Tony Labras as they got down that second straight. Damien Mead working his way into 2. Neil Harbour in 3. Kev Merron in there in 4. Stokes in 5. He needs the 4 if he wants to make it in. Harbour's feeling good. Looks like Dave Stokes have left himself a bit too much to do. Merron's going to go through in that 4th position.
50 to 54-year-old cruisers were getting busy in turn 1. Brett Knight is one of them riders, throwing elbows in the corner, looking like he's in there in 5 at the minute. Hassel and Bentley are out front, creating a bit of a gap between them and Butler, who rides through in 3 as the exit turn 2. Knight isn't done yet. He's battling it out with Gary Carver, heading into the final turn. Carver, Knight high-lows, they're elbow to elbow, looking like Gary Carver's got the momentum. He's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot into the through.
Oh, it's already getting busy. Kevin Sykes got out of shape coming down that first straight in the second semi-final for the 50 to 54 cruiser. Julian Allen's in there looking for a position. He's got Brett Archibald to fight it out with Cotty's in there in 6. Oh! Big old flat pedal elbow from Julian Allen. It might not be enough. Rich Ellis is in there in that 4th spot. Cotty in 5. Jules Allen in 6. Wee-wah, woo-wah.
17, 29-year-old cruisers hit turn number 1. Daniel Wilson received an elbow and gave another one back through the corner. Brooks, Esselmont, Wilson in that order into turn number 2. Who's a Moto 1365 rider? Gotta be Fletcher bringing it on round through the 3rd straight, but he's under pressure from the 14 plate of Jack Wiggins out of Retro Racing. Wiggins chasing Fletcher. Fletcher's got too much for him. Fletcher, Wilson, Brooks, and Esselmont through.
Right, Ned Penny, Theo Pope, in we go. Connor Hedges in there as well. Pope's gone underneath. That is Joshua Cates in there in 4. Matt McHugh, he's getting together with Luke Davis Hayes as they go towards turn number 2. In and out, it's Penny, Hedges, 1 and 2. Pope in 3, Cates in 4. Luke Davis Hayes might be the lucky guy in 5. That's the way they're going to finish. As we move on,
7-year-old boys on track for their first semi-final. Frankie Jones is on the outside. Rudy Pleasance Ford shows his front wheel first. He's going to pick up the whole shot in the turn. Rapid Roman goes round as well. He's in there in 2, so it is 4. And Atlasfield in there in that 2 spot. Birdfield's in there in 3. Looking like Finley Kerr's in a qualifying spot in 4. Frankie Jones looked up the inside for LCC. Didn't make it happen, so Kerr hangs on. Who's that in there with them? Looking like it could be Preston's Arlo Payne. Payne chasing Kerr into the final corner. Birdfield throws a high low on Atlas Lewis Field out of the final turn. Ford, Field, Birdfield, 1, 2, 3. Who's going to get that final qualifying spot? Then 3 abreast to the line. That one's close.
Oh, disaster in semi-final 2 for the 7-year-olds. My little mate Oscar Rao, the fastest, hit the deck as they come in and out of turn number 1. It is Logan Acito out of Moto 1365 out in front. That is Joseph Clayton of Exeter going through in 2. Oscar's not giving it up yet. He's pushing hard. He's got that 4th spot at the moment. We are looking at the young man in 4. That is the 334. That is Charlie Crossley after the absolute nightmare moto that he had. Looks like he's going to make it through to the final. Crossley gets through in 4.
Caleb Twalding got spat over his bars halfway down the hill, so his race is done. Unfortunately for him, Sullivan leads this one out. That's Jake Davis in there behind him. Christian Garbachick is in the mix, in there in 3 or 4 of them in it. Swapping and changing with Dominic Zapanos, who's worked his way in for hot shots. So then front 4 guys are looking clear at the moment. Callum Woods in there in 5, chasing Garbachick down. Into that final corner. Twald is back up on his feet and walking away after a mechanical. By the looks of it, it's going to be Sullivan, Avis, Zapanos and Garbachick. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, for Caleb Twald as he walks away.
Second semi-final for the 8-year-olds heading down the hill. Antek Perebny and Ethan the Great White. Oh, somebody's gone off the wrong side of the track. And I've got a feeling that might have been Ethan White as they come out of the turn. Leo Brits, Alexander Gilbert in there as well. And I'm looking at Hatch. That is Elliot Hatch out of Rusty Nut Racing in there in 3 now. Ethan the Great White, his day is done. Antek Perebny taking to the skies. It's all about the battle for 4th place, and Leo Brits is the man in there at the moment, battling with Alistair North. In and out the turn, Brits in 4, North in 5. Looks like that might be the way they finish, unless Alistair North's got something for him. I don't think he has.
I reckon Seth Kacharik had hot sauce for breakfast, because that was a gate and a half heading into the first turn, and he leads out this semi-final with Dowson and Hines in there behind him. Oh, one rider hits the deck. That leaves Rocco Westwood out here there in 4 at the moment, heading for the final turn. Kacharik, Dowson, Hines, Westwood in that order down the final straight, looking like Westwood's going to take it through to the A final for Divide Brand UK.
Right, Ethan Shaw had to carve that corner like a Christmas turkey to get himself inside the top 4, but the man leading it out at the moment is Rex Ford out of Braintree. Oh, Ethan's dropped it in the corner. Tinker Riders with him. That's mixed it right up. Thomas Giles is in there in 2, Tobias Groves in 3. Who's going to get the 4? Ollie Bird from Jack Kitchen. Bird's in that final qualifying spot for CGR. He's going to make it in. Your fallers were Oakley and Ethan Shaw.
Semi-final number 1 for the 10-year-olds hits the track. Hemhill's on the inside, heading for turn number 1. He's got Watson there on his shoulder into the corner. Here comes Lucas to hold around the outside. He's going to make it happen. Powell's in there in 4. Hewitt's in 5. That looks like Tompkins in there in 6. Heading for turn number 2. It's all about Hemhill. At the moment, though, GT Factory looking good. Tompkins throws it under Powell in turn number 2. Looking and searching for a top 4 spot. Heading into the final corner. Hemhill, Watson, Tawald. 1, 2, 3. Who's going to get that final qualifying spot? Tompkins chasing Powell right the way down the final straight. Powell hanging on to it. Here comes Tompkins. Has he got enough left? I think Powell's going to hang on.
Right, second semi-final for the 10-year-olds. Jacob Anderson, Finn Monroe. Oh, Stuyvesant has gone, as has the rider out of LCC. That's going to be Teddy Jones, who hit the deck with Hugo Dayton as well. So that's mixed it right up. Anderson, Monroe, 1 and 2. Who's got the 3? It is the 7 of Teddy Jones. Oh, but it's all going on for the 4th spot. They were literally elbow to elbow. Oliver Ritchie's Bo Morris. Who's going to get it at the line? Too close to call.
11-year-old girls are a go. That looks like Elizabeth Lola Paul out of lane number 1. We've lost one rider on the first straight. That's Paige Cathcart Gunnison. Pritchard throws it under in that first corner. Here comes Harris. The battle is out front. Gerard leads it out with Paul in there with her in that 2 spot. Them 2 ladies battling it out front. Pritchard's in 3. Who's in 4? Looking like it is going to be picked up by Freya Harris out of MK Evolution. Has Laney Corning got enough for her? Heading for the final turn. Looking like Harris is going to take it through as it stands. Gerard, Paul, Pritchard, 1, 2, 3. Here comes Cordy with a late charge down the final straight. Has she got enough to take it? I'm not quite sure she was close enough.
Right, Harris Hyder leads out the second semi-finals for the 11-year-old girls. Who else is in there? We've got Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Elsie Blight in there in 4. Lucy Stevenson chasing her in 5. 2 riders gone down. Sadie McSwitty, I think, and Millie Ross were the ones who hit their deck. Hyder still out in front. Lauren Keller in there in 2. Poppy May Kirby in 3. Blight's trying to make her way in. Stevenson on the outside looking in at the moment. She's in there in 5. Has she got anything for Poppy May Kirby in 4? She's having a go. Lucy Stevenson, Poppy May Kirby. Kirby holds on.
The 11-year-old boys are a go for their semi-finals. James Bibby out of lane number 1. He's headed for turn number 1 out front. European number 4's going to pick up the whole shot. Who's in there with him? It's Isaac the Sender Smith picking up the 2 spot. Jack Devine's in there in 3. Adrian Galitis is in 4. Here comes Atar Jamira. He's not done yet. Bowler's on. Oh! Riders down in the turn. Devine hits the deck and swallows Bowler with him. So it's Bibby, the Sender, Galitis, Jamira, 1, 2, 3, 4. Jamira works his way from 4 to 3 out of that final corner. The front 4 are going to take it. Put your hands together for Harley Bowler, ladies and gents. I saw that Jack Devine's up there. He's back up to his feet. Put your hands together for Jack, ladies and gents. Yeah, no worries.
Second semi-final for the 11-year-olds heading down the hill. Leo Rowlands in the middle. He's got Archie Crocker-White right to the side of him, and Archie Bell's in there as well. Oh, Rowlands takes the lead. Crocker-White in 2. Bell in 3. Here comes Joe Ruck trying to get involved. Leighton Harding's in the mix as well. Marcus Mullen in there in 7. He's going to have to make some serious moves if he wants to make the final. But Leo Rowlands, Concept Mabo into the final turn. Rookie. Oh! Crocker-White and Bell have gone in the final turn. That's mixed it right up. Who's going to get in? Mullen might have just got out in 5.
12-year-old girls are on track for their first semi-final. Eaton leads it from 4 into turn number 2. That looks like it could be Dakota Tucker in there in 4 at the minute. Chasing down the rider out of Warren. That is going to be Esme Ward. She's in there in 3, heading into that final corner. Eaton, she's going to pick up the win down the final straight. The front 4 are looking safe and clear. Eaton, Fawcett's going to hang on to that 2 spot, tied to the line with Ward, and Tucker rounds out that top 4.
Second semi for the 12-year-old girls. Ruby Warren, Emma Kiss, Anushka Jones in this one. Looks like Ruby's heading for a whole shot into turn number 1. Nora Syra in there on the 11. She's in 5 at the minute. Left the door wide open for Bella Gerard to dive underneath. Warren and Kiss, 1 and 2. Into the turn we go. Anushka Jones is in there in 3. Doing it for Jump Club S&M Source. Who's got the 4? It's Naya O'Connell. Naya O'Connell of BMX Widow Photography and Preston Pyrus. Is she going to make the final? The pressure's coming from Nora Syra. O'Connell and Syra to the line. O'Connell hanging on.
The 12-year-old boys hit the track. That looks like Rogers chasing down Donald into the second straight and into that second corner. Looking like Tom Palmer's up there in about 4 at the minute. Chasing down the Green Machine rider. That's Thomas Honeywell. So it is Donald, Rogers, Honeywell and Palmer at the moment. Sowerby's in there in 5. Chasing into that final corner. He's got Joe Douglas right there with him in the turn. It's going to be Donald and Rogers though out front. Honeywell and Palmer are going to take it through to the 12-year-old boy final.
Ethan Howell, James Miller, 1 and 2 into the turn. The 21 of Ethan Crooks Martin out of hot shot is in there as well. And Max Vass of Runnymede is inside the top 4. Looks like Henry Potts is trying to work his way in as well. But it's going to be Howell into the turn. 4th spot still up for grabs. Diving underneath the 4 of Charlie Wilcox. Wilcox and Crooks Martin to the line. Who's going to get it? Vass is under pressure. Vass makes it in. Wouldn't like to say you got 4.
Rayford and Tyres had a good old scrap in the first 13-year-old semi-final. In that first corner, it's Rayford coming out on top of the minute. Tyres in there with him. Todd Smith-Norman's in there in 3. Who is picking up the 4? Here comes Daniel Colazage on the inside. He makes it happen. Guppy's there with him. Colazage, Guppy down the final straight. Daniel Colazage is going to take that final qualifying spot.
Right, little Cotty hole shots. Here comes Toby Lynch as well. Nate Hamilton and Isaac Shaw, 1, 2, 3 and 4 in the moment. Heading towards turn number 2, the second semi-final for the 13-year-old boys. Cotty still out in front. 4 is still up for grabs. Elvis Lawrence has worked his way in. Toby Lynch is going to have to turn on the turbochargers. Lynch and Lawrence to the line. Lawrence in 4, Lynch in 5.
Kai Bowen in turn number 1 leads it out in the 14-year-olds. Who's in there with him? Looking like we have got Rab Racing's Lucas Seeley as he go in and back out of the corner. Who's in there in 4? Looking like that could be Mason Groves out of Manchester. Yes, it is Groves. He's chasing down the 6th plate. In there in front of him, that is Amos Guppy. Bowen, Seeley, Guppy, Groves, 1, 2, 3, 4 down the final straight.
Second semi for the 14-year-olds. That is Ben Larkins on the inside. Heath Thomas is leading them into the turn. In and out we go. The 7 of Bradley James in the mix as well. And Luke the New Wilcox is under pressure now as they go into the corner, because here comes Lucas Osborne trying to get in there as well. Thomas, Larkins, James, Wilcox. Osborne in 5, looking for the 4. Is he going to catch Wilcox? I don't think he is.
15-year-old girls are going for their first semi-final. Sophie Elwood out front where she was in yesterday's final. Into that first corner, Elwood, Ashman, Waite and Rariot all going 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the moment. Looking like they're going to create a bit of a gap on the rider in 5 as they enter turn number 2. That could be, I think that might... That might be Collier actually as they bring it back round. It's LVG. That's going to be Sophie Kynaston in and out of that final turn. Elwood and Ashman out front looking good. Marriott's going to round out the top three with Wade taking it through to the final as well.
Right, 15-year-old girls, Megan Roy, Ruby Moores, Laurie Anker, others. That is your 1, 2, 3. Annalise Cabot Carpenter in there in 4. She's got Cockrell and Anya Mattern Alonso all over the back of her. In and out of the turn. Cabot Carpenter still in the 4. Megan Roy leading it out. Here comes Super Rubes looking for the 1. Laurie Anker, others looking good in 2. Cadman Carpenter, I think she's done enough to hold off Anya Mattern Alonso. She's going to go through in 4.
Noah Everly works his way in front in that first corner. Look at Ollie Coffey going that first corner. He's worked his way to a qualifying spot, but they are queuing up behind him. Copping's hanging on. Here comes Dunn in there behind him. It's going to be Everly and Smith out front. They're clearing the rest of the pack. Copping's under pressure into the turn. Here comes the 21. Copping fending off challenges from left, right and centre. Looking like him and Caden Dunn are going to take it through to the 15-year-old boys final.
Right, checking out 15-year-old boys semi-final number 2. Cody Coker, I think it is, in there in front at the minute. Working his way in and out of that turn. Who's got that 4th spot as they head down towards the final corner? It's the 11 plate, and that belongs to Henry Rayner. Rayner being tracked down by Bailey. Rayner holding on to it. Bailey's chasing him down. Is he going to get him at the line? Oh, can't separate him.
Finn Hoff held his line in turn 1 and leads it out from Thomas Duran heading into turn number 2. That's looking like it could be Ryo Stepanov's in there in 3. Yes, it is. Who's in 4? Looking like Curtis Copeland hangs on to it at the moment, but he's got the 6 of JTL Simpson Davies right there behind him in and out of that final turn. Hoff, Duran, Stepanov's 1, 2, 3. As Davies got enough left in the tank for Copeland down to the line. Copeland's going to hang on.
Right, this was an interesting clash yesterday. James Clitheroe picking up the whole shot. Ollie Kendall in 2, Finn Phillips in 3. That is Jaden Fawcett in 4, but he's under pressure from the rider out of Moto 1365. That is Thomas Miller. Miller stolen that 4th spot away. Clitheroe still out in front. Clitheroe, Kendall, Phillips, Miller. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Looks like SAS race team in there in 5. Sam Hamblin. He's not going to have enough time to make it happen. Clitheroe takes the win, Hamblin out in 5.
Granved's hit the track. Healy's on the inside, looking like he's going to pick up the whole shot into turn number 1. Healy, Reedy, Allen, 1, 2, 3. The 12 plate of Steve Fortune's in there as well. Inside the top 4, looking like Fitzroy Bryce is the rider in 5 at the moment. Into that second corner and back out again for Pure Bikes and GT out front. Them 2 guys running away with it. Turnbull Tuesday for Jules Allen out of Halo Wheels race team. In and out of that final turn. The front 2 guys are safe. Looking like Fortune's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot in 4.
Second semi for the Grand Vet. Somebody shot Craig Nelson out of a cannon. Look at the speed he's going into turn number 1. But he's got Brett Archibald to deal with. And here comes Waddington. Waddington's getting in with Brett Knight. And here comes Gary Carver down the inside as well. Oh my word. In and out of the turn. Archibald, Nelson, Waddington, Knight. 1, 2, 3 and 4. Carver's given up the ghost in 5. Looks like Archibald's going to take it. Craig Nelly Nelson in 2. Neil Waddington for 3. Brett Knight for 4.
Semi-final time for the 17 to 18-year-olds. Ruben Smith's out of lane 1, looking to pick up the whole shot in the turn. That looks like the Moto 1365 rider got squeezed. 3 riders down in the corner. Mallon's one of them. Seawood and Day are also down in the turn. Looking like Smith. Fitzsimmons are 1 and 2 into the second turn. Fletcher's in there in that 3 spot. Who's in 4? Looking like Jake Adcock's holding on to it at the moment, but he's got Keanu Shoffer Cohen in there in 5. In and out of that final corner, it's all about Smith. Fitzsimmons out from Fletcher and Adcock all taking it through as well. Put your hands together for Jaden Seawood, Sam Day and Brandon Mallon, ladies and gents.
Right, next semi-final up as we head down the hill towards turn number 1. Looks like George Gerard picking up the whole shot. In and out we go. He's in there in 1. Who's got the 2 in a minute? Arne Esselmont's in there, I think, and Charlie Bigger as well. Bigger in the 2 on his home track here at Manchester. Oh, one rider hits the deck. That was Esselmont. 8X in there in 3, and the 19, Alfie Holloway, Liam Doyle. Liam Doyle under pressure now as they go down towards the line. Bassili Lucala can't quite get him at the stripe.
Put your hands together for Eddie Cannons and Arne Esselmont, ladies and gents. Nineteen to 29-year-olds Arago Radshaw's on the inside, heading for turn number 1. Green's there as well. Oh, he overshoots the jump into the turn. Green leads it. Bradshaw's in there with him in that 2 spot. Who's in 3 and 4? Looking like Holloway and Sharp picking it up as they come on round. Green out front. That's looking like it could be Josh Wallace in there in 5, bringing it back through the straight. Green out front. Bradshaw looks at the inside. Oh, riders down. Kenny Phillips takes advantage. He's going to take that final qualifying spot after Holloway. Wallace and Hedges hit the deck.
Right, even more action to come as Callum Chard Maple. Liam. Nathaniel. Callum Chard Maple. And I've totally lost my floor now. Billy Luckhurst in there in about 4 at the minute, battling away with Connor Hudson. And that is Fawcett in and out of that turn. Looks like Luckhurst is going to make it in. I've got an appointment with an ice cream, apparently. Thanks.
17 to 29-year-old women hit the track. Ellie Featherstone heading for the first corner out front, and she's going to pick up the whole shot. That's the 19 plate in there with a Megan Kirby at a green machine, looking like Hannah Drew's in there as well. One rider exits right. I think that might have been Mika Pritchard in and out of turn 2, then looking good for Featherstone and Kirby. Out front, Drew's in 3, who's getting the 4? Looking like Godfrey and Ellis are elbow to elbow. It got a little bit sketchy through the straight and into the turn. Godfrey hanging on to it. Has Ellis got enough for it down the final straight? I don't think she has. Godfrey's going to take it through. Last semi-final of the day, Emily Green hits the first turn out front. Lily Chiz was right there with her, doing it for Mabo UK, looking like Hannah Baker's in there in 4, chasing down the rider in 3. That's Megan Dewhig heading into that second corner. The front 4 looking safe at the moment. Imogen Gibson's in there in 5 though, chasing them down the 3rd straight. Green, Chizowa, Dewhig, the front 3 are safe and clear. Baker looking like she's getting a bit of a gap now as well, heading down the final straight. Gibson doing all she can to close the gap. She's not going to get close enough. It's going to be Baker taking it through. Half past 3 for your finals, ladies and gents. 3:30 for your finals. Please make sure if you are in the first 20 finals or so, you are in the pens ready and waiting at half past. Thank you.
Lewis, we're just going to crack on with this live segment now for Race Hub. Yeah, let's do it straight away. Oh, 5 minutes apparently. All right. Okay. Yeah. All right, okay, we're doing the finish line. Oh, yeah. Yeah, finish line, 5 minutes.
Hi, welcome to the Inside Line with Rich and Lewis. So day 2 at Plattfields, round 8, finals to go, just seen the semi-finals. Obviously the action heats up this time of day, doesn't it? But what a load of corner moves that we've been seeing. This track's particularly tight in the corners, but wow.
Yeah, nobody's scared to throw it in there, which I think is a really good thing. You know, when you're in a fifth, in a quarter, or a semi, or whatever it might be, and you've got one opportunity, you've got no choice but to throw it in. And that's making for some really good action in the corners. And I think it's a good way for younger riders to kind of educate themselves on how aggressive they can actually be and what they can get away with, because there's kids out there who are, you know, a little bit scared to throw it in, and then when you get to a track like this and you've got no choice, crack on, get it done. You're either in or you're out. Make your mind up.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a few that haven't worked as well. But I think we raced here last year, and it looks to me like riders are dealing with it better this year.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I mean, I don't really know what it is that's different from this year to last year. I don't know if it's actually just because the racing's quicker and it's a lot tighter, and riders haven't got many more options than what they had last year, and riders are just basically having to make that move. It's do or die, and that's the decision that they've got. It's either make the move or it's the break. It's one or the other.
Yeah. So the ones that stood out to me, Ollie Copping, really good moves in the corners. We had Charlie Wilcox throwing some shapes, didn't quite work in that last one there. And Nathaniel Eames as well, you heard of him?
Yeah, I know that kid. He's a bit of a ruffian, but you know, he does all right on his bike. Tried to make it work in the semi yesterday in the last turn. Decided to tangle with the biggest kid in his age group. Couldn't quite make it happen. But you know what? That's what kids need to do in corners. You need to get in. You need to get your elbows in there. You need to be not scared. And if you can do that, it's going to make you a much, much better rider.
Yeah, absolutely. And even the straights are pretty hazardous here. You had to dive out of the way yesterday. Finn Phillips came for you.
Yeah, I didn't even see him coming. I had my back to him, and then all of a sudden there's a bike up my ankles, and yeah, he's on the floor. But no, glad that Finn's okay. But yeah, it's a really tight track. Makes for some really great racing.
Yeah, to be fair, I think Rich just sidestepped and left you in the firing line, but Finn was all right. He landed on the airbag, so yeah. Yeah, and then a couple of questions for you guys. So. Carving, what is it? Carving like a Christmas turkey.
Yeah.
One of the commentators' lines, and the other one is sharp as pineapples. So let's do an explainer on this, because one's clearer than the other.
Yeah, carving a corner like a Christmas turkey, just like I say, it's almost self-explanatory. You know, get in there, carve it hard, make it work, done, sorted.
Sharpen your implements. And so the pineapple thing then.
So that was actually a joke. So one of the kids' dads that I know messaged asking if they could try and cram some words into the commentary today. Pineapple was one of them. I couldn't think of anything to come up with, so as sharp as a pineapple was the only thing that we had to go with.
All right, well, next time I imagine it's Wham lyrics or something. So anyway, back with the racing. We're back on track in sort of 10 minutes' time. So, yeah, finals, and then that's a wrap for round 8 of the National Series.
Locked and loaded, ready to go racing. Get yourself trackside if you're not already. We're about to kick the finals off for round number 8. Final number 1 hits the track. These are your B finals for the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Heading for turn number 1, that's Percy Large. On the outside for Tiger Race Team with Ocean King. He was out front yesterday in this final, and he's looking to do the same today. Who's in there with him? Fast signatures. Harry Swales in that 2 spot. Large in 3, that looks like Cheeseman. In 4, here comes Bram Heaver on the inside. Didn't quite make it happen, so he's in there in about 5 with his teammate in 6. That's Bo Morris. Heading for the final turn. Check out Swales around the outside of King in that final turn. He's going to take the win by the looks of it. Check out Percy Large as well, pushing hard down to the line. Who's going to get that second spot on the stripe? I think Large might have just nicked it. 9 to 12-year-old cruiser A final, up on the gate. We've got Sam Dolan, Benedict Marco, Jamie Tablanche, Savvy Fox Cooper, Hunter Mallion, Adam Arnold, Frankie Griffin and Oliver Arnold. The first A final of the 2024 BMX National Series. Round number 8 hits the track, heading into turn number 1, and it is looking like Griffin's going to lead it. Hunter van der Mallion's in there in 3. He's chasing down Oliver Arnold, who sits in that second spot. So the E3 and the E7 are out front at the moment. Mallion's still in there in 3. Check out Xavi Fox Cooper. Looks underneath Marco in turn number 2, but Marco hung on to it for DC Cycles. Heading into that final corner, it's going to be Griffin out front, your European number 3. He's going to pick up the victory in the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers. Who's going to get second? It's going to be Arnold with Mallion in 3.
Right, B final for the 13 and 14-year-old cruisers. Alfie Sim went right round the outside, got an absolute flyer. Addison Milburn, I think, hit the deck going down the hill. Oh, Sim's looking for a move, couldn't quite make it stick. 2 riders have gone down. So as they head towards the final corner, Jacob Warning's out in front. Here comes Walford battling with Sim into the turn. Sim holds him up inside the final corner. Looks like Warren's going to get it. Alfie Sim is going to pick up the 2. Doing it for him all bicycle motocross. A final for the 13 and 14 cruisers. We have got Logan Young, Newton Hindley, Robin Mattern Alonso, Cooper McCrum, Isaac Caulfield, Eric McSwitty, James Cottrell and Tate Kitson. 13 and 14-year-old cruisers, the final is underway, heading down the hill. Cotty's got an absolute flyer. Kitson on the inside, but Switty getting involved as well. Newton Hindley in there in 4, Robin Mattern Alonso and Isaac Caulfield battling for 5 and 6, McCrum in 7, Logan Young going through in 8, but doing it for Rab racing out in front. It is Little Cotty in and out of the final turn. Has Kitson got anything for him? He's tracking him down. Cotty, Kitson, McSwitty. That's going to be your 1, 2, 3.
The 15-16-year-old cruiser B final is on track. Oakley Hooper leads it out. Louis Kymap got an elbow down the hill, and that puts him in about 5th or 6th into turn number 2. Hooper out front then, looking good. That's Jack LeBras in there with him in that 2 spot. Looking like DC Cycles are well represented as well. That's Colby Hall in and out of that final turn inside the top 3. John O'Harradine out of MK Evolution. He's going to take that top 4 finish. 15-16-year-old cruiser A final up on the gate. We've got Jay Teal, Simpson Davies, Vincent Coburn, Jake Hart, Zachary Tia, Stan Palmer, Zach Chapman, Thomas Miller and Thomas Duran. 15, 16-year-old cruisers hit the track. Check out Duran on the inside. He's got a flyer headed for turn number 1. Duran leads it. Miller look for a high-low in the turn. He's going to have to slot into that second position. Here comes Stan Palmer. He's up to 3. Who's in 4? That's got to be JTL Simpson-Davies. Look at him threading the needle. Works his way into a podium spot. So Davies occupies 3 now. Duran, Miller, Davies in that order. Here comes Chapman looking at the inside of Palmer in that final turn. Palmer had an high-low of his own though. On Davies didn't make his stake. Thomas Duran takes the win.
Next up, 30 to 39 cruiser, the final. We have got Martin Brown, Nathan Abbott, Jamie Webb, Agrix, Ali Edyans, John Lillingston, Tom Palmer, Jack Hudson, and Daniel Popel. 30 to 39 cruiser. Oh, somebody's blown it. Hudson's ended up on the floor. Think Lillingston's blown his gate as well, so that's opened it right up. Dan Popel leading it out. He's in there in 1. Tom Palmer in 2. How he held on to that one, I've got no idea about it. Smiley Brown in there in 6 at the moment. As they come in and out of the corner, Jamie Webb is in there in 3. But it is the 0-1 Dan Popel in and out of the final turn. He's going to get it. Tom Palmer's going to pick up the 2. Jamie Webb for the 3. And Lillingston and Hudson wondering what might have been.
40 to 44-year-old cruisers, the first of our whole shot classes to pick up a bit of cash for the first rider over the whole shot line in the turn. We have got Matt Swales, Tom Odling, Craig Cording, Dylan Dixon, Richard Stevenson, Andy Groves, Matthew Eaton and Kingsley Mears. Someone's about to be 50 quid richer. Mears has a great gate. Eaton's right there with him. Headed for the turn. The king of Rimmers looking like he's going to pick himself up the 50 quid. Rimmers out front then. Groves in there in 2. That looks like Eaton in 3. Who's picking up 4? Looking like that could be Stevenson out of Barnsbury. Turn 2 action. Mears out front for Pro Star BMX. This guy's checked out all weekend long. Smooth as you like into that final corner. Kingsley Mears going to rack himself up another national win this season. Down the final straight. Groves is in there for that 2 spot and Eaton's going to round out the podium.
Right, 45 to 49 cruiser, in we go. Dave Stokes picking up the whole shot for Evolved Bicycle Motocross. That's the brass in there in 2. Big Night Smith trying to work his way in with Lee Pembroke out of Braintree. Stokes is still holding on to it. But Anson and Brass all over the back of him as they come towards the final corner. Pembroke's made his move. El Kindi in 5 drag race down the final straight. Dave Stokes, Evolved Bicycle Motocross, hanging on for a B final win. Check him out. Right, A final for the 45 to 49-year-old cruisers. Graham Stark, Kev Merrin, Neil Harbour, Simon Toogood, Damien Mead, Fraser Watson, Matt Barnard and Norbert Marco. Right, there's some whole shot money on the line for this one. Who's going to be the first across and going to be 50 quid richer? Looks like it's going to Murray Watson out of, sorry, well done, Rich. Fraser Watson, right, family, wrong rider, never mind, it's been a long weekend. Fraser Watson out in front, Norbert Marco in 2, Barnard's in there in 3, that's Damien Mead in 4. But Fraser Watson taking it to the stripe, whole shot award and all. Stay strong, going 2 and 4. Can I go home now?
50 to 54-year-old B final, cruiser B final, sorry. I'm making a mess of it and all. Right, that's Jules Allen on the inside, one rider hit the deck. That was the 052 of Ian Robbins. He's back up to his feet. Put your hands together for Ian. Turn bar Tuesday, Jules Allen chilling his way through that 3rd straight as smooth as you like. That's going to be Stephen Noble in there behind him in that 2 spots. No, it's not. It's going to be Stephen Notman in that 2 spot, chasing him down the final straight with Cotty in 3. 50 to 54-year-old cruiser A final up on the gate. We've got Richard Ellis, Gary Carver, Brett Archibald, Kevin Sykes, Pete Butler, John Bentley, Stephen Hassel and Daz O'Brien. 50 to 54-year-old Cruiser. Bruiser's headed for turn number 1. Looking like Hassel's looking for a whole shot, and he's going to fall. O'Brien having an elbow bashing session with Brett Archibald in the turn. So it is going to be Hassel leading it through. O'Brien in that 2 spot. Archibald in 3. Butler's in 4. Bentley in 5. That's looking like Carver in 6. Sykes 7 and Ellis in 8. Last turn action. Stephen Hassel running away with it. Mongoose Factory. Daz O'Brien doing all he can to close the gap. Not going to get close enough. Who's going to get the 3? That was Brett Archibald.
Nothing says cruiser racing like an elbow in the neck going round turn number 1. Anyway, moving on, 55 plus Cruiser lining up. Simon Watson, Keith Brown, Stevie Noble, Bernie Shale, Brent Featherstone, Billy Stupple, the McRock, Raymond Reed, and Big Mick Goff. 55 plus Cruiser. It's already getting tasty and interesting because here comes Mick Goff and the McRock into turn number 1. Billy Stupple's working his way around the inside. Can Raymond Reed hold him off? That looks like Keith Brown in there in 4. Bernie Shale under a bit of pressure from Stevie Noble into the corner. But out front, Anchor Michael Goff, Crucial BMX. Still got the skills, still got the speeds. He even sings nice as well, so I'm told. Heading down the final straight, he's going to pick up the win. The McRock is going to take the 2. Billy Stupple for the 3.
17 to 29-year-old Cruiser B final, heading for turn number 1. Luca Manzi working his way around the outside. Who's going to pick up the whole shot though? That's the 14. Leading it out, Wiggins out front. Manzi, O'Brien, Hayes, 1, 2, 3, 4. As they enter turn number 2, McHughes in there in 5. In and out they go. It's all about retro racing out front. Going to be Jack Wiggins taking it into the final corner. Manzi, O'Brien. Here comes Luke Davis. Hayes looks at the inside of O'Brien. Didn't dive under though, so it is going to be the front 3. Safe and clear. Hayes under pressure from McHugh at the line. 17 to 29-year-old Cruiser A final up on the gate. We've got Joshua Cates, Theo Pope, Lewis Fletcher, Connor Hedges, Daniel Wilson, Ned Penny on Esselman and Alex Brooks. 8 goes down on final number 15. Brooks, he's been shot out of a cannon, but here comes Ned Penny working his way across. Penny leads it. Brooks isn't done yet though. Wilson's in there in 3. They're 4 abreast. In there in 5, 4, 5, 6 and 7 into turn number 2. Penny and Brooks is the battle out front. Fletcher's in there in 4. Here comes Alex around the outside. It's Penny. Brooks, last turn action. Brooks throws it under and makes his stick. Alex Brooks perfectly executed. He's going to take it. Penny, Wilson, Fletcher in that order. What a move.
30 plus a Cruiser Ladies B final heading down the hill. We have got Josephine bursting out of Braintree, leading it into the turn with Coach Chizzy in there in 2. That's going to be Tracy Sharp in 3. Kirsty Frears battling with Grace Turner for that 4th spot at the moment. We've got Lisa Tarling, Claire Albert and Fwan Clements in there as well. But it is Burston out of Braintree. Leading it towards the final corner, Coach Chizzy. She's in there in 2. Tracy Sharp in 3. Kirsty Frears still smiling, working away into that 4th position. Is she going to be able to hold off Tarling to the line? It's going to be a close call. Oh, too close. Right, 30 plus a female Cruiser. We have got Teresa Chalice, Nikki Sitch, Cassie Harding, Lee Pendleton, Sav Carver, Kim Batsford, SJN, Sarah Jane Nichols and Michelle Stubble. 30 plus Cruiser women leave the gate. Let's have a look who's going to be the first of the first turn. SJN and Michelle Stupple. Looks like Michelle's getting her nose out in front. Sarah J. Nichols in there in 2. Kim Batsford in 3. Sav Carver's on it in 4. That is Lee Pendleton in 5. Sitch battling away for that 7th spot at the minute. Teresa Chalice still pushing hard as well. But out in front, the Gosport national race team. It is Michelle Stupple into the final turn. Stupple, SJM, Batsford. That's going to be a 1, 2, and 3. Looks like Sav Carver is going to pick up the 4.
17 to 29-year-old women up on the gate for their Cruiser A final. We have got Yetska Hemstock, Amy Willets, Taylor Lee Mohan, Josie McFall, Olivia Firth, Lily Chiswa, Hannah Drew, and Elsa Rendell Todd. 17, 29-year-old women are a go on the cruisers. Elsa Rendell Todd, your European champion, heading for turn number 1. Triple into the corner. Who's in there with her? The British champs picking it up. That is Lily Chiswa. So the European and the British number 1 are out front in 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's in there in 3? That's your national champion. So 3-1 plates out front at the moment. That is Hannah Drew. In there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Taylor Lee Mohan looking for a way through onto the podium. But it's all out front. Stay strong, Clark and Ken. Elsa Rendell Todd, she's going to take the win. In the 17-29 women's cruiser, Chiswa Drew 2 and 3.
To 16-year-old female cruiser, the final. We've got Carmel Allison, Isla Young, Anya Mattern Alonso, Isla Radcliffe, Alexis McCartney, BB Alderton, Cody Harmer, and Annalise Cadman Carpenter. Girls are go 13 to 16-year-old cruisers. Annalise Cadman Carpenter getting her nose out in front, and Cody Harmer on the inside heading into the turn. Alexis McCartney in there in 3. That looks like BB Alderton in 4 with Isla Radcliffe in 5. Anya Mattern Alonso making a move now with Carmel Allison and Isla Young chasing hard. But it is HaloWheels.com. Annalise Cadman Carpenter into the turn. Under pressure now from Cody Harmer. Look at the drag races they got on the final straight. Cadman Carpenter half a bike length in front. She's going to get it. Harmer for 2. Alexis McCartney for 3.
7-year-old B final out on track. Then the 6.56 leading it out. Arlo Payne. That is Albie Blight in there in that 2 spot. Oscar rather fast. Took a crash in his semi-final. He's up on the podium in this B final at the moment. Sorry, Modium. Honestly, it's been a long weekend. Right, so it is Arlo Payne out front. Where's Ollie Underhill? He's on the 620 plate. He's in there at the moment in about 6 heading into that final corner. In and out they go rather fast in 3. Here comes the 284 of Finley Curry's under pressure from Finley. Thomas down the final straight. Thomas going to nick that top 4 spot, but Payne going to take that win in the B final.
Right, 8-year-old B final. We've got Callum Wood in this one. Looks like he's chasing down the rider out in front, which I think is Seb Perry out of Nuneaton. Yeah, Seb in 1. That is Callum in 2. Who's got the 3 at the minute? Looking at the rider from Braintree. Ethan the Great White in there, working his way up into 2. Callum Wood, Oakley Hill working his way into a 4th spot now as they come in and out of the turn. Marco in 5, Pritchard in 6. But it's going to be Ethan White, Seb Perry, a 1 and 2.
Ethan Shaw out of lane 8 in the 9-year-old boys B final, heading into that first corner. Your British champ out front, the 409 of Jacob Dent in there with him, picking it up as they come on round, looking like rusting up racing, heading on through inside the top 3 as well. That's going to be George Spencer out of Decoy, the front 3, looking to separate a bit of a gap between them and the rider in there in 4. That is the 940 as they head on through. The 041, sorry, that is going to be Aston John Lee out of the Centurions in that 10-year anniversary Centurions jersey. He's going to round out the top 4 under pressure from Kitching at the line.
Preston Newmarsh Power and Freddie Ray Allen looking good in the first turn of the 10-year-old boys B final, but Hewitt got himself in there. Sebastian Hewitt from Team Creation Cycles. Arlo Steinmetz inside the... no, he's not. He's been shuffled back. So Northeast BMX's Kylan Gordon is in that 4th spot. But it's Newmarsh Pow, Hewitt, Ray Orland. That's your 1, 2, 3. As they exit the turn, Preston Newmarsh Pow is going to take the win in the 10-year-old B final.
11-year-old girls hit the track for their B final. Stevenson, Corning, Blackburn, Mosley, Hume, McSwitty, Cunnison and Ross. It is McSwitty leading this one out on the 14 plate on her home track. here in Manchester, looking like that could be Lainey Cording. In there behind her in the 2 spot on her home track as well. Who's the rider in 3? That's got to be Penny Blackburn out of Barnsbury, heading towards the final corner. In they go, Lindsay Stevenson, sorry. In there in that 3 spot, that's going to be Blackburn in 4. In and out of that final turn, Paige Cathcart Cunnison in 5. Here comes Stevenson down the final straight. She's going to go from 3 to 2, pushing Cording back to 3.
Jack Devine, Marcus Mullen, Samuel Riches. That's your 1, 2, 3 in the 11-year-old boys B final. Archie Bell's just rolling it round. Devine, the man out in front at the moment on that E4, but he's been tracked down by Marcus Mullen. Allen's BMX.com wants to get him in that final corner. Riches is underneath and trying to make the move, can't make it stick. Bowler in there in 4, Belton in 5. Devine is going to take the win.
12-year-old girls on track in their B final. The 5-plate leading this one out. That is Martha Cotton out front, but the movers come from the rider out of the Titans. That's Holly Diver. She's worked her way into that 1 spot. Cotton in there in 2. Who's picking up 3? Looking like we have got Isabella Gerard out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. So she's under pressure from Nora Siren out of Team Mind and Bournemouth. Looking up the inside. Here comes Siren. Not quite going to make it stick, so it's going to be Gerard hanging on to the 3. Siren in 4. Last straight action. Diver, Cotton, 1 and 2. That's how they're going to take it across the line. Gerard and Siren in that order.
Joe Douglas leads out the 12-year-old boys B final. We've got Ralph Sowerby in there as well, and it looks like the 246 of Harley Steele is back there in about 6th spot at the moment. Oliver Arnold on the 9. Charlie Bob Craig on that 18. He's there in 4th spot. It's going to be Douglas Wilcox and the 24. Ralph Sowerby. That is going to be a 1, 2, 3 as they cross the line.
If you're after a stacked B final, take a look at this 13-year-old one. Toby Lynch, Ned Guppy, Freddie Richardson, Harry Bailey, 1, 2, 3, 4. That looks like it could be Buttery in 5, Alonso in 6, Richards in 7, and Miller in 8. That's how they stand heading through the 3rd straight, but it's all about Toby Lynch. Sorted race gear out front, in and out he goes. He wanted to make the A final. He's proving why he should have been there in this B final down the final straight. Lynch, Guppy in that order.
And the stack B finals continue with the 14-year-old boys. Logan Widdowson in this one, 14. Bunny Dossie and Paul. Tate Kitson leading it out. Lucas Osborne in there in about 3 at the minute. Harvey Tomlinson in 2 as they head down towards the final corner. Freddie Entwistle in there as well. His first race above the Birmingham National Raid team. It's going to be Kitson, Tomlinson, Osborne 1, 2, 3, Entwistle in 4.
The 14-year-old girls are a go in their B final. The 12-plate leads this one out. Imogen Cockrell doing it for Ice Bike. Tanya Maton Alonso just receiving a slight elbow on the exit of turn number 1. I think that might have been Sophie Carniston out of LVG National Race Team. It is Carniston working her way up into a top 3 spot. Alexis McCartney in there in 4. Last turn action. Cockrell leads it. Alonso doing all she can to close the gap. Last straight drag race. Here comes Alonso. Has she got enough left in the tank? Cockrell's going to hang on.
Henry Rayner, Sean Brown, 1 and 2. Nathan Barat get involved as well in the 21 of Finley Collis. This is your 15-year-old B final. In and out we go. George Chapman, Lewis Collins, Nimmo in there as well, and Kai Blaine as they head towards the last turn. It is Rayner, Barata, 1 and 2, Collis 3. Who's going to pick up the 4? It doesn't really matter because Rayner is the only man out in front and taking the win.
We are going to hold the 16-year-old B final and run the Grand Vets. Heading for turn number 1 in their B final. That's going to be Fitzroy Bryce. On the inside, he's leading it out. Here comes the 0-1-7 though. Throwing it under in the turn. Dominic Elliott leads it out. Oh, Bryce gets it all wrong. Here comes Big Daddy White around the outside of him. So it is going to be Elliott, White in that order as he goes through the 3rd straight. Who's in there in 4? That's the 12-plate of what looks like Fortune in and out of that final turn. It is Fortune hanging on to it. Bryce coming back at White down that final straight. He's getting that 2 spot to Elliott, who takes the win.
17 and 18-year-old B final on Esselmont is out in front at the minute. We have got Sam Day in the Brandon Mallon doing it for Belfast BMX Club. Eddie Cannon's on the 764. He's gonna blow your legs off, and he's in there in that 2nd position. Schaefer Cohen on the 27 in 3, Joshua Cates in 4, Esselmont taking the win.
Final number 35 hits the track, the 19 to 29-year-olds. Brett Dove's on the inside. Aaron Holloway, after his crash in his semi-final, he's receiving another elbow in turn number 1 this time, though. He's now back there in 3. Dove leads it. Who's that there with him? Got to be Daniel Kay picking it up as they come around. Holloway throws in another elbow, and he's still in there in 3rd. Here comes Wallace, so working his way across. He's now onto that podium spot in that final turn. Here comes Camille Suleiman underneath Hedges in that final corner. It's going to be Dove, Kay, Wallace, 1, 2, 3, Holloway and 4.
17.29 female in and out of the turn. Looks like the two-play of Caitlin Ellis, turning 21, wanting to pick up a win here in Manchester. Esme Brooke, Imogen Gibson, Ellen Parr all in the mix as well. Parr's in there in 3, Tilly McCrum in 4. Yesterday's winner Rosie O'Brien is back there in 5. But it's our kid, Caitlin Ellis, in and out the final turn. She's going to get it. Mika Pritchard is going to pick up the 2 and Ellen Parr the 3. Right, we are going to move on to the A finals. All right, okay, we're just holding because of a mechanical. So that gives us the opportunity just to say, don't forget the Friday night of the Birmingham National. There will be the National Championships, the newly extended National Championships. 13, 14, 15, 16. Masters, 17, 18, Junior, all competing for the national sleeve. Top 15 of each mixed age group will be invited to participate. Okay, we are going into A finals now. So don't forget the Friday night at Birmingham, the new National Championships. And while you're driving home, don't forget all your podcast goodness. The 96 podcast with Scott Beaumont, BMX Commentator podcast with myself. And if you've lost a pure seat with seat post, pivotal seat post, it's up here with us at commentary. Black pure seat with pivotal post. Okay, bring it, just come to us, you can have it back. As we were saying, podcast heaven, the 96 podcast and the BMX Commentator podcast. For while you're driving home, you got 9 episodes to choose from myself and about 100 from Scott. So plenty to listen to. So be sure to check it out. I need to sit down, the legs are giving up. Ugh. No, it's all right. It's all right, Blimmy, you stay there. Coaches have marginal gains to have as well. Yeah, they do. Listen, Bloomy's on the list for the podcast. Can I just tell you that? I'll get round to it. Now you've said it, there's no backing down. You are coming on my podcast, Marcus Bloomfield.
It's all right, Bloomy. I've not been invited on either. You're right.
Hey, you said you didn't want to come on.
Right, okay, we are going back to the 16-year-old B final, lining up on the gates, getting these guys up and ready before we move on to our A finals. B finals on track for the 16-year-olds. That is JTL Simpson Davies on the inside heading into the turn. Who's the one BMX rider right there with him? Looking like that could be Ted Warwick. Warwick's in the mix in there in that 2 spot. Jaden Green's in there in 3. Zach Twitchen's in there as well, doing it for Team Mind and Bournemouth in about 7 in the minute. Got a bit of work to do. That looks like he could be SAS race team as well. Sam Hamling in there in 4. Last turn action. Green's thrown it under Warwick in that final corner. Hamling's taking advantage. Davies going to take it. Green on the line for that 2 spots.
Right, 6 and unders, the final lining up. We have got Shelby Yates, Charlie State, Isaac Tomlinson, Henry Dodd, Seth Goosetree, Lewin Jamira, Benji Ross Foster, and Oliver Bridle.
Attention. Okay, riders, ready to start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
6 and unders bringing the thunder. Here come the mini rippers down the hill. Looks like Bridle's got himself an absolute flyer. Lewin Jamira's in there as well. And that looks like Seth Guthrie coming around the outside. Shelby Yates is trying to duck underneath. Henry Dodd of Midlands is in there in about 5 at the moment, chasing down Benji Ross Foster out of Knowsley. Isaac Tomlinson out of Manchester as well. But there is no doubt who is checked out and gone. Oliver Bridle from Exeter BMX Club in and out that final turn. He's going to take away the win here at Manchester. Well, that might be Benji Ross Foster for 2, Lewin Jamira for 3, Guthrie for 4, and Henry Dodd rounding out the top 5.
7-year-old girls on the gate for their A final. We have got Hattie McGoldrick, Susie Wyatt, Matilda Hewitt, Abigail Henning, Flick Brentnell, Orla Jewis, Maggie Devine, and Mabel Pine.
Okay, riders, right up start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
7-year-old girls hit the track, heading for turn number 1. Looks like Orla Jewis got a great gate, but who's the rider on the inside? Got to be your British champion, Mabel Pine. She's got a home shot into the turn. Who's in there with her? Looking like the 366 of Maggie Devine's worked her way through. Henning's in there in 4. Who's in 3? That's got to be Orla Jewis. Look at them working their way through. Matilda Hewitt's on the inside into turn number 2. Just lets the rider go round, and that was Flick Brentnell in there in 5 as they bring it on round. Pine out front, Devine, Jewis, Henning, Brentnell, Hewitt, McGoldrick heading into that final corner, and Wyatt in there in 8. Down the final straight. Look at the drag race for that 2 spot. Looking like it is going to be Devine hanging on to it as they take it to the stripe. Pine, Devine, 1 and 2. Jewis rounds out the podium. 7-year-old boys up on the gate for their A final. We've got Charlie Crossley, Toby Brook, Frankie Jones, Joseph Claydon, Rapid Roman Birdfield, Logan Acito, Atlas Lewis Field, and Rudy Pleasance Ford.
Okay, riders, right up start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
7-year-old boys are a go, looking like the rider out of Exeter's had a great gate heading for turn number 1. That's got to be Claydon, your British champion. He's looking for a whole shot. Acito's on the inside. Oh, we've lost Rapid Roman in the turn with Toby Brook. And check out Frankie Jones, LCC race team. He's in there in that 2 spot. So as they bring it on round, it is going to be Claydon, Jones out front, Rudy Pleasance Ford in 3. Who's in 4? That's Logan Acito for Moto 1365. Getting busy with the hot shot rider in 3. Not quite going to make it happen. Check out your British champion down the final straight. Joseph Claydon going to take it down to the stripe. Who's in 2? It's Frankie Jones out of LCC. Hot shot in 3. With a Rudy Pleasance Ford. Put your hands together for Rapid Roman, ladies and gents, and Toby Brook as they finish their laps.
Right, moving on, 8-year-old females lining up on the gate. We have got Layla Dixon, Ellie Robertson, Ella Grant, Maisie Dyson, Lauren Snell, Phoebe Miller, Megan Keller, and Madison Stubble.
Okay, riders, right up start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
Let's take a look as they head down the hill. Who's going to be the person taking the national win? Looks like we've got Phoebe Miller. Moto 1365 heading into the turn. Dyson's in there as well with Keller. These girls absolutely flying. Mixed Picks BMX. That is Lauren Snell in there in 2. But they are all chasing Phoebe Miller into that second corner. Cara Cross, I think, is it? No, sorry. Apologies, wrong rider. Megan Keller, Madison Stubble in there as well. Cumbernauld have got Ellie Robertson in the mix. But it's going to be Miller taking it to the line. Miller in 1. Snell in 2. Eight-year-old boys lining up next. We've got Leo Britz, Alexander Gilbert, Elliot Hatch, Antek Perebny, Christian Garbachik, Dominic Zapanos, Jake Avis, and Henry Sullivan.
Attention. Okay, riders, right up start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
8-year-old boys heading down the hill. The question is, can anybody beat Henry Sullivan? He's heading into turn number 1, out in front. Ante Perevni and Zapanos have been giving it the beans all weekend long, trying to work their way in. And don't count out Christian Garbachik, because that kid's absolutely flying and getting better week by week. Sullivan, Perevni, 1 and 2, Zapanos in 3. That is Hatch in there in 4. Garbachik in 5. Alexander Gilbert going through in 6, but Henry Sullivan, Crucial BMX, taking yet another national win. Perevni and Zapanos 2 and 3, Hatch in 4.
9-year-old girls up on the gate for their A final. We've got Charlie Hargreaves, Cara Cross, Eliza Powell, Molly Tomlinson, Rosie Geddes, Holly Webb, Maya Koladzaj, and Holly Bishop.
Attention. Okay, riders, ready to start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
9-year-old girls hit the track, heading for the first turn. Colin Sargent's had a great gate, heading for the corner. Here comes Bishop Honor, inside into the turn. Your World 7 leads it out. Bishop out of Halo Wheels race team. That's going to be Colin Sargent there in the 2 spot. Who's in 3 and 4 as they bring it on through? Holly Webb's in the 3 as they get into the corner. Eliza Powell in there in 4. But it's all about Bishop out front at the moment. Koladzaj isn't done yet. She's doing all she can to close the gap. Heading into that final turn. Looking like the 7-2-3 is in there in 5. That's Rosie Geddes out of the Centurions. But it's going to be Bishop taking the national win. Koladzaj in there for 2. And Holly Webb's going to round out the podium. 9-year-old boys on the gate for their A final. We have got Ollie Bird, Tobias Groves, Thomas Giles, Hendrix Hines, Rocco Westwood, Rex Ford, Charlie Dowson, and Seth Kacharik.
Okay, riders, ready to start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
9-year-old Tara coming final 43. Dowson's heading towards a turn. Yesterday's winner won the B final, so it's going to be Shaw leading it into the corner. Here comes Rex Ford in and out of the turn, and that looks like Seth Kacharik in there in 3. Hendrix Hines isn't done yet. Thomas Giles slips his pedals and ends up at the back of the pack. Turn 2 action, in and out they go. It is Dowson, Ford, Kacharik, Hines, 1, 2, 3, 4. Westwood's in there in 5. Heading into that final corner. Charlie Dowson is checked out from the pack. He's going to take this national win in the 9-year-old boys. Seth Kacharik push it forward to the line. Who's going to get 2? That one was close. Hines takes 4.
10-year-old girls up next, lining up. We have got Bonnie Dudley, Maisie Surtees, Izzy Underhill, Holly Richardson, Mia Kiss, Grace Hudak, Trixie Trays, and Maisie Egan.
Attention. Okay, riders, ready to start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
10-year-old girls, this class is stack, stack, stack. Let's have a look who's going to get to the corner first. Maisie Egan, Trixie Trays, 1 and 3 in the minute, because Grace Hudak is right. Oh! Trixie Trays hits the deck. She leaned on Grace Hudak. It didn't happen for her. She went down at the exit of turn number 1. Meanwhile, Maisie Egan out of that second turn into the final corner. In and out we go. Is Grace Hudak going to catch her? She's having a go. Egan and Hudak to the line. Who's going to get into the stripe? Maisie Egan takes the win. Hudak in 2, Kiss in 3. We're going to check on Trixie Trays at the exit, turn number 1. Oh my word. All right, Trixie is being looked after by our medical team. They'll make all the necessary checks and take care of it. Looks like she's getting ready to sit up. Trixie Trays, ladies and gentlemen. Give her a big round of applause. She's all right. She's made of tough stuff. Trixie can have a pint and a kebab on the way home. She's earned it. Next up, 10-year-old boys. Oliver Riches, Teddy Jones, Finley Monroe, Jacob Anderson, Joey Tompkins, Lucas Tawalde, Maury Watson, and Connor Hemphill.
Okay, riders, right up start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
10-year-old boys, the final is go. Connor Hemphill from gate number 2, and Teddy Jones right there next to him, and he's blown him away into the first turn. Hemphill in there in 1. Look who's trying to get up alongside him. That is Jacob Anderson. Finley Monroe taking to the skies. Joey Tompkins on the inside going into turn number 2. But doing it for GT BMX out front. Connor Hemphill looking good right now. Monroe trying desperately to track him down in and out of the final corner. But it looks like the title of champion of the weekend here going to Connor Hemphill. Monroe in 2, Anderson in 3, Tompkins in 4.
11-year-old girls, a final up on the gate. We've got Freya Harries, Poppy May Kirby, Seren Pritchard, Elsie Blight, Elizabeth Lola Poole, Grace Gerard, Lauren Keller, and Iris Hyder.
Attention. Okay, riders, right up start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
11-year-old girls hit the track looking like Hyder. Had a great gate out of lane number 2. Here comes Paul. She's on her outside into the turn. Turn number 1 are going wild for Paul. She's in there in that 2 spot. That's going to be Grace Gerard in there in 3. Seren Pritchard in 4, heading into turn number 2. Iris Hardy, your European number 3, leads it out. Elizabeth Lola Paul is not done yet though. Tracking her down in towards his final turn. Gerard inside the top 3 as he stands the template of Blight. In there in 5, in and out of the final corner. Hyder, Paul, 1 and 2. That's how they're going to take it to the stripe. Gerard's going to run out your top 3. As we move on to a whole shot award class, there's a bit of money up for grabs for these lot. Whoever gets over that whole shot line in turn number 1 first. These are your 11-year-olds. We've got Leighton Harding, Adrian Garletis, Etar Jumeirah, Ronnie Payne, Joe Rook, Leo Rowlands, Isaac Smith, and James Bibby.
Okay, riders, right up start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
11-year-old boys hit the track. Someone's looking to pick themselves up a bit of dosh heading into the turn. Bibby's on the inside, looking favourite at the moment. Look at Etar Jumeirah right round the outside, working his way in. It's going to be Bibby, Rowlands, Jumeirah heading in towards turn number 2. Smith's in the... Oh! Rowlands and Jumeirah hit the deck. Wow, oh, wow. Bibby's left out front and clear. Your European number 4. Harding's in there in 2. Garletis in 3. But it's all about Pro Star BMX out front. Bibby's going to take it right the way to the stripe. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, for Etar Jumeirah and Leo Rowlands. They both went for it in the turn. It was a do or die move. Absolute carnage.
Right, 12-year-old girls up on the gate. This is a whole shot class for £50. First into the first turn wins the money. We've got Naya O'Connell, Anushka Jones, Dakota Tucker, Esme Ward, Brooke Fawcett, Emma Kiss, Ruby Warren, and Amelie Eaton.
Attention. Okay, riders, right up start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
12-year-old girls dueling for the money down the first straight, heading towards turn number 1. Amelie Eaton and Ruby Warren. Who's going to get there first? It is Amelie Eaton picking up the whole shot award. 50 quid to the good. Emma Kiss in there on that 6th plate. Where is Brooke Fast-Forsey? Inside the top 5 at the moment. Dakota Tucker in 6. Naya O'Connell in 7. But it's Amelie Eaton, Ruby Warren. That's your 1 and 2. Kiss in 3. Esme Ward in 4. But nobody is stopping Amelie Eaton of Pro Star. She's going to take the win in 12-year-old girls. 50 quid better off. Cha-ching. Also a whole shot class, 12-year-old boys. 50 quid to the first person across the whole shot line for Ethan Crooks-Martin, Max Vass, Tom Palmer, Thomas Honeywell, James Miller, Ethan Howell, Ethan Rogers, and Harry Donalds.
Attention. Okay, riders, right up start.
12-year-old boys look like Harry Donald didn't quite get the gate that he wanted. Ethan Rogers is right there next to him, but he's opened up the power into turn number 1 and picks up the whole shot award. Harry Donald wins the 50 quid out in front. Ethan Rogers in there in 2. James Miller doing it for the GT Factory team in 3. Ethan Howell going round the outside, battling away with Ethan Crooks Martin, but it is into the final corner. Harry Donald, Ethan Rogers, James Miller, that's your 1, 2, 3. Harry Donald taking the win.
13-year-old girls are lining up on the gate for the A final. We've got Sidoni Cleve, Matilda Sacharu, Rin Janalino, Jalala Patel, Libby Copping, Lexi Kearns, Isabella Rowe, and Katie Miller. 13-year-old girls hit the track. Miller out of lane 1, heading for the turn, looking like she's going to get the advantage into the corner. Who's there with her? Isabella Rowe throws it under and looks for an elbow in the turn, but didn't quite make it stick. It is Miller, Rowe, Chanelino 1, 2 and 3 into the second turn. Who's that in there in 4? Looking like Patel and Cairns going 4 and 5, but it's all out front. Moto 1, 3, 6, 5. Katie Miller on an absolute charge. Lashes national number 2 under a bit of pressure from Isabella Rowe out of the final turn and down the straight, but it is Miller, Rowe, Gianolino in that order. 13-year-old boys up on the gate. This is a whole shots class. Someone's about to be a few quid richer. We have got Elvis Lawrence, Isaac Shaw, Nate Hamilton, Daniel Collins, Todd Smith-Notman, James Cotty Cottrell, Kobe Rayford, and Oliver Tyers. 13-year-old boys are going one of the most stacked classes in this series. Carty's leading it into the turn. Rayford's thrown it under and come out in that second spot. Cotty, Rayford, Hamilton heading through the straight. Here comes Lawrence around the outside. Notman's in there as well. Tyers goes through in 4, in and out of that second corner. Cotty, he's under pressure from Rayford. Last turn action. Here comes Rayford. He looks underneath, tried to carve it, didn't quite get under far enough. Cotty's hanging on as Rayford got enough for him. Rayford for 2, Hamilton for 3, but your winner in the 13-year-old boys, James Cottrell.
God, that class just gets faster and faster and faster. 14-year-old girls up next. We have got Lottie McFarlane, Ava Wright, Ruby Walford, Lily Hayes, Grace Burge, Ailey Watson, Lottie Brown, and Amelia Everly. 14-year-old girls heading down the hill. This is a whole shot class for 50 quid. Who's going to get it into the corner? Looks like it's going to be the 2 of Ailey Watson in and out of the turn. Amelia Everly just trying to get alongside her, and Lottie Brown's in there as well. Lily Hayes inside the top 4. Grace Burge in 5. In and out we go. Emily's taken the lead, worked away past. Here comes Lottie Brown as well. Has Watson got anything left as they go into the turn? Bobbles and gets it slightly wrong. Everly, Brown, look at the ball to the line. Who's going to get another strike? Too close to call. Wee-wah, woo-wah. 14-year-old boys are up next. Mason Groves, Luke Wilcox, Bradley James, Amos Guppy, Ben Larkins, Lucas Seeley, Heath Thomas, and Kai Bowen. Hold on to your hats, people. It's about to get real. This one was absolute craziness yesterday. Looks like one rider's already hit the deck coming out of the gate. Kai Bowen's going to lead it into the corner. Heath Thomas working his way into 2. That is Ben Larkins in 3. Lucas Seeley in 4. Guppy in 5. Groves in there in 6. Wilcox in 7. Bradley James hit the deck. Kai Bowen just about held on to the bike yesterday, going down that 3rd straight, in and out of the final corner. Still not done yet because Heath Thomas is on his back wheel. Bowen, Thomas, Larkin, Seeley, 1, 2, 3 and 4, Guppy in 5.
15-year-old girls are lining up on the gate. We've got Annalise Cadman-Carpenter, Laurie-Ann Carruthers, Lexi Waite, Jessica Marion, Sabina Ashman, Sophie Elwood, Ruby Morse, and Megan Roy.
Okay, riders, ready to start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
15-year-old girls as they go. Roy out of lane one, just shuts down. Moore's heading for the turn, but here comes the Lexi Waite on the E3 plate. Your European finalist from earlier on in the year leads it out. Ashman's in there in that 2-spot. Marriott's worked her way into 3 more. Roy is in there in 4. In and out of turn 2. Allen's Factory Supercross. Lexi Waite charging away with this one into that final turn. In and out she goes. She's going to wrap up this 15-year-old girl's win down the final straight. Sabina Ashman with a wicked weekend. She's going to go through in 2 with Marriott rounding out the podium.
16-year-old boys up next. We have got Curtis Cope. 50 boys, sorry. Getting carried away.
15-year-old boys are up on the gate. We've got Ollie Copping, Caden Dunn, Jack Bailey, Lucas Webster, Eli Smith, Mason Lang, Noah Everly, and Cody Coker.
Okay, riders, ready to start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
Final 55, the 15-year-old boys are a go. Coker in to get the best of starts. Who's heading into the turn? Sorry, Coker did get a good start. It was Lang. They got shut down slightly, but he's worked his way into 2. It's Fluent, 1 and 2 in the minute. Here comes Everly, working his way through the pack. He's up to about 3 or 4 into turn number 2. Throwing, oh, Everly Smith, don't hit the deck. Everyone swallowed up in the crash. It's Fluent out front. Look at them go. Cody Coker, Mason Lang. Both of them are going to do it for Fluent bars. Come over across. Who's going to be the lucky guy in 3? Lucas Webster just about managed to stay upright on his bike after the carnage in turn 2. He'll take that podium spot. Wow, oh, wow.
Right, I got carried away before, now I can crack on. 16-year-old boys final. Curtis Copeland, Thomas Miller, Rayo Stefanovs, Thomas Doran, Finn Phillips, Ollie Kendall, James Clitheroe, and Finley Hoff.
Okay, riders, ready to start. Riders, ready, watch the gate.
16-year-old boys finalists go. This is going to be an absolute banger. The elbows are flying already. Oh! Clitheroe and Hoff have gone down in turn number 1. That's left Ollie Kendall out there in front. Rayo Stefanovs is in there in 2. Finn Phillips in 3. Millar's fighting off Curtis Copeland as they go in and out turn number 2. So Ollie Kendall, can he pick up the win for the Junk Club? Stefanovs isn't done yet. Finn Phillips is going to have a go down this final straight. Kendall, Stefanovs, Phillips, 1, 2 and 3. Kendall gets it. Finley Hoff is all right. We're just looking at James Clitheroe. Just checking him over, Jim. All right, James Clitheroe is up and okay. Don't worry, Emery's not ruined his good looks.
Masters lining up on the gate. We're just going to pause for a brief second. Yes, guys, just make sure that your legs are on the correct side of the fence, please. There's a few people that have got their legs the incorrect side, so make sure you are not on the track side of the fence, please. Thank you very much.
Oh, that's a Sports Direct brolly, innit, Chris? Eh? All right, we are just looking after James Clitheroe at the moment. Taking all the necessary precautions. Right, Neil Wolford's been to JD Sports for a proper brolly. Okay, we're just going to keep looking after James. As much as I do take the mick sometimes, we do take every precaution with our riders. When they've hit the deck, we will make sure that James is in the best possible hands. We will do everything properly. He'll be well looked after. Forward. Hit the side of his head. Tell you what, you get a few drinks in Des McCrum, he'll roll back down that berm as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for James Clitheroe, please. We're going to do everything possible to make sure he's all right. Take really good care of him.
the gate, we have got Martin Brown, Dale Scott, Matthew Vaughan, David James, Billy Irwin, Daniel White, Scott Beaumont, and John Livingston. We are resuming racing with the Masters. White gets a great gain. He's charging for the turn. Looking like he wants to pick himself up a whole shot. White leads in. Livingston's in there in about 6 of the minute. Beaumont's in 2. Irwin's in 3. Who's that looking up the inside? Got to be bored. Here comes Irwin. Irwin goes from 3 to 1. David James throws in a move as well. Irwin, White, James, Beaumont's in there in 4. James isn't done yet either. In and out of that final corner, White chasing Irwin down. Has he got enough left in the tank? All right, Irwin here going to get back to winning ways. Billy Irwin takes the Masters win. White for 2. Wow, oh wow, what a second corner.
Right, female 30 plus all lined up. We have got Fawn Clements, Annie Chiziwa, and Sav Carver.
Attention. Okay, riders, round start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Right, fourth moto for these riders, just 3 of them. I'm pretty sure Sav Carver's got the points wrapped up. Well, these 3 ladies are going to push as hard as they physically can round this track here at Manchester. Sav's in 1, Annie in 2, Fwong in 3. Some Manchester BMX Club, Savannah Carver in and out of that turn. Aboard that GT OS 20, bringing it into the final corner. It's going to go Sav, Annie, Fwong in that order. 1, 2, and 3. Savannah Carver's going to take the 30 plus female 20-inch win. Annie in 2, Fwong in 3.
Vets up on the gate for their final. We've got Danny Taylor, Matthew Eaton, George Salmond, Adam Boudet, Matt Barnard, Zoltan Boudet, Ben Martinez, and Fraser Watson.
Attention. Okay, riders, round start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Vets are go headed for the turn. Watson out of lane 1. Where's Martinez? He's right there with him. Boudet, Martinez into the turn. Watson throws it under and works his way in front of Boudet. Barnard's trying to work his way round as well. Danny T's running through a bit of traffic through the straight, so he's in there in 6. Martinez, Watson, Boudet, Barnard, Boudet in that order heading for the final corner. Can anyone ask any questions of Ben Martinez? I don't think they can. Crucial racing. Martinez is under pressure though. Here comes Watson to the line. That one was tight. Watson might have just nicked it.
Grand Vets are up next. We have got Neil Waddington, Brett Knight, Craig Nelson, Stephen Fortune, Julian Allen, Brett Archibald, Darren Reedy, and Alan Hill.
Attention. Okay, riders, round start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
It's Hilly and Reedy on the inside, heading down that first straight. That's Brett Archibald in the middle. Julian Allen's in there in 4, Fortune in 5. Craig Nelson threads the needle in that first corner and works his way into a top 4 spot. Battling with Julian Allen into the turn. Waddington's been squeezed out. So it is Hilly, Reedy, Archibald. 1, 2, 3. Julian Allen turn bar in for 4. Hilly takes another win. Craig Nelly Nelson might just wrap up a top 5.
17 to 18-year-olds up on the gate for their race final. This is going to be a whole shot class. Someone's about to be a few quid richer. We've got Liam Doyle, Alfie Holloway, George Gerard, Jake Adcock, Charlie Bigger, Lewis Fletcher, Ben Fitzsimmons, and Ruben Smith.
Attention. Okay, riders, round start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
17 to 18-year-olds are a go. Smith has a great gate. He wants that few quid heading into the turn. Smith leads it out. Oh, Gerard and Adcock come together on the exit of the turn. Looking like the Green Machine rider's been swallowed up in the action. I think that was Holloway. So it is still with Smith out front. Gerard's chasing him down. Adcock's in there in 3. Biggers in 4. Fitzsimmons in 5. Fletcher 6. Doyle in 7. And Holloway in 8. Here comes Gerard down to the line. It's going to be Smith taking it from Gerard and Adcock.
Right, next up, 19 to 29-year-old males. This is going to be an absolute banger of a final. We've got Kenny Phillips, Billy Luckhurst, Ross Sharp, Connor Hudson, Oliver Cope, Tyrese Bradshaw, Callum Chard Maple, and Hayden Green.
Okay, riders, right up start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
The gate drops and someone's just lit the fuse on a dynamite final here in 19 to 29. Tyrese Bradshaw picking up the hot shot. Oh, the elbows are already flying. Callum Chard Maple wasn't backing down for anybody. Ross Sharp's worked his way up into 2. Callum Chard Maple still getting involved. Hayden Green in there in 4. That looks like Force it in 5. Oh, he got it wrong. Tyrese hit the jump. Now they're all over the back of him. Look at the drag race going down the straight. Tyrese Bradshaw, Ross Sharp. 1 and 2. Callum Chard Maple in 3. Wow, wow, wow.
Oh, right, the 17-29-year-old women are up on the gate for their final. We've got Remy Godfrey, Hannah Baker, Megan Duhigg, Hannah Drew, Megan Kirby, Lily Chiswa, Emily Green, and Ellie Featherstone.
Okay, riders, right up start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
17 to 29-year-old women are a go. Green get a great gate out of 1. She's headed for the turn. She's right there with Featherstone into the corner. Elbows are flying. Green leads it. Featherstone in there in that 2 spot. Who's in 3? That's got to be Chiswa. Out of Team Mabo UK. Hannah Drew's in there in 4. Turn 2 action. Featherstone isn't done yet. She's looking for a way round as they come out of that second corner and through the straight. Green, Featherstone, Chiswa. Here they go. Here comes Featherstone looking for a high-low. Chiswa gets involved. She wants a piece of the top 2 pie. Drag race down to the line. Featherstone's going to nick it on the stripe. Green, Chiswa, Drew, 2, 3, and 4. Junior men are lining up on the gate. We have got Danny Jake Montfort, Flynn Drellincourt, Jared Hill, Jimmy Criddle, Ned Penny, Gabe Simpson, Harvey Fawcett, and Louis Tay Edwards.
Attention. Okay, riders, right up start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Junior men moto number 4 hits the track. Penny shuts down Simpson and Edwards. Oh, Edwards hits the deck. Criddle's checked out though. Look at him go. I don't think he's dropped a lap all weekend long. Criddle, Montfort, 1 and 2 heading through the straight. That's Simpson in there in 3. Drellincourt in 4. Penny in there in 5. In and out of that second corner. Danny J. Montfort. He's not letting Jimmy Criddle get away from him. In his sides heading into the turn. Here comes Montfort. High low in the corner. Drag racing down the straight. Criddle's going to hang on to it for crucial. Right the way down to the strike with Johnny Jake Montfort.
All right, we are just looking after Louis Tay Edwards. He's up, he's walking away. Give him a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear it for him. Tough, tough, tough in that junior open class. 2 finals left. First one is the super class. On the 67 out of Crucial BMX is Taylor Hunt. The 06A out of Birmingham, Joss Marnham. On the 546 out of Birmingham as well, Bradley Russell. For GT Factory on his home track of Manchester, it's Harry Tanner. For Manchester BMX Club and Stay Strong on the 426, Callum Strickland. For Preston Pirates and Ice Bikes on the 141, George Hunt. For Concept Mabo UK and Runnymede on the 375, Matt Hutz. And for Peckham BMX Club, Pure Bicycles, the 164, Quillen Isidore. Silence for the start, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Attention. Okay, riders, right up start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Superclass are kicking ass down the straight. Who's going to be the first into the turn? Quillen Isidore. Matt Hutt right underneath him. Callum Strickland on the outside. George Hunt making moves. Here comes Joss Marnham down the outside into turn number 2. Quillen Isidore. Oh, huge, huge pile up in the turn. Everybody caught up except Quillen Isidore. Tanner in there in 2. Strickland in 3, battling with Bradley Russell. Quillen gets it. Harry Tanner for the 2. Brad Russell for the 3. And I think Taylor Hunt ended up in 4. Let's hear it for Matt Hoods. And Josh Marnham. Turns here so small, so tight. You knew there was going to be some action. And he came as they all tried to enter and exit the second turn. Right, we need 5 loaned transponders returning, please. 5 loaned transponders that need returning. If you don't return them, I'm sure there's a hefty financial penalty. Plus, we'll send out the BC attack dogs for you. So please return your borrowed transponder. Thank you very much. Right, one more final left here of the Manchester National Weekend, the BC BMX National Series round number 8. We've got one more weekend left in Birmingham, but before we leave Manchester, we need to do the thank yous as tradition dictates. First up, the guys and the girls in the middle of the track. They pick you up when you fall down, patch you up, tell you which bits are broken and send you off to hospital if absolutely necessary. They've had a very, very busy weekend here in Manchester. We cannot do it without them. Please make some noise and some appreciation for your medical team. Next up, the guys and the girls stood round the track in the blue polo shirts. They're going home, in some cases, with a very hefty farmer's tan. And some of them are stuck inside an admin cabin all weekend long. It's a thankless task. Somebody's got to do it. They love the sport. They do it because they love it. Please make some noise for your commissars and admin team. I'm going to throw an extra one in whilst I think about it. There's been a few people. So one of them stood up there in the tower behind the camera. We've got another one over there in the admin tower doing all kinds of everything. John Twitchin and Mr. Syra as well. We need these people in our sport. Please make some noise for BMX Race Hub. And last but not least, we don't run a national without a host club. Every year we come to this track. They do an absolutely top draw, amazing job. It's been well organised. They can't do enough for you. I've got to give a shout out to the Blockbusters, but please make some noise for Manchester BMX Club. All right, the final lining up on the gates, the championship women. Here we go. For Pro Start BMX on the 143, Lucy Simpson. On the treble 7 for Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Ava Brown. The 803 for Pure Bicycles, Elizabeth Bound. For Moto 1365 on the 061, Taya Gaynor. The 273 for Crucial BMX, been absolutely killing it out in Europe, Sienna Harvey. The 231 with the national champion sleeve for Stay Strong, Clark and Kent, Betsy Bax. On the 347, also doing it for Stay Strong, Clark and Kent, skills to pay the bills, Elsa Rendell Todd. And last but not least, on the 646 for Absolute Bicycle Motocross, they call her the Slayer, Freya Chalice. Championship women final. Absolute silence for the start, please. Thank you.
Attention. Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Championship women are goal. Let's have a look who's going to get to the first turn first. Freya Chalice. Oh, Sienna Harvey is right on her back wheel. Betsy Bax in there in 4. Elsa Rendell top pushing hard. Ava Brown's been shot out of the cannon. She's in there in 5 right now. But it's Freya the Slayer into the final turn. The 646 aboard that radial bike. She's going to pick up the win. Who's going to get the 2? Sienna Harvey, Betsy Bax. Freya the Slayer takes it. Wow, wow, wow. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up your weekend's racing here in Manchester. Do us all a favour, any rubbish around your gazebo, wherever you've been stood, pick it up, stick it in a black bin liner, just help the club with the clear up a little bit. The more black bin bags get filled, the easier it is for the club. They have grafted and we really appreciate it. So 2 weeks time, we will see you in Birmingham for rounds 9 and 10. Wherever you are headed, have a very safe journey home, and we will see you in the Midlands for more red hot BMX racing action.